a young man charges toward an enormous red dragon capable of breathing fire. The beast unleashes its flames, sending fireballs hurtling toward him in rapid succession. Without hesitation, the young man kicks off the ground and leaps toward the dragon with his sword in hand. At last, a brilliant light erupts from the dragon's chest, blasting the young man away as the other warriors watch. He has finally managed to slay the monster that no one had been able to defeat for 3 years, and that he himself had been challenging for 3 months. Suddenly, the virtual reality headset slips off the young man who just defeated the dragon. In reality, he had been playing a video game on his computer. He tumbles out of his chair, knocking the keyboard off the table and sending it crashing beside the desk where his computer sits. His face twists in pain as he grabs his chest. The young man recalls that there was once a time when he lived an ordinary life. Then one day, a doctor told him that he had no more than 3 years left to live. He suffered from a heart condition that left him with no chance of survival. The doctor explained that once his time came, there would be nothing that could prevent his death. After receiving the news, the young man quit his job and dedicated himself entirely to his hobby, a video game called Broken Balance Online. He poured an enormous amount of time into the game and quickly rose to become its best player, even as his illness gradually slowed his reflexes. Using all the knowledge he had accumulated while playing, he finally defeated the boss that no one had managed to overcome for 3 years. The young man bitterly realizes that he still wants to live, but there is nothing he can do. His illness is finally taking his life. He says farewell to the other players, thanks them for everything, and dies. His final hope is that he will find happiness in his next life. When the hero regains consciousness, he discovers himself lying on some kind of bed inside a bright and spacious room. Without warning, memories of his entire life up to the present begin flooding back. He remembers being a very small child, growing older, interacting with other people, and spending the days of his life in this world. The young man is astonished to realize that he can remember almost his entire previous life in another world alongside everything that has happened in his current one. That realization leads him to something extremely important. He recalls wishing that he could find happiness in another life and concludes that he was most likely reincarnated into another world while somehow retaining all of his memories. The young man gazes thoughtfully through the window of the building where he awakened. Before doing anything else, he decides that he needs to understand his situation. When he catches sight of his reflection in the glass, he realizes that his name is now most likely Eldo. The fairly large estate surrounding him belongs to his family. Eldo is the 4th son of a minor nobleman from a remote region, yet his noble family barely even regards him as a person. The only member of the family who remains in contact with Eldo is his eldest brother, Ray-Do, a handsome young man with fair hair and the family's eldest child. Everyone else sees Eldo as an unwanted child, either ignoring him completely or treating him with contempt. Apparently, the region suffered crop failures for 3 consecutive years after Eldo was born. Because of this, the boy was given the nickname God of Plague, causing many people to dislike him. Eldo himself hates the story. Eldo understands that the only reason he is still allowed to live at the manor is because he has not yet reached adulthood, preventing his parents from throwing him out. However, he will turn 15 the very next day and officially become an adult. He will also have to undergo a coming-of-age ceremony. Even though Eldo knows that he will be expelled from the household once the ceremony is over, he feels no regret. After all, Eldo had already realized that the world he had been reincarnated into was remarkably similar to the world of the game Balance, Broken Online/Eshiro. The similarities between the two worlds were everywhere. The game, for instance, also featured a coming-of-age ceremony, along with magic, skills, and professions. People who obtained professions could become things like carpenters or builders, although some had grown accustomed to referring to professions such as magicians and swordsmen, borrowing those names from fantasy stories. Even the abilities used by magicians and swordsmen closely resembled those from the game. Swordsmen, for example, would first learn Whirlwind Strike, while magicians started with Magic Ball. The skills in Eldo's current world functioned exactly like those in the game from his previous life. He had discovered this after hearing his older brothers boast about their abilities. Eldo also notes that his current profession is beginner, a class intended for people who have yet to obtain a proper profession. Gazing out the window with determination, Eldo realizes that he needs to take action. After all, even beginners have access to skills. He confidently clenches his fist and says, "Self-healing," wanting to see what will happen. A brilliant light immediately appears in his hand, but Eldo shows no surprise. He knows that self-healing is a low-level skill available to people of any profession. Since he can activate it successfully, Eldo concludes that the system governing this world is identical to the one from the game. However, Eldo quickly notices one enormous difference between this world and the game. The people living here possess almost no real understanding of magic or skills. Self-healing, for example, is not particularly powerful and can be used by anyone, yet Eldo has never encountered another person person who actually used the ability. He remembers watching a girl treat a boy's injured knee with herbs. At the time, Eldo had been astonished that she used neither a healing skill nor an ability that could turn the plant into medicine. Eldo realizes there is no reason for him to cling to the household of an insignificant noble family. After all, he has effectively been given a hidden blessing. With complete confidence, he decides that rather than trying to claim some portion of his family's property, he will leave the estate and focus on becoming far stronger. Rado enters the room and reminds Eldo that today is an important day, his coming-of-age ceremony. He asks whether Eldo is ready, prompting Eldo to turn toward him. To Rado's surprise, Eldo declares that he has no intention of participating in the coming-of-age ceremony. Rado assures him that there is no need to worry about the expense. Even though their father and the rest of the family are unwilling to spend money on Eldo's ceremony, the cost can still be handled. Eldo, however, explains that money has nothing to do with his decision. He simply has no desire to undergo the ceremony at all. In truth, Eldo knows that there are two different ways to obtain a profession. The first is through the coming-of-age ceremony, which requires paying a priest when a person reaches their 15th birthday. As far as Eldo knows, this method has an equivalent in the game, but it comes with one major disadvantage. The person cannot choose their profession, and once it has been assigned, it can never be changed. As a result, many people end up receiving low-performing professions. But the game offered a second method. A person could obtain their profession at the church located in the kingdom's capital. That church was considered the finest in the entire kingdom, and unlike ordinary churches, it offered the possibility of receiving a high-level profession. Eldo has no intention of undergoing the coming-of-age ceremony and plans to leave the settlement before it even begins. Rado reacts indignantly, warning him that their father will not be pleased with his decision. He asks whether Eldo truly intends to remain a beginner for the rest of his life. Eldo tells Rado not to worry, explaining that he has his own plans regarding the matter. He then asks his older brother to inform their father that the ceremony has been cancelled, noting that if Eldo tried to tell him personally, their father would never listen. Eldo meets his brother's gaze with confidence, while Leto continues to look at him doubtfully. Eventually, Leto gives in and agrees to tell their father that Eldo has cancelled his coming-of-age ceremony. The following morning, shouting echoes throughout the estate. Eldo slowly opens his sleepy eyes as someone loudly orders him to wake up. To his surprise, his father himself has come to get him out of bed, and he is clearly in a terrible mood. Still half asleep, Eldo sits up in bed while his father continues angrily shouting at him to wake up. Eldo recalls that the last time he spoke with his father was roughly 3 years ago. In fact, so much time has passed that he has forgotten the man's name. The only thing he vaguely remembers is that it sounded something like Geldo. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted when his father throws a bag directly at his face. However, the bag abruptly stops just before striking him. Relying on his reflexes, Eldo catches it with one hand. His father angrily demands that the young man keep his word. He tells Eldo to follow through with his decision, adding that by canceling the ceremony, he has at least managed to help the family in some way. With a cruel grin, his father stares at Eldo's serious expression and orders him to leave the house as quickly as possible. Eldo calmly endures his father's scolding without losing his composure. After saying goodbye, he finally leaves the estate behind. Looking over the few things he has taken for his journey, Eldo feels somewhat saddened when he notices that nobody has come to see him off. All he possesses is a worn-out sword and 10,000 gil, the currency used in this world. Based on his previous life's money, 1 gil is worth approximately 1 yen. As Eldo makes his way away from the estate, he encounters Rado, who asks whether he is truly leaving. Eldo stops and explains that he has no reason to remain at the manor. He intends to travel to another city and become an adventurer. Rado looks confused, struggling to reconcile the idea of a beginner becoming an adventurer and implying that such a thing should be impossible. Eldo pays no attention to his doubts. He explains that even a beginner can become a seeker as long as they know how to wield a sword properly. Rado still cannot understand why Eldo would leave the estate as a beginner and try to become a seeker when he could have obtained a profession first and then pursued the same path. Without warning, Rado holds out a bag containing 100,000 gil. He tells Eldo to spend the money however he sees fit and advises him to find a source of income before it is all gone. Looking at Rado, Eldo realizes just how fortunate he is to have such a good brother. Even so, Eldo refuses the money. He tells Rado that he appreciates the gesture but believes the savings he already has will be enough. Rado accepts his brother's decision and says he will keep the money aside in case Eldo ever needs it. Eldo thanks him but replies that he probably will not have to rely on it. With confidence, Eldo walks away from the estate as Rado watches him leave. The young man knows that countless exciting and dangerous adventures await him, yet he remains certain that he has made the right choice. Eldo makes his way through the forest. As As he travels, he decides that his first destination should be a city with a guild and adjusts his route accordingly. Since the Adventurers Guild operates as a nationwide organization, it should be able to help him figure out the best way to acquire some starting capital. For Eldo, this presents an excellent opportunity. At the same time, Eldo realizes that his only weapon is a poor quality sword. Given his current equipment, he would rather avoid encountering any demons for now. As he continues through the forest, Eldo spots a wolf nearby. His body immediately tenses, knowing that he is not prepared for a fight at the moment. Before Eldo can react, the enraged wolf is already charging straight toward him. It turns out that this creature is actually one of the demons. Beginners possess only a minimal ability to detect enemies, meaning that the moment a beginner notices an enemy, the enemy notices them as well. Eldo stares at the approaching wolf, uncertain about what he should do next. As Eldo recognizes, the creature is a demon resembling a wolf and one of the weakest enemies in the game. Still, this will be his first battle in the new world, so he knows that he cannot afford to lower his guard for even a moment. Gathering his determination, Eldo recalls what it felt like to wield a sword in the game during his previous life. More importantly, he remembers that skill is the most crucial factor in combat. The wolf lunges at him, but Eldo keeps his composure. His first battle against a demon begins. With all of his memories from the game now restored, Eldo realizes that defeating this enemy should not be particularly difficult. Certain that he can handle the demon, Eldo launches his attack. That confidence gives both strength and precision to his movements. It turns out that striking an opponent at exactly the right moment causes the system to multiply the damage several times over. Eldo remembers that the game used the exact same mechanic. After defeating the wolf, Eldo finally gains confidence in his own abilities. Although pleased with the result, he reminds himself that this is still no time to relax. The young man now understands that the system from the game truly exists in this world. Every technique he once used while playing can now become an advantage in his new life. Eldo realizes that he can carve out a place for himself in this world and potentially rule it by using all the knowledge he accumulated through the game. Looking down at the defeated wolf, Eldo reflects on how naturally his body moved throughout the fight, almost as though everything had happened instinctively. The young man realizes that if he could perform at 70% of his full ability or higher, he would be capable of landing multiple critical hits and fighting at the level of an experienced player. He assumes this is the result of the skills and instincts he developed in Broken Balance Online. Eldo decides that he should continue comparing the mechanics of this new world with those of the game. To test another one, he uses the gathering technique on the defeated demon. Gathering allows a person to extract useful materials from the bodies of monsters and use them to create equipment. Other people often complained that examining monster corpses was disgusting and not worth the effort, making such a system seem completely useless to them. Because gathering had earned such a poor reputation, another skill called auto-gathering was eventually created to collect materials automatically. Eldo decides to test it and approaches the wolf's corpse. He attempts to activate the skill, but nothing happens. Eldo knows that if auto-gathering had worked properly, the wolf's body would have disappeared. With that test complete, he decides to try one final thing. Holding the wolf's fangs in his hand, Eldo activates the cleanse skill, instantly removing all the dirt from them. He concludes that this ability could actually be quite useful. Eldo now realizes that while this new world closely resembles Broken Balance Online, the two are not completely identical. Eventually, Eldo arrives in a city called Ilya. The streets are bustling with activity, merchants can be found everywhere, and countless people hurry about their daily business as Eldo looks around. Suddenly, a strange man calls out to him and asks whether he is lost. Eldo admits that he is and asks the man where he can find the guild. The man takes one look at Eldo, noticing both his sword and his bag of money. He then makes a rude remark, assuming Eldo is simply another young aristocrat dreaming of becoming an adventurer. He points out that Eldo's equipment is so terrible that the guild will probably throw him out the moment he arrives. Smirking, the man adds that whoever gave him such equipment must have wanted him dead. Eldo casually replies that they actually did want him dead. Hearing this, the man remarks that the boy must have had a difficult life and decides to offer him some advice. He tells Eldo to stop speaking so formally, explaining that adventurers simply do not talk that way. Eldo is surprised by the suggestion. The man explains that if bandits heard someone speaking in such a manner during a conversation, they could immediately figure out who the leader was. Adventurers deliberately speak more casually so that outsiders cannot easily identify the hierarchy within their groups. He adds that if other adventurers heard Eldo talking so formally, they would assume he did not understand even the basics and would simply laugh at him. Eldo accepts the advice and tries adjusting the way he speaks. The man agrees that the new manner sounds much better, then points him toward the guild and wishes him luck. As Eldo heads toward the guild, he reflects on the man's words and realizes that adventurers truly never speak formally. He remembers that they never used such language even in front of their father father or the feudal lord. Eldo eventually arrives at the guild and studies the building before him, completely confident in both his plan and the path he has chosen. He enters the guild building, takes a look around, and begins walking farther down the corridor. On one of the walls, Eldo notices a map of the world. After examining it carefully, he discovers that the capital is located on the neighboring continent, across the sea. He realizes that traveling to another continent will be a rather exhausting journey, though the distance itself is not particularly great. Since reaching the capital is his current objective, Eldo turns his attention to the guild's request board. After studying the available requests, Eldo concludes that they are categorized according to the types of monsters that need to be killed. With this information, he can begin planning his journey. Then he notices a request to kill a wolf listed as a C-rank mission, leaving him extremely surprised. Eldo discovers that guild requests are classified from rank A to rank F. That means a request to kill a wolf is considered the third most difficult category. He cannot understand why a monster that a beginner can defeat with a single critical hit would rank so highly, making it clear that something does not add up. Eldo decides to check the F-rank requests, believing that this is where a wolf hunting mission should actually belong. Instead, he finds requests involving kicking rabbits, biting rats, and wild boars, which surprises him even more. Looking through the D-rank and lower monsters, Eldo realizes that he has never encountered any of them in Broken Balance Online. From their appearance, however, they seem extremely weak. Since these creatures are completely unfamiliar to him, Eldo has no way of knowing whether the wolf he defeated is actually comparable in strength to the other monsters listed on the request board. While Eldo considers selling the slain wolf's fangs to the guild, an unfamiliar and attractive blonde girl approaches him. She introduces herself as Teresa, one of the guild administrators, and asks whether he has anything he would like to sell. Eldo explains that he wants to sell some monster fangs, although he is not entirely sure what kind of monster they came from. Teresa is surprised that he does not even know what creature he killed and immediately assumes that he must be a beginner. Teresa warns him that fighting an enemy without knowing anything about it is extremely dangerous and could easily cost him his life. Eldo admits that she is correct about him being a beginner, adding that he has not even had the chance to register with the guild yet. He hopes this will not prevent him from selling materials taken from a monster he defeated. Teresa assures him that registration is not required to sell monster materials. However, she explains that whether the guild can actually purchase them depends on the monster, so there is no guarantee that his fangs will be accepted. Eldo takes out the fangs and shows them to Teresa, explaining that these are the materials he wants to sell. The moment she sees them, Teresa looks genuinely shocked, but her surprise quickly turns into indignation. She confronts Eldo about lying and asks whether he purchased the fangs somewhere else. Teresa explains that some dishonest people bring materials bought from other shops to the guild. She warns him that selling materials obtained that way without completing an official guild request will not count as an achievement and asks whether he understands. Eldo begins thinking back to the monster he defeated, remembering that it was called a wolf, or at least something similar. He realizes that Teresa suspects him of trying to gain achievements without earning them, yet he cannot understand how defeating such a low-level monster could possibly qualify as an achievement in the first place. Wanting to convince Teresa that he is not dishonest, Eldo explains that he killed the monster only recently and insists that there is no way it could have been C-rank. Teresa immediately disagrees, stating that according to the guild's bestiary, the monster is indeed classified as C-rank. Eldo suggests that perhaps the particular monster he encountered was simply much weaker than normal. Teresa rejects that explanation as well, saying that monsters of the same level cannot differ that dramatically in strength. She also points out another inconsistency. Eldo claims to have killed the creature recently, yet its fangs are somehow perfectly clean. Eldo ultimately decides that proving who killed the monster is irrelevant. His primary objective is simply to earn some money. He asks how much the fangs would be worth if the guild is still willing to buy them. Teresa explains that the sale will not count toward any achievement, but the fangs themselves can still be purchased. Because they are exceptionally clean, she initially values them at 32,000 gil. Teresa then unexpectedly raises her offer to 34,000 gil and asks Eldo whether he is willing to accept. He decides that the amount is more than reasonable. Eldo agrees to sell the fangs and says that he would also like to register with the guild. Teresa explains that the registration process is simple. He only needs to pass a short exam and pay an examination fee of 5,000 gil. Eldo decides to register immediately. Teresa says she will arrange everything and hands him 29,000 gil, the remaining amount after deducting the examination fee. Teresa then asks Eldo whether he has a profession. He replies that he is still a beginner. She warns him that if he fails the exam, the fee will not be refunded and asks whether he understands. Eldo asks whether the guild intends to reject his application. Teresa explains that while other guilds might turn him away, theirs will not. Their philosophy is that everyone deserves deserves a chance to try, and if someone fails, they can simply pursue a different career. In their view, that approach is ultimately for the person's own benefit. Eldo asks whether the exam is supposed to be easy. Teresa confirms that it generally is, though not for beginners. She hands him a form and tells him to select which version of the exam he wants to take. Teresa assures Eldo that he will be evaluated equally regardless of which option he chooses. However, every available test requires the use of profession-specific skills, meaning that someone with a beginner profession and no skills is unlikely to pass. Eldo carefully reviews all of the available choices before selecting the exam that requires him to defeat a swordsman examiner in a one-on-one training match. He understands that this is an unusual requirement and that defeating an experienced opponent will be extremely difficult with nothing more than a beginner profession, beginner-level skills, and low stats. Eldo's level is still stuck at 1, regardless of how much combat experience he accumulated in Broken Balance Online. Against a seasoned opponent who is unlikely to be inferior to him in either strength or ability, that puts him at a serious disadvantage. On the other hand, failing would only cost him 5,000 gil. With so little to lose, Eldo decides that the attempt is worth making. Having made up his mind, Eldo shows Teresa the option he selected. After looking it over, she explains that his examination will take place in the guild's training area. Teresa asks Eldo to wait near the guild administration desk while she leaves to arrange everything. A short while later, she returns, apologizes for keeping him waiting, and asks him to follow her to the training room. Eldo enters the training area and finds a strong young man waiting for him. The man gives Eldo an intimidating look and asks whether he is the beginner trying to become an adventurer. A hint of despair crosses Eldo's face as he realizes that defeating this opponent may be impossible. Even so, he asks the man to take it easy on him. The examiner scoffs at the request and says that although Eldo is asking for mercy, he cannot make the test any easier. He adds that a beginner who becomes an adventurer is likely to accomplish nothing except dying a meaningless death. The man confidently declares that preventing such a pointless death is part of his responsibility. Eldo realizes that the examiner probably does not want him taking the test in the first place. The man's skill is clearly far beyond his own, and Eldo knows that if their swords clash even once, he may not last another second before being effortlessly defeated. Despite that, Eldo chooses to continue with the examination and give it everything he has. His only request is that the examiner avoid inflicting any serious injuries. The examiner tells him not to worry, explaining that he is a professional. He promises to defeat Eldo without causing him any severe harm. Eldo understands that he still should not expect the man to show him any leniency. He asks whether he is supposed to use one of the swords provided in the training arena, but the examiner tells him that he does not have to. The man explains that if Eldo owns a sword he is already comfortable using, he is free to fight with it. Eldo warns him that his personal weapon is a sharpened sword with a real blade. The examiner dismisses the concern, confidently stating that Eldo will not manage to land even a single hit on him. Eldo still chooses to use a wooden sword and asks which one he should take. The examiner replies that it makes no difference, while Teresa silently watches from the side. Eldo decides to use a wooden sword because of its lighter weight. If there is no need to kill an opponent, a wooden weapon can be extremely useful. After considering his options, he selects one of the wooden swords. The examiner asks whether Eldo has chosen his weapon, and Eldo confirms that he has. Taking his position directly across from Eldo, the examiner announces that it is time to begin. Teresa explains that she will serve as the judge and asks both men whether they are ready to fight. The examiner confirms that he is ready, while Eldo replies that he can begin whenever they want. Teresa announces the start of the match. The examiner immediately advances toward Eldo, while Eldo focuses on figuring out how he should approach his attack. Eldo knows that the difference in their physical strength is enormous. If he has any chance of winning, it will only come when the examiner activates a skill. A swordsman skill is considerably more powerful than an ordinary attack, but once activated, the movement cannot be changed until the skill has finished. Powerful Cut, for example, delivers an incredibly strong attack, but the user must complete the entire motion before being able to move freely again. During the recovery period that follows, roughly half a second to 7/10 of a second, the swordsman becomes vulnerable. At the same time, Eldo understands that if the examiner chooses not to use any skills, there is virtually nothing he can do against the man's superior physical strength and technique. The examiner charges toward Eldo and prepares to strike. Eldo immediately recognizes that the attack is coming from above. His first thought is to parry it, but he quickly realizes that attempting to block the blow would guarantee his defeat. Instead, Eldo concludes that an overhead attack can be avoided simply by shifting slightly out of its path. The examiner calls out the skill Defense Crush and launches his attack. The moment Eldo hears the name, he remembers the ability. It is specifically designed to break through an opponent's defensive guard. Eldo cannot help but admire the examiner's bold choice. By attacking from that position, the man leaves himself dangerously exposed to a counterattack. Eldo effortlessly slips out of the path of the examiner's strike. At that moment, Eldo suddenly realizes that the examiner is actually helping him by holding back. He concludes that the man deliberately left himself open to an attack. Eldo knows that if he cannot land a decisive critical strike while his opponent's back is exposed, then he will undoubtedly fail the examination. He decides to act immediately. Without wasting a moment, Eldo delivers a decisive critical strike to the examiner's back, sending the man flying several meters and knocking the weapon from his hands. Teresa watches the entire exchange in overwhelming excitement. The examiner crashes to the ground several meters away after being launched by Eldo's blow. Teresa immediately ends the match, declaring that enough is enough. Eldo realizes, somewhat surprised, that he has actually passed the exam. Inwardly, he thanks the instructor for not treating him too harshly during the fight. Still in shock, the examiner asks how a beginner without even a single skill could possibly send him flying with one blow. Eldo feels genuinely happy and grateful for the instructor's behavior, convinced that the man deliberately held back during the fight in order to help him pass. Thinking that the instructor is truly a good person, Eldo reaches out to help him up, his expression filled with sincere gratitude. Eldo looks at the instructor and asks whether he passed the exam. Still visibly surprised, the examiner confirms that he did, though he adds that he is not particularly happy about it. He then asks where Eldo learned to fight like that despite being only a beginner. Eldo calmly claims that he is self-taught. Privately, however, he knows that he simply cannot admit that all of his combat skills and experience came from playing Broken Balance online. He remembers how much time he spent playing the game in his previous life, never growing tired of practicing with a sword. Since battles inside the game could not physically harm him, he was free to train endlessly. Eldo also recalls spending hours discussing the effectiveness of different combat techniques with his friends. However, Eldo tells the instructor that his conclusion is fundamentally mistaken. He insists that he only managed to win because the man did not fight seriously, adding that if the examiner had truly given it his all, he could have defeated Eldo with ease. Slightly stunned by the statement, the examiner asks how Eldo could possibly believe that he had been holding back. Eldo explains that the man's assistance was obvious, especially when he deliberately used Defense Crush to give Eldo an opportunity to strike. The instructor stares at him with complete disbelief and obvious irritation, asking how Eldo can even say something like that. Eldo still fails to realize that the examiner had not been pretending for even a moment. Instead, he once again thinks about what a good person the instructor must be, since even after losing, the man continues pretending that he was the weaker opponent on purpose. Teresa, clearly delighted and in an excellent mood, enthusiastically congratulates Eldo on passing the examination. Clapping her hands, she announces that from this day forward, he is officially a full member of the guild. Teresa hands him an information card and explains that it serves as proof of Eldo's guild membership. He thanks her and accepts it. Looking over the card, Eldo sees his name written on it. Beside his name, he also notices his assigned rank, F rank. Teresa asks whether Eldo would like a brief introduction to how the guild operates. She explains that it is not mandatory for membership, but strongly recommends it. Eldo says that he would gladly listen to the short introduction. Teresa decides to begin with the most important subject, the obligations of an adventurer. The main rules are simple. Adventurers must not submit false reports, must never disclose a client's personal information, and must obey the laws of the country in which they operate. Teresa explains that these are the three most important requirements. Eldo asks what happens if an adventurer violates one of those rules. Teresa explains that the punishment depends on the specific violation. Penalties can range from temporary suspension of an adventurer's card to complete expulsion from the guild. If an adventurer breaks the law, they must also answer directly to the authorities. With a stern expression, Teresa adds that in the worst possible case, the punishment could even be death. Eldo realizes just how severe the consequences can be and anxiously asks whether those are all the requirements he needs to know. He wonders whether adventurers might also be obligated to provide emergency assistance when necessary. Eldo remembers that Broken Balance Online featured emergency requests that players were not allowed to refuse. If the same system exists here, joining the guild could become a serious problem for him. Teresa assures him that the guild never forces its members to accept any requests, including emergency ones. The only mandatory obligations are the three rules she has already explained. Eldo says that everything is clear so far and asks Teresa to continue the briefing. She explains that the next topic will cover contract deadlines and the penalties for failing requests. Teresa explains that every request has a specific time limit. If it is not completed before that deadline, the request is considered a failure, and the adventurer must pay the corresponding penalty. She adds that urgent requests carry particularly severe penalties. Eldo asks what happens if someone completes a request within the required time but fails to report its its completion before the deadline. Teresa explains that each deadline already accounts for the time needed to return and submit the report, with that period calculated according to the location of the request. She warns Eldo never to forget this, because failing to report on time will still cause the request to be treated as incomplete. With that, Teresa announces that the briefing is finished and hands Eldo a written copy of the introductory course. She asks whether he has any questions and tells him to ask if anything remains unclear. Eldo carefully examines the document and finds everything in order. Wanting to gather more information, he asks whether the guild has a bestiary or any manuals on combat. Teresa says that such books are available in the library and that she can bring them to him. However, she warns that library books cannot be taken outside the building, so anyone who wants their own copy must purchase it. Eldo asks her to bring him a bestiary and a hand-to-hand combat manual. Teresa listens carefully and asks what kind of commonly used books he is looking for. She explains that if Eldo intends to begin adventuring around the area, a book titled Monsters of the Outskirts of Ilia would be appropriate. Teresa hands him the book and Eldo thanks her. He immediately notices how thin it is, prompting Teresa to explain that adventurers generally have little interest in books, so very few people bother writing detailed ones. Eldo decides to begin with the bestiary. Examining its pages closely, he finds entries for creatures such as kicking rabbits, biting rats, and sand moles. The entire F-rank monster section is filled with creatures Eldo has never encountered before. As he continues reading, he realizes that several E-rank and D-rank monsters are also completely unfamiliar to him. Then something on one of the pages suddenly catches his attention. Eldo has reached the section on C-rank monsters, which includes wolves, scorpions, and vampire bats. Surprised by what he sees, he asks whether these are considered low-level monsters. Eldo can hardly believe that creatures like these have been assigned such a high rank. To him, the classification almost seems like some kind of joke. He then finds an illustration of a wolf labeled Angry Wolf with B rank written beside it. In Broken Balance Online, defeating monsters like this was merely the point at which a player stopped being considered a beginner. Genuine disbelief appears on Eldo's face. He cannot understand why guild members only deal with monsters up to A rank. Curious, Eldo checks the section containing A rank monsters. To his relief, every page is completely blank, without a single creature listed. That means there are no A rank monsters anywhere in the surrounding area. Eldo then turns his attention to another book, Adventurer's Combat Handbook, from 0 to advanced level, and begins studying the combat manual. He opens to the first section, covering the elementary level. It contains instructions on maintaining weapons and gathering trophies from defeated monsters, both of which Eldo already knows how to do. Moving on to the beginner section, he finds explanations on weapon usage, magic available to each class, and reconnaissance techniques. Since Eldo is already familiar with all of these fundamentals, he decides to skip the chapter. The intermediate section discusses skill timing, dungeon usage, and positioning against a lone enemy. Eldo mastered these concepts long ago as well, leaving him wondering whether he is somehow still reading material intended for beginners. Eldo turns to the advanced section, which covers positioning against multiple opponents and attacks from humans. At first, he assumes he must still be reading beginner-level material, only to suddenly realize that he has already reached the advanced chapter. He exclaims that information this basic can hardly be considered advanced knowledge. What interests him far more is where the book discusses one-on-one combat and methods for predicting an opponent's movements. Then Eldo notices an entry titled Miraculous Strike. It explains that during combat, a weapon will occasionally inflict several times its normal damage, a phenomenon known as a miraculous strike. Many people have attempted to reproduce it intentionally, but none have succeeded. According to one theory mentioned in the book, even Gil-Art, the strongest adventurer, could only perform such attacks with roughly a 20% success rate. Eldo is stunned to learn that the strongest person in the world has only a 20% chance of landing what is essentially a critical hit. He concludes that Gil-Art may be the only person in this world who has progressed beyond the level of a rookie. The realization leaves Eldo in disbelief. He can hardly accept that the people of this world are incapable of reliably dealing critical damage. In reality, performing a critical hit is simple. The wielder only needs to relax their hand at the exact moment the weapon makes contact with the enemy. By doing so, critical hits can be produced consistently. Eldo admits that if someone does not understand how the critical hit mechanic works, achieving a 20% success rate is actually fairly impressive. But if the people of this world are unaware of something so basic, then their overall knowledge must be incredibly limited. Eldo concludes that the problem exists because this world lacks a culture of preserving and passing down advanced knowledge through books. He now understands why adventurers rarely bother reading, and he decides that even the bestiary cannot be trusted completely. Teresa asks whether the book was useful. Rather than telling her that it was far too basic and practically useless to him, Eldo simply lies and says that it helped. Eldo Eldo then tells Teresa that he wants to reach the capital and asks how he can get there. The question immediately catches her by surprise. When Eldo asks why she reacted that way, Teresa explains that most seats on the ferry are reserved for guild members and government officials. Some seats are available to ordinary passengers, but even the cheapest costs 3 million gil. Eldo asks whether there are any alternatives. Teresa explains that there are several possibilities. He could find employment with a major trading company, become associated with a powerful noble family that has connections in the capital, or obtain a high-ranking position within a guild. Teresa also points out that Eldo could technically swim across the sea. He immediately rejects that idea, deciding that saving 3 million gil would be far preferable. Eldo calculates that the coastal city of Minotan is not especially far away. However, because he still knows so little about the monsters of this world, he decides to remain in Elia for a while, learn how to fight the local creatures, and earn some money. Eldo tells Teresa that he would like to accept a request and asks whether the guild has anything suitable for a beginner. Teresa shows him one and asks whether he wants to take it. Eldo immediately confirms that he does. She hands him a request sheet for exterminating lower E-rank wolves, explaining that this is the particular assignment she recommends. Eldo asks whether someone at F-rank is allowed to accept an E-rank request. Teresa explains that this particular request has no explicit rank requirements or restrictions, so there will be no problem. Eldo notices that the reward is 4,000 gil, which seems unusually generous for a mission of this rank. Curious, he asks why the payment is so high. Teresa cheerfully explains that the reward is higher because the request is particularly difficult to complete. In terms of difficulty, it is almost equivalent to a D-rank request. Eldo's enthusiasm immediately disappears, and he turns down the request. To Teresa's surprise, he asks for an ordinary F-rank mission instead. He explains that he is in no hurry and has no intention of accepting assignments far above his current level. Teresa reminds him that he managed to defeat the instructor, so spending his time hunting such low-ranked monsters would be pointless. Eldo insists that he only won because the instructor was not fighting at full strength and because he happened to land a miraculous strike. Teresa cuts him off, explaining that the instructor could not possibly have gone easy on him because his job is specifically to knock beginners down. However, the moment Eldo mentions the miraculous strike, her expression changes to complete surprise. Eldo confirms that he really did perform a miraculous strike, adding that without it, he would never have defeated the examiner. Teresa immediately exclaims that anyone capable of using such a technique can no longer be considered a beginner. They are already an expert. Eldo is surprised by her conclusion. He knows that a miraculous strike can occur accidentally even though there is a specific technique for producing one deliberately. Meanwhile, Teresa quickly finds another assignment for him and excitedly presents her new suggestion. Beaming with enthusiasm, she shows Eldo a request to eliminate a C-rank monster. Eldo is far less pleased by the idea. He begins wondering whether Teresa is actually trying to get him killed. Deciding that he would rather choose his own assignment, Eldo tells her as much. Eldo removes a request from the board involving the extermination of boxer rabbits. The reward is 1,500 gil for each one killed, and he decides that this mission is perfectly suited to him. Charlotte becomes excited by the idea and agrees. If this is the mission Eldo wants, then he can have it. Still inside the guild building, Eldo receives the quest sheet from Teresa, who informs him that the request has officially been processed. She explains that he only needs to deal with the rabbits in Ilya's second forest, meaning he should be safe. Teresa then looks at the thoughtful Eldo and suddenly adds that there is no such thing as being too cautious, so he should still prepare himself for anything. Eldo is pleased that Teresa has finally given him a reasonable assignment. He thinks that when she actually wants to, she can be quite helpful. He asks how to reach the correct location, and Teresa explains the route. Eldo leaves the guild building and sets off toward the mission area, filled with determination to complete his request. On the way, he encounters the instructor, who greets him by calling him the strongest man and asks whether Eldo is heading out to complete a mission. Eldo immediately denies being the strongest and explains that he has indeed accepted a request to exterminate monster rabbits in Ilya's second forest. The instructor is visibly surprised that Eldo would choose such an assignment. Eldo confirms it, explaining that the administrator told him there were no other monsters in the forest, making it a safe location. She had originally recommended a much higher level request, but Eldo refused it and asked for something easier instead. Hearing the explanation, the examiner lets out a heavy sigh and says that he understands. He turns to leave, waves his hand, and wishes Eldo good luck. Eldo says goodbye in return and replies that he will do his best. Eldo continues toward his destination. In his mind, rabbits are dangerous opponents for newcomers and should never be underestimated. Eldo ventures deeper into Ilya's second forest, carefully surveying his surroundings. He is completely certain that he has finally reached the correct location. Suddenly, he catches a sharp movement in the bushes ahead and immediately immediately becomes alert. Eldo wonders whether it could actually be a boxer rabbit. Something feels wrong, however, because the creature emerging from the bushes looks suspiciously like a wolf, or more precisely, a lower wolf. While Eldo and the wolf both seem to be deciding what to do next, an entire pack of lower wolves suddenly appears from behind the bushes. One of the wolves bares its teeth with a growl before lunging at Eldo with all its strength. Eldo tenses and realizes that his suspicion was correct. These monsters really are lower wolves. Eldo immediately becomes furious with Teresa, mentally calling her a damn secretary. She had told him that this request was safe, only to send him into the very mission involving the lesser wolves she had previously recommended. Unfortunately, the young man realizes the truth far too late. There is no longer enough time for him to turn around and escape. As the wolf flies toward him, Eldo decides to use a specific tactic. First, he intends to make it appear as though he is prepared to receive any kind of attack. Then, at the last possible moment, he will suddenly dodge the monster's sharp fangs. The wolf clearly does not anticipate the maneuver and completely misses its target. Eldo immediately brings his sword down across the creature's back with a sharp whistle, slicing the monster in two with a disturbing sound. After witnessing what happened, the remaining wolves decide to attack Eldo as well. One of them charges at the young man with a roar, but Eldo reacts in time and kills the creature while shouting loudly, -2! With another enemy defeated, Eldo becomes increasingly confident in both himself and his actions. He remembers a universal rule of combat. When facing multiple opponents, the key is to divide one large battle into several smaller one-on-one encounters. Eldo notices that the wolves have fallen out of formation and will now need time to regroup. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Eldo launches into the pack with tremendous speed and fury. Eventually, he reaches the final monster and eliminates it with another skillful strike. Suddenly, Eldo notices a strange sensation. Looking at himself, he is delighted to discover that his entire body somehow feels lighter. He concludes that this sensation may have been caused by gaining a level. Eldo admits that he still does not know whether this new world actually has a leveling system, so he decides to test the possibility himself. Picking up a stone, Eldo activates the powered rock throw skill, winds up, and hurls it with all his strength at a nearby tree. The stone slams into the tree, leaving behind a massive amount of damage in the form of a deep, jagged hole. Eldo realizes that if he can now use skills available to a level 2 beginner, then his own level has definitely increased. Satisfied with his progress, the hero decides to return to the city. He reflects that in a single day, he has not only registered with the guild but also gained a level, which he considers an excellent result. On top of that, Eldo desperately wants to get back to the guild and tell Teresa exactly what he thinks of her. Eldo returns to the guild building with the wolf carcasses and presents them to Teresa with an irritated expression. He asks whether these creatures look anything like rabbits to her. Teresa looks genuinely shocked and insists that there is no possible way lower wolves could have appeared in the forest of kicking rabbits. Eldo asks what she means by the forest of kicking rabbits, saying that this is the first time he has heard that name. Teresa is surprised by his response and insists that she definitely directed him toward the forest where the kicking rabbits live. She explains that if Eldo ended up fighting lower wolves, then he must have accidentally wandered into Ilya's second forest instead. Eldo immediately concludes that Teresa has decided to play dumb. Rather than arguing with her, he agrees that he must have entered Ilya's second forest by mistake. Instead, he decides to turn the situation against Teresa and says that since he failed to complete his assigned task, the request should simply be cancelled. Teresa suddenly looks guilty and launches into an emotional attempt to explain herself. Calling herself a bungler, she admits that she accidentally gave Eldo the mission to kill the lower wolves and nervously asks whether he managed to complete it. With obvious anger still visible in his eyes, Eldo replies that he killed all 6 monsters and that he is extremely annoyed with Teresa because of what happened. Teresa cheerfully explains that each lower wolf is worth 20,000 gil, meaning that defeating all 6 earns Eldo a total reward of 120,000 gil. The moment Eldo sees the money, his irritation begins to disappear. Teresa adds that killing the rabbits would have earned him only 9,000 gil in total. Hearing that, Eldo decides to forgive her. Teresa is relieved that Eldo is no longer angry. Eldo, meanwhile, starts thinking that she is actually a wonderful person who deliberately gave him such a profitable assignment to help him, leaving him deeply grateful to her. Filled with renewed enthusiasm, Eldo asks whether there will be another request to hunt wolves the following day. An equally enthusiastic Teresa assures him that there certainly will be. The next day, Eldo enters a weapon shop, where he is greeted by a strong, serious-looking man who asks what he is searching for. Eldo simply replies that he wants an ordinary sword for himself. Internally, he reflects that reliable equipment is essential for completing missions successfully. He needs a durable blade that can compensate for his weaknesses in future battles. Eldo examines the available swords but quickly realizes that none of them them are good enough. He asks the shopkeeper whether he has any higher quality blades available. The shopkeeper tells Eldo that he does have one sword that is expensive but exceptionally good. Eldo asks whether he can try it, and the man agrees. The moment Eldo takes the blade into his hands, he realizes that he likes how it feels. Without much hesitation, the young man decides that this is the sword he wants to buy. Satisfied with his purchase, Eldo is relieved that he will no longer have to worry about his weapon breaking in the middle of a battle. He then heads toward the guild, fully aware that the purchase has left him with no money and that he needs to earn some more. As soon as he enters the guild, Eldo approaches Teresa and asks whether there are any requests to hunt lower wolves today. She happily confirms that there are, adding that 32 wolves remain before the kill limit is reached. With genuine surprise, Eldo asks what she means by a kill limit. Teresa explains that it refers to the maximum number of defeated monsters the guild will pay for. Adventurers are free to kill more than that amount, but they will not receive payment for the extras. Eldo immediately concludes that there is no reason to kill more monsters than the required number. He then tells Teresa that he wants to accept another mission in addition to the wolf hunting request. She is visibly surprised and reminds him that he already has 32 wolves to eliminate. Eldo calmly replies that killing them should take no more than 2 hours. Since repeatedly returning to the guild would only waste time, he would rather accept another request immediately. Teresa is genuinely stunned by Eldo's claim that he can eliminate 32 wolves in only 2 hours. Eldo considers what kind of mission he should take next. If he wants something he can complete regularly, he reasons that his current strength may be around E rank. He takes a request sheet calling for the extermination of 546 spear mice, with a reward of 4,000 gil for each one killed. Pleased with what he sees, Eldo decides that the assignment suits him and tells Teresa as much. Teresa agrees that hunting spear mice is an ideal task for Eldo and, in high spirits, sends him off to complete the mission. Eldo quickly finishes exterminating the lower wolves. With that request completed, he confidently announces that he will now move on to the spear mice mission. The hero eventually reaches another dense forest filled with trees. A small stream runs through the area with a bridge stretching across it. Eldo looks around, trying to determine whether he has actually arrived at the correct location. He notices that the surroundings are slightly different from Teresa's description. He also remembers her saying that the forest was supposed to look magnificent. Nearby, Eldo spots a motionless mouse-like creature. Along with white fur, black eyes, and a carved horn, it has a long, pale tail, protruding white front teeth, and sharp claws. Eldo concludes that the creature in front of him must be a spear mouse because of the sharp horn on its head. Believing that he has entered the monster's territory, he decides to eliminate this one first. Suddenly, the creature begins producing a horrible squeal, long and piercing, apparently calling others of its kind. Eldo had not expected anything like this and is caught completely off guard by both the mouse's behavior and the unexpected sound. The squealing becomes so loud that Eldo begins looking around, expecting an entire horde of creatures to attack him. From every direction, other mice start answering the first one's call with equally loud and disgusting cries. Eldo exclaims that the creature must have summoned the rest of its kind, something he is far from happy about. The noise surrounding him quickly becomes unbearable, with the squealing so loud that he cannot even tell whether there are 10 mice nearby or 20. He decides that he needs to eliminate as many of them as possible before the rest of the pack arrives. Eldo lunges toward the squealing mouse, swings his weapon, and kills it with a single strike. Looking down at the monster's body, now sliced in half, Eldo realizes that the mice are extremely weak individually. Taking them down one at a time would be incredibly easy. But as he watches hordes of mice moving through the grass and drawing closer, Eldo realizes that this could become one of the hardest battles he has ever fought. Even so, he prepares himself for combat. Eldo understands that he will have to compensate for his inferior stats with a single skill, which puts him in a terrible position. With so many enemies surrounding him, he knows that sooner or later, at least one attack is bound to connect. Tightening his grip on the sword, Eldo prepares to attack with determination. The mice charge toward him, taking full advantage of their numbers, small size, and incredible speed, while Eldo stands completely alone. Several mice leap at him at once, trying to injure him. Eldo refuses to panic and swings his sword with all his strength, cutting the creatures in half with a single blow. Then, without warning, the horn of one spear mouse begins rotating around its axis. One of the monsters launches itself past Eldo's shoulder with its horn spinning and manages to strike him, leaving him injured. Eldo cries out from the sudden but tolerable pain while the remaining mice stay close, preparing for another attack. Eldo realizes that the pain is not nearly as severe as he expected and concludes that this is simply how he will have to defeat them. As the monsters continue attacking, he decides that despite their overwhelming numbers, he can still make use of several other skills. For example, Eldo can continue cutting through the pack by killing 3 mice at once with a single movement, which he immediately does. The creatures squeal before collapsing dead. He successfully avoids most of their attacks, although some still manage to hit him. Eldo remembers that one of the most important things in a battle like this is not forgetting about self-healing. Clenching his fist, he reminds himself that recovery timing can determine the outcome of a fight, meaning a beginner cannot afford to waste mana unnecessarily. Eldo decides that no matter what happens, he must remain calm and decisive, avoiding unnecessary haste and carefully considering each action. The young man is completely confident that he will defeat every enemy before him. Once the battle is over, he will heal himself and continue fighting with the same determination. Back at the guild, Teresa stands behind the counter staring at an enormous pile of cleaned horns. When Eldo tells her how many monsters he exterminated, she repeats the number in complete disbelief, 276. Her astonishment is almost impossible to put into words. Eldo once again becomes convinced that Teresa is shamelessly pretending to be clueless. He remembers how confidently she had given him the request, explicitly saying that the assignment would be perfect for him, which turned out to be completely untrue. Eldo explains what happened during his encounter with the mice. He tells Teresa that he found one creature, only for it to call the rest of its kind. He asks whether that is normal behavior, and Teresa immediately replies that it never happens. Eldo asks whether mice that gather into packs to attack should not be considered E-rank monsters. Teresa explains that spear mice certainly do form groups, but never in numbers anywhere near that large. Suddenly, Teresa realizes exactly what happened. She explains that the horns Eldo brought back do not belong to ordinary spear mice at all. They came from combat spear mice. Eldo asks whether that means they are an entirely different monster. Teresa quickly explains that normal spear mice are E-rank, while combat spear mice are classified as C-rank. Eldo thoughtfully wonders whether this means he failed his assigned request. Teresa immediately tells him that this is the least important thing to worry about. She explains that facing an entire army of those monsters alone is practically guaranteed death and asks whether Eldo knew that. Eldo replies that now that he has already dealt with the mice, there is little point in worrying about what happened. Instead, he asks Teresa whether she can simply change his assigned request. Teresa firmly tells him that under no circumstances can a request be changed once it has been accepted. Hearing this, Eldo becomes visibly discouraged, both surprised and somewhat disappointed by the answer. Teresa quickly tells him not to feel defeated just yet, explaining that the horns taken from the combat spear mice can be sold for a considerable amount of money. Eldo immediately asks how much they are worth. Teresa happily explains that because the monsters are C-rank, each horn can be sold for 20,000 gil. Excited by the amount, Eldo says that he wants to sell every single one, and Teresa immediately begins helping him process the sale. The girl eventually hands Eldo several bags containing an enormous amount of money. He stares at the fortune he has earned in genuine amazement. Eldo takes one coin from a bag and examines it closely. Realizing that it is made of platinum, he remembers that a single platinum coin is worth 1 million gold. Teresa remarks that it has been a long time since she last had to make a payment using platinum coins. She also warns Eldo not to openly display the platinum coins while walking through the city, as doing so could attract thieves. Eldo is genuinely surprised to hear that thieves operate in the city because he has never encountered any before. Teresa confirms that Ilya is relatively safe, but warns that if Eldo is ever attacked, he should be prepared to defend himself against them. Teresa then asks whether Eldo plans to travel to the capital now that he has saved enough money for the journey. Eldo confirms her suspicion, saying that he intends to leave as soon as possible. Teresa admits that she is sad to see him leave Ilya, adding that the city has not seen an adventurer as powerful as Eldo in a long time. Eldo confidently tells her that if he ever feels like returning, he definitely will. Teresa asks why he wants to travel to the capital in the first place. Eldo gives her a brief answer, explaining that he has business there that will help him progress further as an adventurer. Eldo turns to leave and says goodbye to Teresa. After he takes only a few steps, she suddenly calls out to him, jumps up from her place behind the counter, and hurries over. Teresa tells him that there is something she needs to say. She bows deeply and apologizes with obvious guilt for lying to him about the boxer rabbits. Eldo looks at her and makes a genuine effort to remember what she is referring to. To Teresa's surprise, he tells her that it is not a big deal and that he has already forgotten about it. Still, he adds that she should not do the same thing to anyone else. Smiling, Eldo points out that other adventurers might become genuinely angry with Teresa if she gives them false information. Teresa responds with a grateful, cheerful smile and assures Eldo that she understands. Eldo confidently says farewell to Teresa, the instructor, and the city of Ilya itself. With that, he leaves the city behind and begins his journey toward the port. Eventually, Eldo arrives in the port city of Minotan, a place overflowing with activity. Merchants compete to sell their goods for the highest possible prices. Longtime residents move comfortably through through the constant commotion, and countless other people remain occupied with their own affairs. Eldo approaches one of the guards stationed along monotonous streets and asks where he can purchase a ferry ticket to the capital. The guard explains that tickets are readily available from the Manhwa trading house, although they are quite expensive. Eldo mentions that he heard a ferry ticket costs around 2 million gil. The guard confirms that the information is correct and that this is indeed the price. Eldo thanks him and says that he will go purchase a ticket. He eventually arrives at the Manhwa trading house and is immediately struck by the enormous size of the building. Eldo spots a ticket counter selling ferry tickets to the capital and walks over. An elderly man wearing glasses is seated behind the counter. Eldo tells him that he would like to board the ferry, and the man asks whether he has a letter of recommendation. Eldo replies that he does not. The seller explains that without a recommendation letter, the standard price is 2 million gil. He asks whether Eldo has enough money, prompting the hero to take out 3 platinum coins and hand them over. Eldo asks if that will be sufficient, and the man confirms that it is more than enough. The man then asks whether Eldo is a famous adventurer. Eldo replies that he is merely an ordinary, unknown adventurer. The cashier follows up by asking where the young man wants to travel. Eldo says that his destination is the capital. The cashier informs him that the next ship departs in 30 minutes and asks whether that schedule works for him. Eldo confirms that it does. Before long, Eldo watches an enormous and luxurious sailing ship arrive at the port of Minotan. Eldo boards the vessel and looks around from the deck. He reflects on the journey ahead, knowing that the sailing ship will take approximately 3 hours to reach the capital. Suddenly, a loud signal echoes throughout the entire ship. Eldo recognizes the sound as coming from a relic known as the water-traveling stone, an object that can be used to control a ship. Looking down toward the lower deck, Eldo notices 2 girls. One of them gloomily complains that she has messed something up again. The other girl suggests that perhaps they were both simply rushing too much. The first insists that she followed the instructions exactly as they were written. Eldo notices various ingredients and materials spread across the table in front of them, including berries, roots, plants, and dry twigs. From this, he realizes that the girls are attempting to brew a potion. After studying the ingredients, Eldo figures out exactly what they are trying to make and says the name aloud, Pale Green Spirit Potion. One of the girls hears him and immediately turns toward him. She sharply asks what he just said, addressing him as an adventurer. Eldo repeats the potion's name more loudly and, noticing the surprise on both girls' faces, asks whether his guess was wrong. Still hoping to successfully complete the potion, the girls ask whether Eldo knows how to prepare it. The girl wearing a white dress specifically asks whether Eldo knows how to brew the potion. He replies that he has memorized the recipe and can easily help them make what they need. The girl is genuinely surprised, but her surprise quickly turns into excitement. She asks Eldo to help her brew the potion and declares that she is willing to pay whatever price he names in exchange for his assistance. Eldo thinks that she probably should have chosen her words more carefully and asks for 10 million gil. Genuine surprise appears on the girl's face as she asks whether that amount is really all he wants, apparently finding the price insignificant. Eldo is stunned that she considers his price so low and cannot even begin to imagine how much money this stranger actually possesses. Even so, he confirms that 10 million gil will be enough. It takes Eldo only 10 minutes to prepare the potion. Once he finishes, he informs the girls that it is ready. The girl who asked for his assistance lights up with genuine happiness and satisfaction, joyfully declaring that she finally has the potion she needed. The other girl, who turns out to be her maid, happily addresses her as Ms. Mina. Eldo is pleased that he managed to prepare the potion without any trouble, but he also becomes curious about the identity of the girl who hired him. Eldo discovers the mistake in Mina's recipe. The only ingredient her potion had been missing was a leaf from the holy tree, which is considered a high-class item. Mina happily turns toward Eldo and says that she does not know how she can properly thank him. As promised, she pays him 10 million gil for his assistance. Eldo counts the money and immediately realizes that something is wrong. There is far more than the agreed amount. When he asks why she gave him so much, Mina explains that he is mistaken because he produced enough potion to fill 2 bottles. She adds that she could actually reward him with even more money, but instead asks him to accept a card bearing some kind of coat of arms. Eldo examines the card and asks what it represents. Mina explains that it is a token of gratitude from the Manhwa company and proof of the company's trust. Showing it in the capital or at various stores will assure others that the card holder is someone they can trust. Eldo asks whether she is really comfortable giving something so important to a complete stranger she has only just met. Mina replies that there is no problem because she heard his voice. She explains that someone must at least be capable of judging such things if they are going to hold the position of company chairman. Eldo is genuinely shocked to discover that Mina is actually the chairman of the company. She formally introduces herself as Mina Manhwa, chairwoman of the Manhwa company. Company, the organization responsible for operating the ship. Eldo is certainly surprised, but at the same time, he realizes that he has just made an exceptionally successful deal. He tells Mina that he never expected to receive the personal recognition of a company chairwoman and expresses his gratitude. Mina replies that she should be the one thanking him, since Eldo helped her obtain the medicine she needed. Mina asks for the hero's name, and Eldo introduces himself. She wishes him a pleasant journey and says that she looks forward to meeting him again someday. Eldo bids her farewell in return. Suddenly, Eldo calls out to Mina before she leaves. Pointing toward the water, he asks whether there is something out there. At first, Mina does not understand what he means. Eldo continues staring at the water and realizes that something is moving toward the ship. Whatever it is, it rapidly swims closer. Growing concerned, Mina explains that the ship was constructed to withstand attacks from monsters, so it should be able to endure whatever is approaching. Even so, she decides that they should check what is happening just in case and sends a sailor to identify whatever is heading toward the vessel. The sailor peers carefully through the telescope, but the moment he spots something terrifying in the water, fear immediately takes over his expression. A massive sea dragon is racing toward the ship at tremendous speed, and judging by its behavior, it clearly has no peaceful intentions. Horrified, the sailor shouts that the monster is heading directly for them. Mina insists that this should be impossible, explaining that sea dragons do not inhabit the waters along their current route. These creatures normally live around 500 kilometers away from this part of the reservoir. Eldo remembers that the sea dragon is a creature slightly stronger than lower sea-rank wolves and fights using limbs that resemble harpoons. He knows that if a beginner like him takes even a single direct hit from such a monster, he will die instantly. Eldo asks whether the passengers will be safe, but Mina fearfully admits that the ship was never designed to withstand an attack from a monster like this. Panicking, she orders everyone capable of fighting to gather on deck while everyone else is taken below. After carefully watching the monster's movements, Eldo realizes that its target is the ship's mast. Mina fearfully explains that there is nothing they can do about that. If the dragon destroys the mast, they will lose the water-traveling stones and therefore be unable to reach the capital. Eldo realizes that there is only one solution left. They have to kill the dragon. Looking over the crowd of passengers capable of fighting who have gathered on deck, Eldo loudly asks which of them can attack from long range. Several volunteers in the front row raise their hands. 2 boys, 1 man, and 2 girls. Eldo studies them carefully and identifies 3 mages and 2 archers. It is a solid combination, but there is still one major problem. He asks which of the volunteers is capable of protecting the mast. Mina interrupts him and says that nobody is prepared to do that because the ship is being attacked by a rancor monster. She adds that no one has ever managed to defeat such a creature before. Eldo realizes that he has no other choice. Letting out a heavy breath, he confidently declares that he will handle it himself. The hero suddenly leaps onto the railing, running along the edge of the deck and stares out at the sea dragon rapidly approaching the ship. Then he turns toward the gathered fighters and shouts for them to begin attacking. The volunteers immediately unleash their attacks on the dragon. Some bombard it with magic while the others fire arrows. After taking the combined assault, the monster dives deeper beneath the surface. For a moment, the crowd believes the battle is already over, but the creature suddenly resurfaces and continues charging toward the ship at high speed. Terrified cries spread across the deck as everyone realizes that their attack failed to stop it. Eldo notices numerous wounds covering the dragon's body, yet none of them seem to interfere with its movement in the slightest. Eldo confidently tells everyone that they are mistaken. Their attack did work. They simply need to keep hitting the monster. Trusting his judgment, the fighters resume their barrage and continue attacking with the same intensity. Eldo realizes that if they keep pressing the attack, they will inevitably lure the dragon closer to the surface. As far as he is concerned, that will not be a problem. Once the monster finally reaches the ship, it suddenly dives beneath the water. With a powerful sweep of its tail, the dragon disappears underneath both the surface and the vessel itself. A moment later, the dragon bursts out of the water directly in front of Eldo. He immediately realizes that this is his opportunity to kill the monster. The creature's movements are difficult to predict, but Eldo manages to follow them. When the dragon suddenly emerges right in front of him, the crew and passengers recoil in fear, while Eldo already knows exactly what he needs to do. One of the dragon's harpoon-like limbs shoots out from beneath the water, apparently aiming for the mast. Eldo draws his sword from its sheath and confidently prepares to counter the attack. The young man hopes that he can time his strike perfectly with the moment the dragon launches its attack and land a critical hit. Without wasting a second, Eldo pushes off the railing, launches himself toward the dragon's limb, and delivers a critical strike. The dragon roars furiously after taking the blow, while fear briefly twists Eldo's expression. Eldo forces his sword forward, using it to push the monster's limb away until the dragon is forced to lower it back into the water. The passengers and the entire crew stare at his actions in complete shock. Eldo realizes that by using this kind of fighting technique, even a beginner can withstand the monster's attacks. The people aboard the ship remain stunned, wondering who this adventurer could possibly be and how he managed to repel a sea dragon's attack using nothing but a sword. Their curiosity about Eldo's true identity only grows. Eldo, however, is irritated that while everyone else stands around worrying, he is the one risking his life for them. He understands that as long as he continues landing critical strikes, he should be able to repel the monster's attacks. On top of that, the dragon's movements are surprisingly easy to predict. Mina calls out to the crowd and orders everyone to resume attacking so they can support Eldo. The fighters quickly regain their composure and unleash another barrage against the dragon. The monster is struck again and again, each attack inflicting considerable pain. Growing even more furious, the dragon raises both of its sharp limbs from beneath the water, preparing to unleash a much more powerful assault. From Eldo's expression, however, it is clear that he anticipated this move long ago and feels no fear. Eldo confidently parries the first limb, only for the dragon to suddenly launch the second at the worst possible moment, catching him off guard. For an instant, Eldo believes that blocking both attacks simultaneously is impossible, but he barely manages to do it. Even so, the dragon strikes the mast behind Eldo, hitting the water-traveling stone along with it. Fortunately, nothing breaks. Eldo turns around and realizes just how close they came to disaster. He understands that if his timing or angle is even slightly wrong, he will fail to counter the next strike properly. That means he cannot allow anything to distract him. At the same time, Eldo knows that he does not need to calculate every single attack. The most important thing is to remove the water-traveling stone before the mast collapses. The dragon continues inflicting heavy damage on the ship while the people aboard relentlessly bombard the monster with attacks. Eldo realizes that the opportunity to deliver the decisive blow is approaching and prepares himself for it. Suddenly, something happens to the dragon that neither Eldo nor anyone in the crowd can understand, immediately frightening everyone. The monster loses its position, making it impossible to predict where its next attack will land. Mina and her maid, standing beside her, stare at the creature and begin screaming in fear. Just as the dragon's strike is about to hit the terrified Mina and her maid, Eldo skillfully parries it. Mina had already prepared herself for the worst when the hero suddenly saves her. Grateful, Mina tells Eldo that he saved her. Eldo simply replies that it is his job. Turning his attention back to the dragon, Eldo loudly and enthusiastically announces that the battle is almost over and that they only need to finish the monster off. The crowd aboard the ship cheers in response, confidently agreeing with him as they continue their assault. The dragon suffers wound after wound until it can no longer endure another attack. Finally defeated, the creature dies and sinks beneath the water. One of the ship's crew members excitedly shouts that they have accomplished the impossible and defeated the dragon. The man immediately begins thanking the equally astonished warriors. He then turns to express his gratitude to the mysterious swordsman as well, only to discover that Eldo is nowhere to be seen, leaving him completely confused. He continues looking around, unable to understand where Eldo could have disappeared to. Meanwhile, the hero is hiding near one of the ship's doors, hoping no one will find him. He apologizes for causing a disturbance and explains that he would rather avoid standing out too much, especially aboard a ship filled with guild members and nobles. Mina, who happens to be standing nearby, overhears him and asks whether she counts as one of those nobles. Eldo tiredly confirms that she does. He adds that he has important business to handle in the capital and therefore does not want to attract unnecessary attention. Mina says that she understands his position but asks him to hear her out. She reminds the slightly surprised Eldo that during today's battle, he saved many lives aboard the ship, including her own. A smile suddenly appears on Mina's face. Although her voice remains serious, she swears on her name that she will make certain Eldo is properly rewarded for what he has done. Eldo smiles back and tells her that he will look forward to it. From the shore, someone watches the sailing ship that has just survived its battle with the sea dragon. One observer dressed in black robes says that he cannot believe the monster was defeated. Another figure wearing the same kind of clothing replies that the defeat is irrelevant. He explains that the battle represents nothing more than a minor setback for the Society of the Garden of Despair. Eldo returns to the deck and looks toward another section of the ship. Soon, he hears an announcement informing everyone that the vessel is approaching the capital and that passengers should prepare to disembark. Eldo gazes toward the enormous, luxurious city now visible in the distance. The hero realizes that he will finally be able to become a sage very soon. As the ship draws close to the capital, Eldo scans the city, searching for the cathedral. Eventually, he spots a large, ancient cathedral standing near the edge of one of the cliffs on which the capital is built. Eldo stares at the cathedral on the cliff in disbelief. The place he has searched for so diligently appears to be nothing more than ruins. Looking Looking more carefully, however, he notices a carved portrait above the entrance depicting Gias, the god of classes. Eldo concludes that despite the temple's ruined condition, what truly matters is that the capital's cathedral dedicated to Gias, the god of classes, still exists. He knows that as long as this cathedral remains standing, he should be able to change classes, which is exactly what he needs. Still aboard the ship, Mina asks Eldo whether he is looking for a church, remarking that she never imagined him to be religious. Mina adds that if Eldo needs to visit a church, she can help him because she knows someone there. Eldo realizes that her offer could actually be extremely useful. He has never heard of anyone in this world successfully changing classes inside the cathedral, meaning that in the worst-case scenario, he might otherwise have to enter the building illegally. Deciding that accepting Mina's assistance is worthwhile, Eldo asks for her help. As he continues staring at the ruined cathedral, Mina notices where he is looking and explains that the temple is no longer active. She tells him that it is an old church that remained in use for many years before eventually being abandoned. Now, it is nothing more than ruins. Mina then explains that the actual cathedral has been moved elsewhere and points toward its current location. Eldo immediately turns around. In the direction she indicates stands an enormous temple, far larger and more impressive than the ruined cathedral. Eldo is genuinely surprised to learn that this is now the capital's cathedral. However, he quickly notices that the building bears no portrait of Gios, making him doubt that it can be used to change classes. Eldo asks Mina whether he is allowed to enter the ruins without permission. Mina replies that she initially thought he was genuinely religious, but since he is simply interested in exploring the ruins, he is free to visit them. She quickly warns him, however, that thugs may be hiding inside, so he should remain cautious. Mina adds that even if bandits have taken up residence in the ruins, she is confident Eldo can handle them. Eldo replies that he would rather not test his luck unnecessarily. Eldo points out that he is only F rank. Mina is genuinely stunned by the claim and assumes that he must be joking, but Eldo proves it by showing her the adventurer card issued by his guild. Mina declares that whichever guild gave Eldo that rank must be completely blind. She says that she intends to contact them personally and request that his rank be raised. Eldo asks her not to interfere, explaining that he does not want to receive a higher rank without gaining the proper experience first. Mina replies that he hardly seems inexperienced to her, but since he specifically asked her not to get involved, she agrees to leave the matter alone. Eldo remembers how he concluded that the abilities used by people in this world correspond almost perfectly to those from Broken Balance Online, something the recent battle confirmed once again. The people of this new world are simply hopeless when it comes to combat. Their attacks are only effective when they happen to use skills correctly against a stationary target. At the same time, Eldo understands that skills alone cannot accomplish everything. Raw strength is still necessary. He admits to himself that even if the dragon had remained completely motionless in front of the ship for 10 hours, Eldo still would not have been capable of defeating it. For that very reason, Eldo believes that as a beginner, he has no right to receive the highest rank. Eldo thanks Mina for her help and for explaining the situation with the cathedrals, telling her that he will try to enter the old temple. Mina asks him to be careful and says that if he ever needs assistance, he should contact her. Eldo thanks her once more and says goodbye. With that, their paths separate in the capital. Eldo begins exploring the capital, observing the city and its residents as everyone around him goes about their busy lives. He quickly realizes that the city truly deserves to be called the capital. It is far more populated than the places he has visited before, and the streets are considerably more lively. Eventually, Eldo finds a hotel in the capital and rents a room there. Sitting on his bed, he thinks about how badly he wants to change classes as soon as possible. However, if bandits really are occupying the ruins, visiting during the day would be a poor decision because he could easily be spotted. Eldo concludes that around 3 in the morning, most people are unable to think clearly, making it the ideal time to enter the ruins. He decides to rest while waiting for the right hour. Before long, however, Eldo suddenly realizes that he is hungry. The young man remembers that he has not eaten anything since boarding the ship. Eldo decides to get something to eat, reasoning that having a meal will also help him pass some of the time. While walking through the capital, he overhears 2 men having a conversation about someone named Edgerus. Eldo eventually arrives at a tavern. At first glance, the establishment does not seem particularly safe, but since it is open, he decides to enter anyway. A waitress welcomes him as he makes his way farther inside. Eldo asks whether he can sit by himself. The waitress explains that the tavern is too crowded for that and that he will need to share a table with someone else. Eldo ends up taking a seat beside a blonde girl. He glances at the food the girl is eating. Without giving it much thought, Eldo decides to order the same meal, a beef burger with chickpeas, simply because the dish looks incredibly appetizing. When his food arrives, Eldo takes a bite and sincerely remarks that it really is delicious. Suddenly, an angry man wearing a black eye patch over his right eye storms into the tavern and starts shouting at the waitress. He demands to know why she did not reserve the best seats for his men as he had instructed, angrily asking whether she can see that he has a map. The waitress apologizes but explains that the tavern does not accept reservations. She tells him that he will have to wait for his companions and take whatever seats become available. The man continues shouting indignantly, pointing out that there are currently no empty places. The waitress asks him to wait until someone leaves and frees up a seat. The man responds with a grin, saying that he understands perfectly. He simply needs to clear a place himself. He walks past her and heads directly toward Eldo's table. The man looks down at Eldo before suddenly turning toward the girl seated across from him and ordering her to leave the table immediately. The girl becomes visibly frightened. Watching the scene unfold, Eldo starts to lose his patience and openly says that the man's behavior is making him angry. Hearing this, the man turns toward Eldo and commands him to repeat what he just said. Eldo asks why the man thinks he can simply storm into the tavern and force him to give up his seat. He advises him to wait until one of the other customers leaves. The man responds angrily, ordering Eldo to get out of the tavern and free the table. Eldo realizes that there is clearly no point trying to reason with him. Even so, he tells the man to calm down and simply wait for his friends to arrive. Eldo adds that by the time they get there, he will probably have finished eating anyway. Without any sense of urgency, Eldo slowly takes another bite of his beef burger and casually remarks on how delicious it is. Seeing his completely relaxed expression only makes the man even angrier, and he orders Eldo to stop showing off. Without warning, the man draws his sword from its sheath directly in front of Eldo's face. Eldo, however, shows no surprise whatsoever. Everyone else in the tavern becomes frightened. The man raises his sword above his head, apparently preparing to strike Eldo. Watching him, the hero momentarily freezes before concluding that this man must be unbelievably stupid. Eldo is equally stunned by the attacker's intended technique. In fact, he realizes that he has never seen a worse sword-fighting style in his life. As the man prepares to attack, Eldo calmly picks up a fork. The moment the sword comes down, Eldo deflects the strike with the fork while simultaneously delivering a critical counter. Everyone who witnesses the exchange is left completely stunned. The man himself cannot believe that his sword strike was blocked by nothing more than an ordinary fork. Eldo asks what the man intends to do now. He points out that he is merely defending himself, meaning he should face no punishment for his actions. Eldo then grabs the man's arm, twists it into a hold, and forces him against the wall, pressing his stomach into it. Eldo explains that he can use a skill to increase his strength and could easily break the man's arm. The man shouts that Eldo would never dare do something like that and expect to get away with it. Eldo replies that breaking his arm would be the least he deserves for being an idiot who swings a sword around inside a tavern. Being called an idiot only makes the man even more furious. Eldo begins wondering whether this man might actually be some kind of famous adventurer. Clenching his fists in anger, the man orders Eldo to listen carefully. He declares that he possesses a bronze card from Zany's company and promises Eldo that he will make his life a living hell. Eldo asks what exactly a bronze card is. A nearby man explains that companies award bronze cards to adventurers as symbols of respect and gratitude, while also serving as marks of prestige. Eldo immediately compares the man's card with the one Mina gave him. The man maliciously shouts that Zany's company will take revenge on Eldo. Remaining completely calm, Eldo replies that he happens to have a similar card himself. He pulls out his own card and shows it to the man, leaving him utterly stunned. The man collapses in fear and shouts that Eldo is holding a gold card from Mikisi's company. The moment everyone else in the tavern hears this, the entire room erupts into commotion. One of the knights approaches Eldo and admits that he never expected anyone inside the tavern to be carrying such a card. Eldo himself is surprised to discover just how valuable it apparently is. The man drops to his knees and begs Eldo for mercy, desperately offering him everything he owns. Eldo simply replies that he does not want anything from him. The hero is stunned by how much influence the card he received actually carries. Gasps of surprise spread throughout the tavern. Some people remark that they have never seen Eldo before, while others begin feeling sorry for the man unfortunate enough to provoke him. As everyone discusses Eldo's card, they reach the same conclusion. He is clearly no ordinary person. Eldo decides that, for the time being, it would be better to put the card away somewhere safely out of sight. Suddenly, guards rush into the tavern to investigate what happened. Eldo is surprised that someone actually called them. The eye-patched man crawls toward the guards and asks them to arrest him, admitting that he was the one who attacked first. The guards are visibly confused by his behavior but agree to take him into custody. Eldo decides that he has already attracted more than enough attention and that it would be best to return to his hotel. As he leaves, the girl who had been sitting at the same table catches up with him and sincerely thanks him. Eldo advises her to be careful and stay away from trouble. At the same time, he privately admits that during the incident, accident. He had really only been concerned about his own safety. Eldo heads back toward the hotel with a coupon in his hand. It turns out that his meal was free, and he was even given another coupon for a free lunch in the future. The hero decides to return to his room and get some sleep until the appointed time arrives. Back at the hotel, however, Eldo finds himself unable to sleep at all because he is too excited about having fought someone while still being a beginner. Still, he is glad that his body has at least had time to recover. Now fully rested, Eldo is ready to leave. Eldo walks through the city in the middle of the night and notices that nearly all of its residents are asleep at this hour. To navigate the darkness, he activates the night vision skill. The moment the skill takes effect, the nighttime city appears as bright and clear as if it were daytime. Eldo notes that night vision is available to every class and hopes that not many people in this world are aware of the ability. Eventually, Eldo reaches the ruins of the cathedral. As he approaches the building, he suddenly realizes that someone is still inside. He concludes that the people occupying the church are awake, meaning he will need to proceed carefully. Eldo has no intention of getting dragged into an unnecessary fight. Remembering the many different churches from the game in his previous life, Eldo concludes that a building like this should have a hidden underground room used for changing classes. Judging by the voices coming from inside the church, he suspects they are coming from the basement. Eldo quietly makes his way down the stairs and peers through a narrow gap in the door. Inside the room, he sees a group of robbers drinking together. He also notices that the lock on the door is loose. Realizing that entering through this door would be a poor choice, Eldo retreats and heads back outside. He approaches a well located near the cathedral and begins climbing down toward the bottom. Eldo remembers that in churches like this, wells often served as hidden entrances leading directly into the basement. His assumption proves correct. After descending into the well, he discovers a door and decides to enter through it. However, Eldo understands that simply walking through the door would leave him vulnerable to an attack. To distract the people inside, he draws his sword and uses it to break the lock off the door. The moment the lock breaks, Eldo quickly runs as far away as possible. The sudden noise startles the men inside, but none of them manage to spot him. Knowing that he no longer has enough time to climb carefully back down, Eldo simply jumps into the well. As he falls, he activates the soft landing skill to safely reach the bottom. Eldo lands smoothly. While the men above search for whoever caused the disturbance, he slips through the door at the bottom of the well. On the other side, Eldo discovers what appears to be a storage room. Suddenly, something inside the white bags catches Eldo's attention. What he discovers leaves him genuinely surprised. The bags contain illegal substances, items that also existed in the game from his previous world. Back then, one particular organization had deliberately distributed them, eventually causing a number of problems. Eldo decides not to burn what he has found just yet and instead continues investigating the area. He opens another door and unexpectedly comes face to face with one of the guards stationed in the ruins. The man immediately shouts that he has found the intruder and calls for the rest of his group. Eldo quickly becomes alarmed. The guards cannot understand how Eldo managed to get into the basement, but rather than wasting time figuring it out, they ultimately decide to kill him. Eldo immediately runs as fast as he can, dodging numerous arrows as they fly toward him. He realizes that he needs to change his class as quickly as possible. Then, without warning, Eldo notices a portrait of the god of classes carved onto one of the doors. He rushes through it immediately and discovers a human-sized statue of the god inside. Eldo realizes that this is the place he has been searching for. He quickly barricades the entrance by pushing a bookcase in front of the door. Looking at the statue, Eldo remembers that a person can change classes in a place like this either by receiving a priest's blessing or by reciting the spell associated with their chosen profession. Eldo focuses entirely on the profession he has chosen, one belonging to a person capable of mastering every form of magic and understanding all magical laws. It is the most powerful class in the world, so overwhelmingly strong that it even disrupts the balance of the game. Eldo chooses to receive the blessing of the sage class. Suddenly, the sphere held in the statue's hands begins to glow, and Eldo's body starts undergoing a transformation. Eldo becomes a sage. Parts of his clothing change, and a scarf appears tied around his neck. The hero tries to understand the strange sensations running through him. Looking at his hand, Eldo remembers that even when he became a sage in the game, he never experienced anything like this. Changing classes in reality feels completely different. Suddenly, his thoughts are interrupted by the people trying to capture him. Eldo realizes that he no longer has time to remain inside the cathedral. He extends one hand toward the wall, and several circular magical patterns appear around his palm. Eldo activates Fireball, launching an enormous sphere of flame that blasts apart a section of the wall and creates an escape route. While the men inside are still trying to smash through the barricaded door with a wooden beam, Eldo is already making his way back toward the well. He activates the flight skill and rises into the air, soaring high above the cathedral. From above, Eldo can see that the men are still searching for him. Realizing that there is no longer any reason to remain in the area, he flies away. After eventually descending to the ground to rest, Eldo is suddenly attacked by someone who throws a dagger at him. He manages to dodge the weapon and turns around in alarm. The man standing before him appears slightly surprised by Eldo's quick reflexes. The stranger is dressed in a black robe identical to those worn by the people who had been watching the ship. He remarks that Eldo is quite skilled at strategically using his abilities and skills. His intentions are clearly far from friendly. Eldo suddenly notices a crest displayed on the man's robe and recognizes it as the symbol of the Garden of Despair. The Society of the Garden of Despair is surrounded by mystery. From what is known, it appears to be a sinister organization whose goal is to destroy society. In Broken Balance Online, the Garden of Despair was the most dangerous organization in the entire game. The robed man is surprised that Eldo recognizes the society's name and asks how he knows about it. Eldo replies that he knows the Garden of Despair was responsible for trying to sink the ship he traveled on. The man admits that he is impressed Eldo knows this, since even many members of the organization are unaware of what happened with the dragon. In reality, Eldo had simply been bluffing in an attempt to extract information, only to accidentally guess the truth. The man explains that he heard rumors about an adventurer carrying a poor-quality sword who somehow managed to repel a dragon's attacks. He asks whether that adventurer was Eldo. Eldo responds that he does not appreciate hearing his weapon described as poor, considering that he paid 150,000 gil for it. Eldo asks what would happen if he really were the person from those rumors. In response, the robed man invites him to join the Garden of Despair. Eldo is genuinely stunned by the unexpected offer. The man says that he can personally vouch for him because he is a member of the Brassus Supremacy. He also claims that he can give Eldo anything he desires. Eldo is unsure how to respond. He doubts the man's attempt to recruit him, yet at the same time, he considers accepting the offer simply to ensure his own survival. The hero knows that he is still only a level 5 sage, and part of him is also curious about joining the organization. Even so, Eldo tells the man that he has no interest in the Garden of Despair. The stranger replies that he is not asking Eldo to remain forever and suggests that he simply try being a member for 1 week. He continues tempting Eldo with promises of money and the ability to commit murder without punishment. The man claims that once Eldo kills someone, he will inevitably want to kill again, and with those words, he suddenly attacks. Eldo once again manages to evade the strike, which narrowly misses his head. Eldo admits that, unfortunately, he has never killed anyone before. He adds that he has no idea whether killing will become addictive, but he is willing to find out. With that, Eldo prepares to attack. The hero decides that if he is going to begin killing, he might as well start with the robed man in front of him. Eldo charges with his sword while his opponent responds by hurling a barrage of daggers. Eldo uses his sword to deflect every dagger flying toward him. Eventually, he manages to close the distance and rush directly at the man. Eldo thrusts his sword forward, preparing to stab him, only for the man to casually deflect the attack with a single dagger. The ease with which he does it leaves Eldo stunned. The robed man once again angrily mocks Eldo's sword, calling it pathetic. He pulls another dagger from inside his robe and swings it toward Eldo, but the hero manages to evade the attack once again. Eldo notices that unlike him, his opponent needs only one hand to wield his weapon. From this alone, he concludes that the robed man is unquestionably stronger than he is. The man lets out a loud, malicious laugh. He tells Eldo that his death is now only a matter of time. Eldo responds by activating the clay projectile skill and launching the projectiles toward his opponent at tremendous speed. The man leaps away and successfully avoids them. After landing, he laughs and remarks that judging by Eldo's movements, one might assume he was carrying an extremely light sword, when in reality, he is actually a mage. Eldo raises his blade and shouts that they are about to find out, then charges toward his opponent once again. A brief exchange follows. The man attacks, but Eldo skillfully dodges and immediately counters. His opponent avoids the returning strike as well before jumping backward. Eldo then casts another spell. Believing that the hero is targeting his legs, the man mocks the move as incredibly petty. Suddenly, however, the man discovers that he cannot lift his foot from the ground. Strange, pale bindings seem to wrap around his entire body. Confused, he struggles to understand what the sticky substance is or why he can no longer move. Watching him, Eldo realizes that his sticky bomb has worked exactly as intended. The spell spreads a sticky substance across whatever area it strikes. Visually, the spell closely resembles the clay projectiles Eldo used earlier, making the two extremely difficult to distinguish in the darkness. Eldo realizes that his decision to use the projectiles first and follow them with the sticky bomb was the correct strategy. The trapped man continues struggling to break free, but every attempt only causes him to become even more stuck as the substance spreads around him. Meanwhile, Eldo calmly approaches and prepares another spell. Smiling, he apologizes to the man for refusing to let himself be killed. In an instant, the man is engulfed by an explosion as Eldo activates the firebomb skill. His body burns intensely while Eldo continues watching him. The flames keep consuming the man, but suddenly Eldo notices him pull out some kind of capsule-like tablet and swallow it. Almost immediately, the man's body regenerates. Even the flames stop causing him any harm. Then one of his arms suddenly grows enormous and muscular, while his claws lengthen until they resemble those of a wild animal. Eldo stares in shock at what is happening before him. The man has transformed into some kind of monster. The creature swings its massive arm and strikes the exact spot where Eldo had been standing with tremendous force. The impact destroys part of the bridge, leaving an enormous hole in the middle. The man has now completely transformed into a creature that barely resembles a human. Eldo is already airborne, having dodged the attack. As he studies the monster from above, he concludes that the pill must have been an artificial demon medicine. The artificial demon medicine is a drug used by the leaders of the Garden of Despair in BBO. It strips away a person's sanity and permanently prevents them from returning to their original form, but in exchange, it grants them an enormous increase in strength. The fact that this man possessed the medicine suggests that the Garden of Despair from BBO and the organization in this world share far more than just the same name and emblem. Eldo realizes that fighting this the young man casts a spell and launches a flaming arrow. The creature effortlessly catches it in one hand, only for the projectile to explode inside its fist, causing tremendous pain. Eldo immediately catches the monster off guard again by casting Fire Arrow multiplied by 5. Around 5 flaming arrows shoot toward the creature, exploding on contact and inflicting massive damage across the surrounding area. At first glance, the monster appears to have been completely destroyed. White smoke rises from the place where it had been standing, while black scorch marks cover the stone bridge. Eldo studies the blast site more carefully and concludes that the target has been eliminated. He turns away and flies from the battlefield, hoping that no one noticed him. By the following morning, Eldo is sitting in his room with his sword in hand, deeply absorbed in thought. He had spent the entire night expecting someone to follow him and launch another attack, preventing him from getting any sleep. At least he managed to eliminate those who openly pursued him the previous night. Eldo realizes that he cannot ignore the possibility of another confrontation with this Brassus. After considering the situation, he decides to head out into the city. As he walks through the streets, Eldo thinks about how a sage should have a staff. He can certainly cast magic without one, but the difference in power between fighting with a staff and without one would be significant. He remembers the battle against the sea dragon and realizes that they were only able to defeat it so quickly because the other people involved in the fight had good equipment. After some time, Eldo arrives at a local shop. The place is packed with customers and bustling with activity. As he examines the merchandise, Eldo has to admit that, regardless of what anyone might say, the capital's weapon shops offer an excellent selection. However, every staff on display appears to be designed exclusively for the wizard class. There are many different types of staves. A sage can use any of them, but naturally, only a staff specifically made for a sage can bring out the class's full power. Eldo begins to think that he may soon have to ask an old friend for a favor. Sometime later, he arrives at an establishment housed inside an enormous building. A familiar girl greets him, remarking that she has not seen Eldo in quite a while, or rather, since yesterday. She asks what he needs from her so urgently. Eldo explains that he has been shopping since morning, but has been unable to find the particular item he is looking for. He pulls out the card she gave him recently, looks at it, and remarks that there is clearly something special about it. Whenever he shows it, people immediately begin treating him with extraordinary politeness. Eldo adds that the card even caused a commotion at a pub, where people began apologizing to him and practically rolled out the red carpet. The girl does not seem particularly surprised and simply asks what exactly he is searching for. Eldo tells her that, in truth, he needs a staff. She asks why he would need a staff when he is a swordsman. Eldo corrects her, explaining that he is actually a sage. The girl admits that she has never heard of such a class and asks whether a sage is some kind of combination between a swordsman and a wizard. Eldo replies that sage is a purely magical profession. Swordsmen, on the other hand, are usually beginners. The girl then asks how Eldo managed to repel the sea dragon's attack. He responds that even a beginner can wield a sword that way. His answer surprises her, considering that the sea dragon is still an A-rank monster. Eldo insists that anyone could fight like that with enough training, but as far as he is concerned, his true profession is sage. The girl remarks that it seems like Eldo is wasting his time pursuing anything other than swordsmanship. Still, since he is clearly so powerful, she assumes he must have a good reason for wanting a staff. Saying that she understands him, she offers to show Eldo the finest staves available in their establishment. Before long, they enter a weapon room filled filled with an impressive collection of high-quality equipment. Eldo is amazed by the arsenal and admits that every staff there is first class. However, despite their quality, he quickly realizes that none of them are suitable for a sage. Then Eldo notices a rather ordinary-looking staff and immediately says that it will work for him. He asks the girl whether she would mind letting him take that one. The girl agrees, but warns that she cannot recommend the staff. It was discovered during an excavation of ancient ruins and, as far as anyone knows, is completely useless. Eldo says that this staff will suit him perfectly. The moment he takes it in his hands, he immediately recognizes the unmistakable feel of a true sage's staff. He realizes that the staff is genuinely magnificent. It was probably underestimated simply because it had been tested or used by a magician. Then Eldo notices the price tag, 25 million gil, and is stunned. The girl explains that every item in the collection is expensive regardless of its actual functionality, although payment does not necessarily have to be made with money. Awkwardly, Eldo pulls out his sword and explains that aside from money, the only thing he owns is this blade, which is worth roughly 150 gil. The girl tells him that what she actually wants is the number on his guild card. She is willing to value it at 30 million gil. Looking at his card, Eldo assumes that accepting the deal means he will somehow have to work off those 30 million gil. The girl clarifies that she is not forcing him to do anything. She simply wants access to his guild number in exchange for the staff. Eldo asks what could possibly make his guild number so valuable. The girl explains that she needs it in order to issue personalized requests directly to him. He will not be obligated to accept them, but if he does, she intends to reward him generously. Eldo realizes that she is willing to spend 30 million gil merely for the opportunity to send him personal assignments. He asks whether that is not excessive considering that he is only an F-rank adventurer. The girl replies that his low rank makes this an even better opportunity. She wants to secure him before the other trading companies discover how powerful he really is. She adds that 30 million gil is normally the amount offered for an A-rank adventurer. Eldo realizes that she is essentially investing in his future potential. Smiling, he says that he will gladly accept her offer. Eldo takes the staff and asks the girl not to be too demanding with the personal requests she sends him. She smiles and says that she will eagerly wait for him. Sometime later, Eldo walks through the streets, thinking that this is exactly what he should have expected from the head of a trading company. She purchased a valuable weapon for him without hesitation. In reality, however, Eldo knows that he received far more than he needed. Just imagining what kinds of requests Mina might send him is somewhat frightening. Still, if any of them are unreasonable, he can simply refuse. As he continues walking, Eldo suddenly turns around sharply. He has the distinct feeling that someone is following him. It seems that yet another problem may have found the hero. Eldo tightens his grip on his newly acquired staff. He deliberately heads into an alley before suddenly demanding that whoever is hiding reveal themselves. Eldo warns that if the person does not come out immediately, he will consider them an enemy. A man suddenly rushes out with both hands raised, shouting for Eldo to wait. He hurriedly insists that he is not some suspicious stranger. Removing his hat, the man explains that he came from the guild. Eldo asks whether he truly represents the guild. The man says that he saw Eldo in action aboard the ship and became interested in him. Eldo asks whether the man had also been aboard the vessel and, if so, why he is following him now. The man cheerfully insists that he was not stalking Eldo, merely observing him. He explains that he wants to recruit Eldo as a scout for the guild because he considers him such a powerful swordsman. Eldo asks what exactly the man means by a scout. The man explains that the guild has a position known as a righteous tamer. Unlike an ordinary swordsman, someone in this role receives a large fixed payment, and he is currently searching for a suitable person to fill the position. Eldo thinks that it sounds somewhat similar to being a public servant. He briefly considers accepting while his rank is still low, although the position also seems likely to involve being forced into unpleasant work. Eldo apologizes and explains that he would rather remain free to act as he chooses. The man says he understands and agrees to leave him alone. However, if Eldo ever changes his mind, he can visit the guild at any time. Laughing, the man adds that he will always be happy to welcome someone capable of noticing that he was being followed. He tells Eldo that if he goes to the guild and mentions that he was sent by Lydius, he will be accepted immediately. Once he is alone again, Eldo reflects on the fact that no such profession existed in BBO. In the game, quests were constantly refreshed, and nothing happened if players ignored them. In this world, however, there are actual clients, as well as people who can end up in serious trouble when no one accepts their requests. Eldo decides to begin with whatever he is currently capable of doing. He heads to the Adventurers Guild, only to become confused when he notices that the request board is almost completely empty. He finds it strange that even though this is the guild in the capital, there are hardly any monster taming assignments available. If that is the case, case, then righteous tamers must have practically nothing to do. Eldo approaches one of the guild administrators and says that he has a question regarding the available assignments. The girl politely asks what kind of work he is interested in. Eldo asks whether there are any requests involving the taming of monsters. She explains that pacification requests are scarce in the capital. In addition to their regular training, the royal troops handle monster taming themselves, which leaves very few such assignments for adventurers. Eldo realizes that he will probably need to move somewhere else. He thanks the girl for explaining the situation and says that he will pass on this kind of work for now. He then asks whether it is possible to change his registered profession here. Smiling, the girl asks which profession he would like to switch to. Eldo replies that he wants to become a sage. The girl tells him that the profession ball does not recognize any class by that name. Eldo thinks about this and realizes that professions not obtained through the coming-of-age ceremony receive very little attention in this world. Apparently, the guild is unlikely to recognize any profession that has not been approved by the profession ball. To officially register a class with the guild, a person must touch the ball and have their profession confirmed by it. For example, if someone is a wizard, the wizard's ball will register them accordingly. Eldo apologizes and says that he will leave his profession unchanged. At the same time, he thinks that being registered as a beginner does not necessarily mean everything available to him will be unprofitable. The girl admits that she knows very little about the lower professions, but suggests that perhaps the ball associated with lower professions might react to him. Eldo asks what she means by lower professions. She explains that classes such as Berserker and Saint fall into that category. They can sometimes be found in low-ranking parties, although most people who choose them eventually give up halfway through. Eldo remembers that BBO divided professions into two categories: basic professions and higher professions. Basic professions included wizards, swordsmen, archers, healers, and similar classes. Higher professions, meanwhile, included sage, hero, berserker, and saint. Higher professions almost never appear during the coming-of-age ceremony. Apparently, the classes considered among the best in BBO are regarded as some of the worst in this world. Eldo assumes this is because, with the same number of monsters defeated, the level of a basic profession rises considerably more. Even so, the abilities of higher professions should surpass those of other classes even at low levels. So as long as the difference in level is not too large, there should be little reason for a party to remove someone with a higher profession. Eldo asks why Saint is considered a lower profession when even its basic ability, Divine Healing, restores more health than a healer's equivalent skill. The administrator looks confused and asks what Divine Healing is. Her question immediately surprises Eldo. He cannot understand how a guild administrator could be unfamiliar with such a basic ability. At that point, Eldo decides that it would be better to remain registered as a beginner. The girl agrees. As Eldo walks through the streets, he concludes that apparently even the capital has nothing worthwhile for him to do. It may be better to search for assignments in another city. Before leaving, however, he decides to stop by one place and say goodbye. A girl sitting on a couch asks whether he needs anything. Eldo explains that he simply thought he should let her know that he plans to leave the capital. Taking a cup of tea, Eldo explains that he deliberately became an adventurer, yet there are practically no pacification requests available in the city. The girl replies that the capital has been relatively peaceful lately. She admits that adventuring could still serve as some kind of side job, but allowing Eldo to leave would be a significant loss for the country. Eldo asks her not to exaggerate, but she insists that she is being completely serious. Powerful adventurers are rare, yet their actions can have an enormous impact on the economy. She says that Eldo himself is one of those people, since he recently prevented the Manga company's transport ship from sinking. Aboard that vessel were major figures from the economic world, including herself, as well as prominent members of the guild. According to her, if that ship had sunk, the entire country would currently be in chaos. Eldo realizes that the vessel he helped save was far more important than he originally thought. The girl then changes the subject and asks where Eldo intends to go next. He explains that after studying the map, he decided to begin with the nearby town of Jasta. She tells him that Jasta is a good choice and believes he should be able to find suitable assignments there. Then she suddenly remembers something and mentions that there is actually one worthwhile taming mission available in the capital. Eldo immediately becomes interested. She explains that the assignment involves eliminating a giant C-rank mole. Eldo says that he has never heard of such a monster before and privately assumes that it must be a creature unique to this world. Eldo asks where the monster can currently be found. The girl explains that the Manga company owns farmland within the capital. Naturally, the fields are small compared with those in the main grain-producing regions. Eldo learns something new about the Manga company. It is involved in agriculture as well. He asks whether giant moles have really appeared in those fields, and the girl confirms that they have. She tells Eldo that if he starts immediately, she will pay him 500,000 gil for every monster he kills. She also wants him to eliminate all of them. Eldo realizes that this is an almost unimaginable reward for a pacification assignment, so he gladly agrees to accept the job. The girl thanks him and emphasizes that the mission is genuinely difficult. By accepting it, Eldo is truly saving them. Surprised by her reaction, he asks whether the situation is really that serious. The girl explains that giant moles remain hidden underground, which makes dealing with them particularly difficult. Eldo replies that he will at least give it a try. Before he leaves, she suggests taking both a map and a written copy of the request with him. Some time later, Eldo passes beyond the city walls and reaches the company's farmland. According to the map, he has arrived at the correct location. Looking around, Eldo remarks that the entire area resembles ordinary countryside. He realizes that even the capital has places like this. Mina had described the fields as small, but Eldo cannot understand which part of this enormous area she was referring to. Rather than waste time thinking about it, he decides to ask the local administration directly. Eldo approaches a small wooden building and knocks on the door. A woman comes outside and asks whether he has business with the rural administration of the Manhwa company. Eldo explains that he was sent by Mina, the head of the company. He shows her the written request. The woman takes the document and immediately becomes delighted. Recognizing Eldo as the adventurer assigned to the job, she thanks him for accepting the request. She tells Eldo that she is counting on him. Before she can leave, however, Eldo asks her to wait. He explains that he came to deal with the giant moles and asks which of the surrounding fields belong to the Manhwa company. The woman replies that every field in the area belongs to Manhwa. Eldo is stunned by the sheer size of the territory. He remembers Mina describing these as small fields and cannot understand how she could possibly consider them small. Eldo realizes that this is just like what happened at the tavern and begins wondering exactly how influential the Manhwa company really is in this world. Eldo says that he has one more question. Clearing the monsters without damaging the farmland will be difficult, so he wants to know how much collateral damage is acceptable. The woman replies that as long as he does not burn the fields with fire magic, everything should be fine. She apologizes for sounding rude, then asks whether Eldo truly intends to handle the mission alone. If the job takes too long, she suggests finding someone to assist him. Eldo assures her that there is no problem because all the monsters will soon gather in one place. The woman has no idea what he means. Eldo activates an ability called Earth Lure, spreading magic across the nearby ground. Underground creatures do not search for food primarily through sight, but instead rely on smell or magical energy. Eldo plans to exploit those instincts and use them to draw the monsters directly toward him. After some time, he senses that the creatures have arrived. Moments later, giant moles suddenly burst out from beneath the ground. Holding his staff in front of him, Eldo finally understands the problem. If creatures like these are allowed to move freely through the area, naturally they will completely ruin the land. Eldo casts Ice Block, causing numerous shards of ice to form overhead. He taps his staff against the ground, and the frozen projectiles immediately rain down. The attack traps the monsters inside enormous blocks of ice, leaving the moles completely unable to move. Eldo turns toward the woman from the rural administration, who is standing nearby in absolute shock. He apologizes, admitting that he caused more damage than he intended. The woman assures him that everything is fine and thanks him for his help. Sometime later, the special personal request to eliminate the giant moles is officially completed. Eldo later returns to the person who hired him. The maid who escorts him inside turns to Ms. Mina and informs her that the man carrying the gold card has arrived. Mina turns toward Eldo and remarks that he has returned surprisingly quickly, then asks whether he perhaps forgot something. Eldo replies that he did not. He has already completed the assignment. Mina smiles and comments on how fast he was, only to suddenly process what he just said. A moment later, she stares at him in shock and asks him to repeat himself. She asks whether he truly completed the mission that quickly, pointing out that there were supposed to be 20 giant moles. Eldo corrects her, saying there were actually 31. He conducted a thorough reconnaissance, so he is confident that the number is accurate. Eldo adds that he has already reported everything to the guild. Mina is stunned that not even 3 hours have passed and asks how he managed to eliminate them so quickly. Eldo explains that he used magic to lure them together. He tells her that he created an attractive magical presence and then used the Earth Lure ability to draw the monsters into one location before destroying the area where they gathered. Mina admits that she has never heard of such a technique and asks whether Eldo is skilled not only with a sword but with magic as well. Eldo explains that it is not simply a matter of understanding magic, it is actually his primary profession, while swordsmanship is merely something he uses to support himself. Mina responds that Eldo hardly seems human. With that, she confirms the successful completion of his mission. Eldo then prepares to leave for Fiesta. Mina tells him that she will pray for his safety, since traveling between different cities is simply part part of an adventurer's life. Sometime later, Eldo visits the Adventurers Guild. The administrator hands him his payment and announces that the Manga company has awarded him 20 million gil. Eldo is stunned by the enormous sum. The administrator suggests that the amount probably includes an additional bonus. Eldo reflects that while people keep telling him that he is absurdly powerful, the same could easily be said about the Manga company. A few days later, Eldo arrives in the city of Fiesta. He immediately heads to the Adventurers Guild and examines the request board, only to discover that there are very few assignments available. He wonders whether the area also has relatively few monsters because Fiesta is located close to the capital. Eldo plans to move somewhere else eventually, but since he has already come this far, he still wants to complete some assignments here first. He approaches the female administrator and asks whether he can ask her something. When she asks what he wants to know, Eldo explains that he intends to accept a request and wants to know whether it is possible to report its completion at a guild branch in another city. The administrator explains that as long as the guild is located within the same country, that will not be a problem. If Eldo carries the written request with him and brings back a body part from the eliminated monster as proof, everything will be accepted. Eldo selects several requests and says that he would like to take them. The girl confirms that the assignments involve eliminating grass mantises and giant frogs. She remarks that it is fortunate there are still some requests left to accept. Eldo asks what she means by that. The administrator explains that an adventurer known by the nickname Flamepike is currently in Fiesta and that she has two names. Eldo imagines some heavily built man and remarks that Flamepike certainly sounds like the name of someone extremely powerful. The administrator explains that there is a reason for such a title. Adventurers can be given two names, and since Gillard's current whereabouts are unknown, Flamepike is now considered the strongest and most famous adventurer in the world. Eldo wonders whether this adventurer is really as impressive as everyone claims. He admits that he would genuinely like to meet them, while also wondering why nobody seems to know where Gillard is. Sometime later, Eldo is already inside the forest near Fiesta. Looking around, he decides that this is probably the best place to begin his assignments. He activates the magic search spell, sending an invisible wave of magical energy outward from his body. Through his enhanced vision, Eldo begins seeing images of mantises hidden among the surrounding trees. He locates the creatures and determines that there are roughly 10 of them within a 10-kilometer radius. These are grass mantises, the monsters he needs to eliminate to complete one of his two assignments. Eldo takes a step forward and activates magic invisibility, causing his body to vanish into thin air. Magic invisibility is an ability that allows its user to remain hidden. The effect disappears whenever another spell is cast, but it is extremely useful for approaching enemies without being noticed. Using it, Eldo closes the distance to the mantises before suddenly revealing himself directly in front of them. He casts Fire Ring, surrounding the monsters with a wall of flames and leaving them with nowhere to escape. Eldo then tightens the ring, quickly burning the creatures and successfully eliminating the first group. Using magic search for reconnaissance before attacking from magic invisibility is the sage's basic solo hunting strategy. Other approaches exist, but this is the most effective method when hunting large numbers of monsters. Suddenly, something catches Eldo's attention. He decides to investigate by activating magic search once again. This time, Eldo detects a girl fighting an enormous gorilla-like monster. He immediately realizes that they are already in the middle of a battle and, judging by the creature's presence, it appears to be the boss of this area. An area boss is an exceptionally powerful monster that appears at specific times. Defeating one grants a large amount of experience, making it possible to increase one's level significantly. Eldo activates magic invisibility again, intending to approach unnoticed and first determine exactly what is happening. Even when an area boss is defeated by multiple people, everyone involved still receives a respectable amount of experience. Eldo decides that if the fight becomes difficult, he will probably take advantage of the opportunity. As he approaches the battlefield, Eldo sees the massive gorilla boss facing a blonde girl armed with a spear. The girl charges forward and thrusts her spear directly at the monster, but the boss easily deflects her attack before immediately counterattacking. The impact sends the girl flying backward, and Eldo's invisibility disappears. Spotting him, she asks whether he is an adventurer and immediately tells him to run away. She quickly returns to fighting. Eldo realizes that the area boss really is an angry monkey. Despite its enormous body, the creature moves surprisingly fast, making it even more difficult to defeat alone than the sea dragon. Even so, the petite adventurer fighting the monster has exceeded all of Eldo's expectations. Realizing that the situation is becoming dangerous, he feels that he should intervene and help her. Eldo knows that his current abilities are not enough to defeat the boss by himself, so he decides that it is finally time to spend his skill points and acquire some useful new abilities. Normally, obtaining new abilities required undergoing a ceremony at a church. Eldo activates ability 12 1208, Blood Poison, followed by ability 1211, Shadow Fog. Eldo reasons that if the same principles from BBO apply here, the command should work. Once everything is prepared, he declares that he is ready. He begins by casting Sticky Bomb, then follows it with Magic Lure, releasing waves of magical energy from his body. The monster suddenly stops directly in front of the girl, turns around, and charges straight toward Eldo instead. Confused, the girl stammers as she asks what is happening. Eldo knows that Magic Lure is a spell designed to provoke an enemy and draw its attention. However, he attracted the monster toward himself for a specific reason. Without warning, the creature steps directly into the sticky substance left behind by the sticky bomb and immediately falls face first onto the ground. The girl stares at the scene in astonishment. Eldo then casts Shadow Fog, spreading a dark cloud directly across the monster's eyes. His next move is Blood Poison, which Eldo blows straight toward the creature. Shadow Fog restricts the opponent's field of vision, while Blood Poison weakens its physical strength. The blonde girl approaches Eldo and asks whether he really managed to neutralize the angry monkey when even she had been unable to do so. Eldo notices that the way she speaks makes it sound as though she considers herself the strongest adventurer around. He tells her that she should focus on recovering first, then casts a healing spell on her injured shoulder. The girl immediately notices that the pain has disappeared and asks Eldo what he just did. Eldo explains that he simply used healing magic. The girl realizes that this means he can use both offensive and healing spells, something she has never heard of an adventurer being capable of before. Eldo realizes that neither sages nor ordinary adventurers in this world seem to know even the fundamentals of self-healing. However, he tells her that this is not their main concern right now. The real problem is the boss lying nearby. The girl does not understand what he means, so Eldo explains that he has not completely finished the monster off. Since his level is still low, the spells he used are not particularly powerful. Eldo knows that he could eventually kill the creature by repeatedly using Blood Poison, but unfortunately, that would take far too long. Instead, he considers finding reinforcements. He remembers hearing that Flame Lance, the world's strongest adventurer, is somewhere nearby. The girl casually reveals that she is Flame Lance, although her friends call her Miria. Eldo immediately asks whether she is serious. After all, he had been told that she was the strongest adventurer. Eldo assumed someone with that reputation would be able to finish off an angry monkey almost instantly, and when he heard the title Flame Lance, he had imagined some enormous, hot-blooded warrior. Eldo introduces himself by name and admits that he never expected Flame Lance to be such a tiny girl. Miria says that she will continue addressing him by his name and tells Eldo that he can simply call her Miria in return. Blushing, Miria admits that she must have looked terrible during the fight because the angry monkey was completely beyond her abilities. Eldo quickly assures her that it is nothing like that and that he does not think poorly of her at all. Changing the subject, he asks whether her title, Flame Lance, comes from her ability to imbue her weapon with flames. Miria replies that Eldo is quite perceptive and confirms that he is absolutely right. Eldo then realizes that Miria's profession was considered one of the highest classes in BBO, even though it is treated as one of the lowest in this world. Her profession is hero. Eldo thinks that this is an incredible waste of potential. The hero class has extremely powerful high-level abilities. If Miria possessed advanced knowledge and skills, she could have defeated the angry monkey in no time. Still, now that Eldo knows she is a hero, there is nothing more to worry about. This battle should be over soon. He asks Miria to do him a favor. Eldo tells her that he will hold the monkey back while she focuses entirely on attacking it. Even one of the most basic abilities, such as combination attack, should be powerful enough. Miria asks what a combination attack is. At that moment, Eldo realizes that this world's lack of knowledge has exceeded even his expectations. With no other option, he tells Miria to repeat exactly what he says. Eldo instructs her to say the command for ability 1321, Combined Attack Activation. Miria repeats the words, and a skill panel suddenly appears in front of her. Startled by the unexpected sight, she asks what it is. Eldo tells her to try swinging her lance while shouting the name combination attack. Miria swings her weapon and calls out the ability. Suddenly, her lance begins to glow. Amazed that the skill actually activated, she asks whether abilities can really be learned this way. Eldo replies that, of course, there are other methods as well. Miria asks who Eldo really is. He simply says that he knows a little about these things and insists that he is nothing more than an ordinary F-rank adventurer. Miria immediately accuses him of lying, arguing that there is no possible way an F-rank adventurer could possess knowledge like this. Eldo calmly insists that he is telling the truth. Suddenly, the monkey boss appears near them again. Eldo realizes that the creature managed to tear away the section of earth to which it had been stuck. The boss slams its paws into the ground and shatters the chunk of earth still attached to it. Eldo points out that the monster still cannot see, but warns Miria to remain cautious because it may be begin attacking randomly. Miria shouts that this means they should be able to get closer to it. Eldo replies that he is about to remove all of his spells and personally take every one of the monster's attacks. Miria's role will be to strike the boss with combination attack. Hearing the plan, she immediately says that it is impossible. Eldo assures her that everything will be fine. He will keep the monkey under control, while Miria only needs to put everything she has into her attack. Miria finally agrees, telling Eldo to rely on her as she settles into a fighting stance. Eldo focuses himself, extends his staff in front of him, and casts a nullification spell. With a terrifying roar, the monster charges straight toward Eldo and Miria. It swings its massive arm to attack, but Eldo raises his staff in front of himself and withstands the powerful blow from the monkey boss. Eldo uses a magic defense spell. It is certainly no iron wall, but it is one of the sage's defensive abilities. Immediately afterward, he signals to Miria that now is the time to attack. Miria activates Flame Weapon, causing her lance to erupt in brilliant scarlet flames. She then uses the skill Eldo taught her, combination attack, striking the monkey directly in the head. Suddenly, Miria's burning lance begins to spin. Stunned by what is happening, she excitedly realizes that she can actually perform the technique. Miria lunges forward and drives the final strike directly into the monster's chest, sending the flames around her lance spiraling into a crimson vortex. Smoke begins rising from all over the monkey's body before it finally collapses unconscious. Once the fight is over, Miria stares at her lance in disbelief and remarks on how incredibly powerful her attack was. Eldo praises her for doing an excellent job and points out that they have also gained levels. Miria cannot believe that defeating the boss could really have been that easy. Eldo tells her that the victory was entirely thanks to her, since all he did was stop the monster's attacks. Miria is stunned by how casually Eldo dismisses his own contribution and says that what he did should have been impossible. With his extensive knowledge of abilities, she still refuses to believe that he is genuinely an F-rank adventurer. Eldo then asks Miria for another favor. He says it will not take long and asks whether she would be willing to form a party with him. Miria asks if he really wants her to team up with him. Eldo explains that he has been fighting bosses quite frequently lately. Whenever possible, he fights them himself to gain experience, but doing so alone takes far too much time. With Miria's offensive power, they could finish such battles much faster. Eldo proposes splitting all rewards equally and promises to teach her more about abilities as well. He asks her to consider the offer. Miria replies that she has no reason to refuse, although she still does not believe for a second that Eldo is truly F-rank. She extends her hand and says that she does not think he is a bad person. The two shake hands, and Miria tells Eldo that she is counting on him. Eldo responds in kind. A little later, Miria asks him about combining abilities. Eldo explains that skill points can be spent to acquire new abilities. In short, the abilities someone chooses can determine how a battle unfolds. The problem is that even as a person levels up, they cannot learn every available ability, and once skill points have been spent, they cannot be converted back. Miria asks what someone is supposed to do in that case. If Eldo understands the system so well, she wonders whether he already knows which abilities should be upgraded to become stronger. Eldo replies that he does know one combination he considers unbeatable, although he is not sure whether Miria will like it. Miria immediately asks him to tell her what that combination is. Eldo wonders whether they are moving too quickly and first asks whether she has ever learned an ability before. Miria confirms that she has. She explains that before meeting Eldo, she believed abilities simply became available as experience accumulated, which is how she ended up learning Flame Weapon. Eldo thinks that abilities are normally learned through the church, but Miria does not even know about that. He realizes that this lack of knowledge is exactly why she has made so little progress in understanding abilities. Eldo asks Miria what level she is, and she replies that she is level 18. He tells her that she only needs a few more levels, then asks why they should not continue leveling her up. Miria says that they certainly can keep leveling, but asks what they are supposed to do with the enormous monkey. They need to deliver it to the guild, and before that, they would still have to dismantle its body. Eldo replies that there is no need for any of that. He casts Magic Gathering, causing the monkey's body to sink into a strange dark liquid before completely disappearing. Miria immediately asks where the monkey went. Eldo explains that he used Magic Gathering to transfer it into another space. Confused, Miria asks what he means by another space. In the end, Miria decides not to question him any further. She remarks that Eldo will apparently always find some new way to surprise her. She says she will do everything she can, so they should get moving. Some time later, they encounter another monster. Miria drives her lance directly into its chest while Eldo supports her with his spells. Eventually, they notice that the sun has already set and the surroundings have grown dark. Eldo tells Miria that they should not push themselves too hard and suggests returning to the city. By that point, Eldo has reached level 10 while Miria has reached level 19. 19. She agrees that it is time to head back. Sometime later, at the Adventurers Guild, the female administrator stares at what has been placed in front of her and asks what exactly she is looking at. Miria explains that it is an A-rank monster known as an angry monkey. The administrator apologizes and admits that she has never seen one before. She quickly runs off, saying that she will call the branch chief. Eldo turns to Miria and asks her to come closer for a moment. He quietly asks her to tell everyone that she defeated the monster by herself. Miria asks why she should do that. Eldo explains that he does not care about achievements and has no desire to cause a commotion by letting everyone know that a rookie defeated an A-rank monster. Miria agrees, but tells Eldo that if he changes his mind, he can speak up at any time. Suddenly, a man rushes into the room and apologizes for making them wait. He immediately asks whether they really managed to defeat an A-rank monster. Miria confirms that they did, then asks how much the guild will pay them for the angry monkey. The man asks her to repeat herself, making sure that he really heard the words angry monkey correctly. He can hardly believe that they actually defeated such a creature. Miria turns toward Eldo and admits that he did most of the work. Eldo immediately protests, asking what happened to the conversation they just had. Miria apologizes and explains that everyone had suddenly gone quiet, so she felt she had to say something. The man says that he has never seen Eldo before and asks whether he has a second name. Miria explains that his name is Eldo and that he is an F-rank rookie. The man cannot believe that an F-rank rookie could possibly compete against an A-rank monster. Miria says that she thought exactly the same thing at first, but Eldo is very special. Miria says that this is why she initially felt as though she were being deceived as well, but the problem is probably caused by the system that prevents beginners from increasing their rank. Eldo immediately asks what she means. He asks whether beginners really cannot rank up. Miria replies that she never expected even Eldo not to know this. She explains that beginners are unable to advance in rank, while people with lower professions have an extremely difficult time doing so. Miria adds that even she had to work very hard to reach B rank. From what she has heard, the restriction was introduced to reduce the number of adventurers who died because their guild rank did not accurately reflect their true capabilities. Eldo asks whether this still applies even if they complete the same assignments as everyone else. Miria explains that around 10 years ago, such restrictions became an obstacle to rank advancement following reforms introduced by Cardinal Georges, who held the highest position at the time. That was how the current system came into existence. The man apologizes for interrupting, explaining that these are simply orders from above. Eldo thinks that regardless of someone's profession, their actual abilities ultimately depend on the individual. The idea that a person's rank can be restricted purely because of their profession feels suspiciously like some kind of conspiracy. Perhaps Cardinal Georges simply hates beginners and lower professions. The capital's church, where people could once change professions, has been reduced to ruins, while higher professions are treated strangely in this world. Eldo begins to suspect that something about the entire situation is wrong. Miria points out that Eldo has clearly surpassed F-rank long ago, considering how easily he endured every attack from the angry monkey. Eldo realizes that she must have completely forgotten about the conversation they had just moments earlier. The man says that the situation is unbelievable, especially the fact that Eldo is supposedly an F-rank beginner. He asks Eldo's name once more, then wonders whether he is the same person who joined the guild in Ilya. The man explains that rumors have been spreading about an incredibly powerful F-rank newcomer named Eldo who appeared in Ilya. According to those stories, he even fought a sea dragon himself. Eldo realizes that the rumors have already traveled this far. At this point, worrying about whether he stands out no longer seems particularly meaningful. The man says that if Eldo really is the adventurer from those rumors, he can offer him a special procedure for increasing his rank. Eldo immediately asks whether something like that is actually possible. The man explains that with a recommendation from the branch chief and enough achievements to qualify for promotion, Eldo's application can be approved as an exception. His contribution during the battle against the sea dragon will be given particular consideration. Eldo says that he would appreciate it and asks the man to proceed with the promotion. The man requests Eldo's guild card so that he can verify everything, then remarks that he should actually be the one thanking Eldo. He explains that helping an exceptional adventurer advance in rank is itself considered an achievement in his own career. As he carefully examines Eldo's guild card, however, he notices the sage profession and remarks that it is completely unknown to him. The same problem exists with lower professions. Since so little information is available about them, Eldo will probably face difficulties in the future. Miria remarks that if she had been born 20 years earlier, she might have been treated like a beginner as well. Eldo realizes that hero must also have once been considered an unknown profession. Still, judging by Miria, he can tell that the hero profession has yet to gain much recognition even now. Since Sage never appears during the coming-of-age ceremony, Eldo may continue to be treated incorrectly naturally because of his profession. However, he does not consider that a serious problem, since he already knows everything he needs to know about the sage class. The man announces that everything has been successfully processed and Eldo is now an E-rank adventurer. Since the system only allows someone to advance one rank at a time, Eldo can return once he has accumulated enough additional achievements. With the conversation having drifted away from its original purpose, they finally return to the main subject, purchasing the materials obtained from the angry monkey. Sometime later, Eldo walks away carrying several large bags containing more than 100 million gil. In this world, a person can live for an entire month on 200,000 gil, so with 120 million gil in his possession, Eldo would never have to worry about money again for the rest of his life. The bags are extremely heavy, so Eldo decides to store them in another space using magic gathering. Suddenly, Miria calls out to Eldo and points out that they have already taken care of everything they needed to do, so perhaps he can finally teach her about abilities. Eldo replies that it is already too late today and promises to give her a proper lesson tomorrow before they begin hunting in a new area. The following morning, the two arrive in another forest. Eldo turns to Miria and asks whether she is ready. Miria takes a fighting stance, but immediately tells Eldo to wait when she notices a blood tiger directly ahead of them, a terrifying beast. Eldo remembers that blood tigers were not particularly powerful monsters in BBO. He asks Miria whether they are considered strong here. She explains that the blood tiger is the strongest B-rank monster, possessing high stats and endurance along with even greater mobility. Eldo says he understands, but in that case, she should still be able to handle it somehow using the ability combinations he taught her that morning. Miria asks whether Eldo is merely trying to reassure her. She then tightens her grip on her spear and admits that, honestly, she believes she can do it. Eldo smiles and watches as Miria takes her spear and charges forward. At the same moment, the tiger rushes directly toward her. Miria activates Attack Field, causing her entire body to glow as a layer of light surrounds her. She cleanly dodges the tiger's attack and immediately moves behind it. Eldo recalls that Attack Field remains active for 10 minutes, strengthening its user throughout that period. Miria follows with Combination Attack, driving her spear into the tiger. She activates Combination Attack once more and strikes the monster again. The tiger recoils from the pain in its neck. Miria then drives the opposite end of her spear into its side and activates Defense Piercing. Eldo knows that Defense Piercing is an ability that temporarily reduces the strength of armor in a specific area. Miria then activates Auxiliary Attack. Eldo recognizes it as an ability that multiplies the damage of the following attacks several times. The tiger looks at Miria before attempting to escape by leaping through the trees. Refusing to let her target get away, she activates Full Explosive Crush. Eldo knows that Full Explosive Crush massively increases attack damage in exchange for removing all abilities that were previously activated. For the hero class, this skill serves as the ultimate offensive attack. The tiger desperately tries to escape, but Miria steps forward and unleashes the attack granted by the ability. A blazing projectile erupts from her spear and tears the tiger completely in half. Miria remains standing in place as smoke rises from her spear, finally releasing the breath she had been holding. Watching her, Eldo reflects that this combination of abilities belongs to the class that is second only to the sage in one-on-one combat. Furthermore, while her abilities are enhancing her physical strength, Miria can even handle several opponents at once. Hero is one of the few professions capable of fighting effectively without relying on a party. Miria looks down at her hands, delighted that she succeeded. Suddenly, another tiger attacks her from behind. She spins around in alarm and realizes that there was more than one. The tiger lunges at Miria, but Eldo suddenly steps between them and stops the monster with one of his abilities. Startled, Miria opens her eyes and finds Eldo standing directly in front of her. He tells her that, for her first attempt, she handled the combination extremely well. Miria thanks him, then asks whether this is really the right time to be discussing that. The tiger attacks Eldo again, this time swiping at him from the side with its paw. Eldo skillfully blocks the strike as well. He then admits that he forgot to mention something. Heroes actually possess a defensive ability far stronger than magic defense called Super Defense. Eldo explains that another powerful combination involves activating critical defense to evade an enemy's attack before immediately switching to offense with a counter combo. He adds that he already surveyed the area with magic search and discovered 3 blood tigers ahead. Eldo will deal with the tiger in front of them himself, while Miria can use the next encounter to practice fighting multiple opponents at once. Miria wonders how Eldo intends to defeat the tiger by himself. Without hesitation, he looks toward the monster and activates fire arrows. In an instant, the creature is engulfed in flames, which completely destroy it. Miria gives Eldo a suspicious look and says that she had assumed he could not handle this hunt on his own. Eldo explains that his level is still low and his reserves of magical power are limited, so he cannot afford to waste them all recklessly. He is relying calling on Miria to make sure their hunt proceeds smoothly. He tells her that a group of blood tigers is waiting directly ahead. Since they have plenty of time, Eldo suggests that there is no reason to rush the hunt. Miria smiles and agrees with his suggestion. She begins examining super defense, the defensive ability of the hero class. Eldo explains that if she focuses its power on a specific area, the shield will take on a clearly defined form. He adds that the shield can protect her against multiple opponents as well as concentrated attacks, making it an extremely useful ability. Miria thanks Eldo for teaching her. Miria says that with this, she might even be able to handle S-rank opponents. Eldo is surprised by her confidence and tells her that she should first learn to properly execute her ability combinations. Eventually, they reach a small cliff and spot 3 tigers below, feeding. This will be Miria's next battle against multiple opponents. Eldo asks whether she is ready. Miria winks at him and tells Eldo to leave everything to her, confidently declaring that she can handle them without any trouble. She leaps from the cliff and charges into battle, but Eldo suddenly feels an unsettling sense that something is about to go wrong. Miria locks onto her targets and activates Shockwave, damaging several enemies before she even lands. Once on the ground, she follows with Wide Attack, spinning around and striking all 3 tigers again. Miria smiles confidently, but the tigers survive her attacks and quickly surround her once more. Surprised that she failed to finish them all off, she prepares to attack again. Miria activates Wide Attack once more, dealing another wave of damage across the surrounding area. Suddenly, the tigers move behind Miria and bare their fangs, preparing to attack her. Miria screams and immediately surrounds herself with a protective barrier, forming a sphere around her body. Trapped inside, she desperately calls out Eldo's name. Eldo casts fire arrows, engulfing every enemy in flames. Meanwhile, Miria crouches inside her barrier with her hands over her head, trembling in fear. Eldo approaches her once the danger has passed. Miria happily rushes toward him, but Eldo raises 2 fingers and tells her that she made 2 mistakes. Her first mistake was failing to activate the boosts from attack field and auxiliary attack. Her second was not fully understanding the cooldown times of her abilities. Eldo explains that Wide Attack has a cooldown of roughly 10 seconds, meaning it cannot be activated again immediately. During that interval, Miria could have calmly used her other abilities instead. Miria becomes visibly discouraged and apologizes to Eldo, admitting that she got too carried away. Eldo reassures her that she still did well. She quickly figured out what ability to use and managed to protect herself with super defense. He tells her that she clearly has good instincts on the battlefield. Miria blushes awkwardly and thanks him for the compliment. Eldo smiles back at her. Eldo suggests that they switch roles before continuing the hunt. Miria agrees. Sometime later, Eldo and Miria return to the Adventurers Guild. The guild leader and the female administrator stare in horror at what the 2 of them have brought back. Standing before them, Eldo says that they have come to collect the reward for the blood tigers. Behind the pair lies an enormous pile of monsters. Eldo calmly explains that there are 73 blood tiger corpses in total. The female administrator screams in shock, while the guild leader is so stunned that his glasses actually crack. The man says that even though Eldo is hunting alongside Flamelance, killing this many monsters in a single hunt is simply excessive. The administrator agrees that Eldo is incredibly strong despite currently being only E rank, but even then, what she is seeing hardly seems real. Eldo then activates one of his abilities and begins pulling even more tigers out of storage. The guild leader immediately asks what he is doing. Eldo explains that he is using Magic Gathering, an ability that allows him to transfer monsters into a separate space created through magic. The man says that he has never seen magic like this before and calls it extraordinary. Miria remarks that Eldo possesses both incredible knowledge and power, yet refuses to become famous, which is something she simply cannot understand. The guild leader says that he understands the situation and promises to keep everything confidential, assuring them that they have nothing to worry about. Eldo finds the promise somewhat unconvincing, although he doubts anyone would believe a story about a low-ranking rookie adventurer accomplishing something like this anyway. The man asks whether Eldo would like to be promoted to D rank. His achievements from this assignment are already sufficient, although advancing to C rank would require confirmation from another branch chief. Because of that, continuing to raise his rank through the same method may no longer be possible. Eldo replies that regardless of the circumstances, he will leave the rank promotion in the man's hands. A short while later, the guild leader returns Eldo's documents and officially announces that he is now D rank. He then asks whether Eldo and Miria intend to continue hunting. Eldo says that this is a good question. Since they already have more than enough money, the main reason to continue hunting would probably be to improve their skills. Miria looks deeply troubled and says that, if possible, she would like to keep leveling up. She wants to take on assignments that the guild will recognize as significant achievements. That way, she can move closer to accomplishing her goal. Eldo asks what goal she she means. Miria apologizes, realizing that she never even discussed it with him beforehand. Eldo tells her that it is fine. Hearing them mention achievements, the guild leader says that he has one assignment suitable only for adventurers as powerful as them. It is a reconnaissance mission inside the Forest of Death. Eldo asks for more details, remarking that the name itself does not exactly inspire confidence. Miria says that the name is completely appropriate. The Forest of Death is an extremely dangerous region, and according to rumors, only 10% of those who venture deep inside ever return alive. The guild leader explains that this is because only high-ranking monsters appear there. For that reason, the guild must be extremely careful when deciding who can be trusted with such a mission. Miria asks Eldo what he thinks they should do. She clearly believes that the two of them are capable of handling it. Eldo agrees that she is probably right, but asks whether they can examine the details of the assignment before making a final decision. The guild leader shows them the relevant documents. He explains that the map is only a general overview of the forest, but somewhere in the marked area there should be an enormous pillar that is impossible to miss. He sketches its distinctive shape on a piece of paper. Eldo immediately asks whether it is really a sealed pillar. Surprised, the guild leader asks if Eldo actually knows what the pillar is. A sealed pillar is a place where raid bosses are imprisoned, monsters many times more powerful than ordinary area bosses. In BBO, their seals were removed during special events, releasing these overwhelmingly powerful creatures. The guild leader explains that their mission is simply to inspect the condition of the pillar. A rumor recently surfaced that a sealed pillar had appeared in the forest, and he wants Eldo to confirm whether it is really there. If the rumor is true, immediate measures will need to be taken. Eldo mentions the need to prevent a rampage. The guild leader is stunned that he knows about that as well and jokingly asks whether Eldo is secretly a guild leader himself. Eldo simply replies that he learned about it during his time as an adventurer. A rampage is a phenomenon that occurs shortly before a seal is released, when enormous numbers of monsters suddenly begin fleeing from the raid boss. They run wildly and without direction, causing catastrophic destruction to any villages or towns unfortunate enough to lie in their path. The guild leader adds that there is a device in the area designed to protect the population from monsters, but both its effective range and fuel reserves are limited. That is why he needs reliable information about the situation. Eldo's expression turns serious as he says that he understands. He then accepts the mission on behalf of both of them. The guild leader replies that they will owe him one. Eldo turns to Miria and reminds her that this assignment is genuinely dangerous. There is a real possibility that they could find themselves directly in the middle of a devastating rampage. Miria confidently replies that she understands the risk and is choosing to go anyway. By the following morning, Eldo and Miria are already inside the forest, working together to defeat one monster after another with coordinated attacks. Eldo sighs and remarks on just how many vicious opponents they have encountered, although that is exactly what he expected from a place called the Forest of Death. Miria confidently says that they will keep moving forward without any problems. They simply need to push a little farther. Eldo notices that something seems unusual about Miria and decides to ask what is bothering her and why she appears so restless. He wonders whether earning achievements really matters that much to her. Miria explains that it has to do with the adventurer reward system. Eldo asks what kind of reward system she means, since he has never heard anything about it before. Miria tells him that an adventurer who reaches a rank and earns achievements valuable to the country can be granted noble status. It is the only way for an adventurer to obtain the title of aristocrat. Turning toward Eldo, she reveals that becoming an aristocrat is her goal. She wants to restore the status of her family, which has gone bankrupt and lost its noble title. Eldo realizes that this is why Miria has been pushing herself so hard. She wants to revive her family. He tells her that if this is truly her goal, she will need to accomplish something far more significant. Eldo encourages her to pull herself together and keep moving forward, and Miria agrees. Some time later, Eldo and Miria arrive before an enormous stone pillar covered by a massive engraved design. Eldo asks Miria whether this is really the sealed pillar. She confirms that it is. Eldo observes that the pillar has turned orange and is facing toward Fiesta. From this, he concludes that roughly 5 days remain before the raid bosses appear. Miria asks whether he was really able to determine all of that simply by looking at the pillar. Eldo explains that its condition can be estimated from its color. The sequence progresses from blue to yellow, then orange, red, and finally black. The changing colors function as a countdown to the monster's appearance. Although they still have 5 days remaining, Eldo knows that this leaves very little time to prepare. He suggests that they return immediately and report what they discovered. Some time later, they arrive back at the Adventurers Guild, where the guild leader meets them. He remarks that Flame Lance and Eldo returned quickly, then immediately asks about the sealed pillar. Miria tells him that only 5 days remain before the rampage. Confused, Confused, the guild leader asks what she means. Eldo explains that the man probably does not know this, but the color of a sealed pillar can be used to estimate how much time remains before the event begins. The guild leader thanks them for the report and says that he needs to activate the protective device immediately. He asks the two of them to wait there while he handles the preparations. A few minutes later, the man returns and apologizes to Eldo and Miria for making them wait. He explains that the defensive mechanism should activate in approximately 4 days, meaning they still have enough time. He then brings up their reward. He promises to write Eldo a recommendation for promotion to C rank. As for Flame Lance, if she also manages to overcome the upcoming rampage, he will write her a recommendation allowing her to take the examination for promotion to a rank. The guild leader adds that they first need to wait for the rampage itself, and naturally, the guild is already preparing to repel it. He asks Eldo and Miria to remain in the city for a while and help with the defense. 5 days later, on the day of the rampage, an enormous dome appears over the city. Miria asks whether this is really the defensive mechanism. Eldo confirms that it is and notes that they seem to have activated it in time. Miria says that she has never seen anything like it before and wonders whether such a mechanism can truly protect the city. Eldo explains that the barrier is not designed to physically prevent monsters from entering. Instead, it uses a special form of magical power to frighten them away while concealing the city from them. As a result, the monsters should turn back and eventually disappear. Suddenly, the dome disappears. Miria notices that it is gone and asks whether this is supposed to happen. Eldo immediately says that it is not and suggests that they go investigate. They rush toward the special device responsible for activating the barrier and discover that it has been destroyed. Eldo examines the shattered mechanism and notices 2 people nearby. One is already dead, while the other is wounded. Eldo asks what happened. The injured man explains that someone slipped in among the guards and destroyed the mechanism. Eldo notices a tattoo on the dead man's arm and immediately recognizes the emblem of the Garden of Despair. He realizes that the man belonged to the organization and deliberately sabotaged the device during the rampage. Eldo asks whether there is any way to repair the mechanism. The man replies that it is practically impossible because nobody understands how the device works. It was simply passed down to them by their ancestors. Eldo realizes that the people of this world have no real control over the mechanism. In that sense, it can essentially be considered a genuine out-of-place artifact. The man says that they will obviously attempt to repair it, but even if they succeed, the mechanism will have to be activated all over again. That process alone will take at least another 4 days. Realizing that they do not have that kind of time, the man orders the residents to be warned and evacuated immediately. He also commands them to gather every adventurer they can find nearby. Eldo understands that even if he somehow manages to deal with the enormous number of monsters involved in the rampage, raid bosses exist on an entirely different level. No matter which raid boss appears, its attacks will cause massive destruction throughout the surrounding area. Casualties now seem unavoidable. Eldo realizes that there is no other choice. He takes off into the air and tells Miria that he is leaving the townspeople in her hands. She asks what he intends to do, and Eldo replies that he is going to try to stop the rampage himself. Miria asks how he could possibly accomplish that when even someone like him cannot handle the entire rampage alone. Eldo says that he has one idea, although there is no guarantee it will work. Because of that, Miria needs to act while keeping the possibility of failure in mind. Eldo flies out of the city as Miria shouts after him. A few minutes later, he reaches the forest and sees numerous monsters, some familiar and others completely unknown. They are all charging directly toward the city Eldo has just left. He knows that defeating such an enormous number of monsters by himself is impossible. However, there is another way to bring the rampage to an end. To stop the rampage, Eldo needs to defeat the raid boss itself. He lands beside the sealed pillar, which is no longer anchored to the ground and is now floating in midair. Suddenly, a crack spreads across the pillar. A moment later, the entire structure shatters into countless pieces. The ground begins to shake violently. An enormous eye suddenly appears beneath the earth, and something massive starts rising from underground. The raid boss is revealed to be an enormous dragon, a lightning dragon that crushes the skies, its gigantic body completely enveloped in lightning. Eldo grips his staff tightly and declares that he is ready to begin. In BBO, the sage was considered the strongest profession in the game, with roughly 80% of all players choosing it. A confident smile appears on his face. Eldo decides that it is finally time to demonstrate exactly why the sage earned such overwhelming popularity. Meanwhile, complete panic has broken out inside the city. Miria directs the townspeople and urges everyone to hurry, warning them that an enormous horde of monsters is rapidly approaching. A guard stationed on the watchtower peers through his telescope and sees a massive swarm of monsters heading straight toward the city. Miria gathers her courage and suddenly rushes toward the city gates. The guards shout after after her, asking where she is going when they are about to seal the main entrance. She orders them to close the gates as quickly as possible and declares that she will stay outside and do everything she can to hold the monsters back. Miria shouts that they are already running out of time. Then she calls out Eldo's name, almost as though her words are meant specifically for him. At that same moment, Eldo stands alone before the enormous lightning dragon. Looking at the creature, he smiles as memories of the old days come flooding back. When Eldo first started playing BBO, this lightning dragon had been one of the strongest bosses available during the early stages of the game. Back then, the monster had given him an incredibly difficult time. Even though Eldo had eventually reached the maximum level, he initially lacked the experience necessary to fight properly. Thinking back on those days, he wonders just how many hundreds of times this dragon killed him. Having fully awakened, the lightning dragon focuses its attention on the lone hero standing before it. The monster immediately unleashes a bolt of lightning that obliterates a tree beside Eldo. However, the young man barely reacts to the devastating attack. Eldo realizes that the lightning dragon can inflict damage simply through the electricity surrounding its body. That makes approaching it extremely dangerous, but fortunately, he already has a plan. The dragon suddenly releases another lightning attack, this time striking Eldo directly. Despite taking the hit, however, the young man remains unharmed. Eldo had activated anti-electric magic beforehand. This ability grants resistance against electrical attacks and allows him to completely negate part of the incoming damage. The dragon follows up by swinging one of its enormous claws at him, but Eldo reacts immediately, dodging the attack and leaping away. Eldo realizes that directly attacking the dragon in his current situation will be difficult. Suddenly, he looks upward and recognizes the next ability being activated, Divine Lightning. A strange sphere surrounds the spot where Eldo is standing before violently exploding with electrical energy. He escapes at the very last moment, although the discharge is so powerful that even his hair becomes noticeably lighter. Eldo looks at his burned arm and realizes that the attack barely grazed him, yet still caused this much damage. Experiencing real injuries like this is far more intense than simply watching his health decrease inside a game. Divine Lightning is an ability capable of calling down a tremendously destructive lightning strike upon a targeted area. Anyone caught directly at its center can be killed instantly. Eldo is currently only level 18, while fighting a monster like the lightning dragon normally requires someone to be around level 50. He uses self-healing to restore his injured arm and calmly tells himself that he already knows exactly what needs to be done. After all, he has defeated this dragon countless times before. This battle will be no different. Eldo activates several abilities at once, causing numerous magical seals to appear around him. He casts Attack Field, Enhancement Field, Berserker Field, Ice Field, and Super Magic Field in rapid succession. Eldo decides to activate every useful field available to him. He also imbues his weapon with Earth Magic, an element that directly counters the lightning dragon's affinity. He casts Earth Magic and then Super Earth Magic on his staff. His hands immediately begin to tremble from the enormous strain. Stacking so many abilities at once places an abnormal burden on his body and makes controlling his power extremely difficult. Even so, in terms of magical output, Eldo has now become several thousand times stronger than the dragon. Eldo notices a subtle change in the dragon's movements and initially assumes that it is preparing to use Divine Lightning again. However, he quickly realizes that something is different this time. He leaps backward as the dragon attacks the ground directly beneath him. Since Eldo already understands the attack pattern, avoiding it is relatively simple. The first Divine Lightning may have caught him off guard, but he refuses to fall for the same trick twice. Eldo charges straight toward the dragon, only for a huge cloud of dust to suddenly rise from the ground. He immediately realizes that the monster deliberately created it to obstruct his vision and conceal its next attack. Trusting his instincts, Eldo jumps sideways. A massive streak of lightning suddenly tears through the exact spot where he had been standing. Seeing the attack, he realizes that the dragon has used Lightning Sprint. Unlike Divine Lightning, which strikes a specific location, Lightning Sprint tears through everything along a straight path. It is one of the lightning dragon's familiar attack patterns. Eldo continues dodging one lightning strike after another. Even though the dust makes it nearly impossible to see, his body still remembers the precise timing of the dragon's attacks from his countless battles in BBO. He extends his staff and attempts to activate another ability, but suddenly discovers that he cannot cast it. Eldo remembers that extremely powerful enhancement magic comes with serious drawbacks. Besides consuming enormous amounts of mana, maintaining these buffs also begins draining the user's health once the magical reserves cannot keep up. He can physically feel his life force being consumed, something he never experienced while playing the game. However, at his current level, Eldo understands that taking such a risk is the only way he has any chance of defeating the dragon. The lightning dragon swings its enormous paw and disperses the cloud of dust it created earlier. With its vision Vision restored, the monster finally spots Eldo again. Eldo struggles to catch his breath while watching the dragon roar and raise its massive claws in preparation for another attack. The monster suddenly swings both claws in a crossing motion. Two enormous slashes tear through the ground in the shape of a cross, ripping apart the earth with compressed air and the sheer force of its claws. The dragon searches the devastated area where Eldo should have been standing, but the young man has completely disappeared. Eldo knows that his survival so far is entirely thanks to the knowledge and experience he accumulated in BBO. Before the dragon can locate him, the monster suddenly realizes that Eldo has appeared directly above its head. Eldo understands that with his current low stats, a straightforward attack would barely affect the dragon. In other words, he has only one viable method left. The young man raises his staff, preparing to unleash his strongest attack while pouring every enhancement he currently has into a single spell. An enormous mass of earth rises into the air above him, forming a gigantic boulder even larger than the dragon itself. Eldo declares that this attack will finish the monster once and for all. He swings his staff downward and activates his earth magic ability, Giant Stone Hammer. The colossal boulder immediately crashes down directly onto the lightning dragon. The tremendous impact slams the dragon into the ground and knocks it unconscious for several moments. Eldo stares at the motionless creature, wondering whether he actually managed to defeat it. Suddenly, the monster opens its eyes. A massive thundercloud begins forming overhead, and Eldo initially assumes that the dragon is preparing to cast divine lightning. Apparently, it is still alive. However, after looking more carefully at the sky, Eldo realizes that this is not divine lightning at all. He hasn't seen this ability in BBO for a long time, but he immediately recognizes it as something far more powerful. It is the ultimate trump card used by the lightning dragon that shatters the heavens whenever the monster is pushed to the brink of death. This is the dragon's strongest magical attack, an unavoidable technique known as torpedo extermination. Eldo understands exactly how dangerous the situation has become. If that attack hits him directly, there will be absolutely nothing left of his body. He raises his hand and gives a nervous smile, realizing that he has no choice but to kill the monster before it can finish activating its ultimate ability. Eldo immediately casts Giant Stone Hammer again, although this time he can only create one at roughly a third of its previous size. He barely manages to activate the spell in time, focusing on one thing alone, defeating the dragon before the dragon defeats him. Another massive boulder crashes down onto the monster, violently pinning its body against the ground. Eldo struggles to catch his breath after consuming an enormous amount of energy. Looking at the dragon's crushed and motionless body, he wipes the sweat from his face. The young man finally declares that the extermination is complete. The battle in which he had risked his own life has ended successfully. While Eldo was fighting the lightning dragon to the death, Miria had been desperately holding back the monsters advancing toward the city. She unleashes one combination of attacks after another. At one point, Miria manages to overpower a massive tiger, only for an enraged monkey to immediately attack her next. The monster violently slams its paws together, but Miria manages to evade the attack and leap into the air. She circles behind the enraged monkey and activates another ability, successfully defeating it from behind. However, Miria is rapidly reaching her limit. A huge crowd of monsters surrounds her, with a massive tiger directly ahead and several ferocious wolves closing in from the sides. Miria realizes that there are simply too many enemies. Her remaining strength is no longer enough to keep fighting them all. Suddenly, something unexpected happens. Suddenly, the enormous tiger in front of Miria begins to dissolve before completely disappearing. The girl stares in confusion until she notices Eldo flying straight toward the city. As he approaches, Eldo sees several monster corpses scattered around Miria and asks whether she defeated all of them herself. Miria replies that the remaining monsters simply vanished because of Eldo. The young man apologizes for taking so long to finish his own battle. Eldo explains that he successfully defeated the raid boss, which caused the rampage to end immediately. Miria can hardly believe what she is hearing and asks whether he is serious. As proof, Eldo takes out one of the dragon's fangs and shows it to her. Miria is stunned, explaining that the raid boss was an S-rank monster. Eldo hands her the fang and tells her that this should be enough evidence. Miria carefully examines the fang. Although she has never seen materials from an S-rank monster before, she can immediately sense how dangerous the creature must have been. The fact that Eldo fought such a monster alone and defeated it to stop the rampage leaves her deeply impressed. She sincerely thanks Eldo for saving her life once again. Eldo replies that he should actually be thanking her, but there is something he wants to ask. Miria promises to do whatever she can. Eldo tells her that he wants Miria to report that she was the one who defeated the raid boss and stopped the rampage. The request leaves her completely stunned. Miria immediately refuses. She insists that she cannot possibly claim credit for defeating an S-rank monster when she did nothing of the sort. The reward for such an achievement will also be enormous, so Eldo should report the victory himself. Eldo reminds her that she just promised to do whatever she could for him. More importantly, he genuinely believes that Miria should receive the achievement instead. Under the current guild system, an adventurer can only advance one rank at a time. Because of that restriction, it would be far more valuable for Miria to advance from B rank to a rank than for Eldo to move from D rank to C rank. Eldo also wants Miria to achieve her dream of becoming an aristocrat. Besides, having an aristocrat as an ally could prove extremely useful for him in the future. Miria looks at him awkwardly before finally closing her eyes and accepting his reasoning. She admits that she needs to become an aristocrat as soon as possible so she can restore her family and repay its debts. Eldo confidently tells her that he believes she will succeed. Miria says that she has already thanked him, but she still finds Eldo incredibly strange. No ordinary rookie should be capable of defeating an S-rank monster completely alone. She adds that sometimes Eldo seems as though he doesn't even belong in this world. The comment immediately catches him off guard, and he asks what exactly she means. Miria simply smiles, gives him a playful wink, and says that she was only joking. After all, something like that couldn't possibly be true. Eldo asks her to at least stick to their agreement this time. Miria tells him to leave everything to her, although for some reason her confidence makes him slightly uneasy. Meanwhile, the warriors stationed at the city gates remain prepared to confront the incoming monsters. However, they quickly become confused when no enemies appear. The lookout on the observation tower is equally bewildered. According to their calculations, the monster horde should have already reached the city, yet the creatures suddenly vanished without explanation. Nobody understands what happened until Miria finally appears before them. The warriors immediately recognize the famous flame pike and ask what she is doing outside the city. Looking visibly uncomfortable, Miria announces that she defeated the S-rank dragon released from the sealed pillar. She explains that the rest of the monsters disappeared because she successfully eliminated the raid boss responsible for the rampage. The men repeat Miria's words in disbelief and ask whether she truly defeated the monster all by herself. Miria takes out a piece of the dragon's body and presents it to them, explaining that it should serve as proof of her victory. The men carefully examine the dragon material. One of them says that despite his own relatively low rank, even he can feel the tremendous power still emanating from it. They ask Miria once again whether everything she said is really true. She confirms that it is and announces that the rampage is officially over. The warriors immediately erupt in celebration, realizing that the city has been saved. Suddenly, the guild leader approaches Miria and praises the famous flame pike for accomplishing something extraordinary. He remarks that apparently defeating the monster sealed inside the pillar really can stop the entire rampage. The guild leader admits that he had suspected eliminating the main monster might end the disaster. However, the raid boss was so overwhelmingly powerful that nobody had ever managed to defeat one before. Because of that, their usual strategy was simply to endure the rampage and focus entirely on defending the city. When the protective mechanism was destroyed, the guild leader genuinely feared the worst. Thanks to Miria, however, everyone survived. He then suddenly asks what happened to Eldo, causing the girl to visibly tense up. Miria replies that she allowed Eldo to escape from the battlefield. She explains that fighting an S-rank monster would simply have been too dangerous for him. The guild leader agrees, saying that regardless of how talented Eldo might be, a rookie is still a rookie. The man asks Miria to describe the battle in greater detail. Since nobody has ever successfully defeated an S-rank monster before, any information she can provide would be incredibly valuable. Miria awkwardly replies that she barely remembers what happened. Meanwhile, Eldo secretly watches the conversation from a distance, wondering whether Miria will actually manage to pull off the story. Feeling slightly guilty about putting her in this situation, he silently apologizes to her. The guild leader asks whether Miria really concentrated all of her attacks on the dragon's horns. She replies that she recognized them as the monster's weak point and therefore continuously targeted them with her abilities. The man is astonished. He explains that a dragon's horns are normally among the hardest parts of its body and are extremely difficult to damage. The fact that Miria supposedly recognized them as a weakness demonstrates extraordinary courage and insight. Miria smiles confidently and remarks that her reputation as the flame pike exists for a reason. Convinced by her explanation, the guild leader declares that he will officially report that Miria, known as the flame pike, defeated an S-rank monster. She gratefully thanks him. However, the guild leader explains that her reward will probably take several days to process because the guild has never dealt with an achievement of this magnitude before. He also asks permission to keep the dragon material as official proof of the extermination. According to him, an accomplishment this significant might justify promoting Miria not merely to a rank, but potentially all the way to S rank. Unfortunately, he does not possess the authority to make such a decision decision by himself. He promises to support her promotion as much as possible, but the final decision will have to come from the council of higher-ranking officials. Miria says that she understands and is willing to wait. The guild leader then asks permission to express his gratitude once more before bowing deeply to Miria. The unexpected gesture leaves her extremely embarrassed. Sometime later, Miria finally leaves the Adventurers Guild building and finds Eldo waiting outside. The young man smiles and tells her that she handled everything remarkably well. Miria admits that the entire situation was incredibly embarrassing. Eldo apologizes for forcing her to take the credit, but she tells him that thanks to his actions, she has moved much closer to achieving her dream. However, she firmly promises that she will repay everything he has done for her someday. Miria then asks what Eldo plans to do next. He replies that he intends to continue accepting quests and raising his level. Ideally, he would like to find another place filled with monsters around the same strength as the ones they have been fighting. Miria points out that people normally wouldn't describe the monsters of the Forest of Death as merely moderately strong. Eldo asks whether she still feels that way after everything they have been through. Miria smiles and admits that he has a point. She then changes the subject and mentions something interesting she recently heard from an adventurer she knows. He had asked Miria whether she knew what was currently happening around the city of Arius. Apparently, an enormous number of monsters have begun appearing throughout the great forest of Arius. Because of this, extermination requests are being posted everywhere. The adventurer suggested that Miria should travel there as well, since someone with her abilities could quickly reduce the number of unfinished quests. Miria explains that she needs to remain in the city for a while longer while waiting for the decision regarding her promotion. However, there is nothing preventing Eldo from traveling to Arius instead. Eldo agrees that she has a good point. If the region truly has that many available quests, then Arius sounds like exactly the kind of place he has been looking for. Both of them understand that this means their paths will separate for now. Miria admits that ever since meeting Eldo, she feels as though she has done nothing but cause him trouble. She doubts she could ever properly repay everything he has done for her. Even though they haven't known each other for very long, Miria sincerely thanks Eldo from the bottom of her heart. Eldo tells her not to speak as though they will never meet again. He jokingly asks that if she really wants to repay him, perhaps next time she could do him one enormous favor and stop revealing his achievements after he specifically asks her to keep them secret. Miria immediately becomes flustered and apologizes, promising that it will never happen again. Eldo laughs and tells her that he was only joking. Miria tells him to stop teasing her. She says that she is certain he won't simply disappear and asks him to take care of himself. Eldo tells her that they will meet again, and with those words, the two finally part ways. Eldo leaves the city and looks toward the road stretching ahead of him. A broad smile appears on his face as he declares that it is finally time to head for Arius. As he begins his journey, a heavy downpour starts falling. Meanwhile, deep inside the great forest of Arius, an enormous saber-toothed tiger races through the dense vegetation. Suddenly, an axe crashes into its head before dozens of arrows rain down upon its body. Several massive horned monsters stare at their fallen prey with satisfaction. They approach the tiger's corpse and use their enormous hands to tear the body into pieces. One of the creatures lets out a deafening roar before beginning to devour the tiger's flesh. It raises its head and cries toward the sky, calling the others over. Soon, the rest of the monsters gather around and begin feeding as well. Sometime later, Eldo flies above the region while carefully examining his map. According to it, Arius should be somewhere nearby. However, the thick surroundings make it impossible to determine his exact location from the air, so he decides to descend. Eldo lands on the grass and looks ahead. He immediately understands why the settlement was impossible to see from above. In front of him stands a city surrounded by a large defensive wall, and even from a distance, an oppressive atmosphere seems to hang over the entire place. Eldo begins crossing a long suspension bridge leading toward the settlement. The bridge sways violently above a fast-moving river below. Looking ahead, he realizes that he will apparently have to cross the entire unstable structure on foot. Suddenly, a man loudly orders him to stop and remain exactly where he is. Eldo looks up in surprise and notices a guard stationed at the entrance to the settlement. The guard assumes that Eldo has business in Arius and demands to know both his adventurer rank and the reason for his visit. Eldo calmly raises his head and replies that he is a D-rank adventurer. Eldo adds that he heard there were plenty of monster extermination quests available in the area, which is exactly why he came. The guard lets out a tired sigh and says that he expected as much. The man explains that, unfortunately, Eldo's information is already outdated. There are still plenty of monsters and quests around Arius, but over the past few days, a large number of hungry ogres have appeared in the region. Eldo immediately becomes cautious. Hungry ogres are among the strongest B-rank monsters. They possess considerable intelligence intelligence and are even capable of wielding human weapons. He realizes that these creatures may be the most dangerous enemies he has encountered so far. Even worse, if so many ogres have gathered in one place, there is almost certainly a boss commanding them, most likely an ogre king, an extremely dangerous opponent. The lightning dragon mainly relied on predictable, concentrated attacks, allowing Eldo to survive by continuously strengthening himself and avoiding them. A large group of intelligent enemies relying on overwhelming numbers and physical strength would be an entirely different problem. Eldo doubts that he could withstand such an assault directly, even though he has some idea of how to fight against it. And there is an even worse possibility. Instead of an ogre king, the boss could be the far more powerful ogre emperor. Eldo gives a nervous smile and admits to himself that perhaps separating from Miria so quickly wasn't the best idea. Either way, he decides that this time he will need to proceed much more carefully. The guard continues explaining that the ogres previously lived only in the deepest parts of the great forest of Arius and rarely approached human territory. However, because they primarily feed on other monsters, they gradually began expanding their hunting grounds. As a result, the weaker monsters were driven out of the deeper forest and flooded the areas surrounding Arius. Hearing about the sudden increase in monsters, numerous adventurers traveled here and initially managed to reduce their numbers. However, the situation became far worse when the hungry ogres began attacking those adventurers. The guard says that he doesn't want Eldo to throw his life away, although he knows he probably cannot convince him to leave. If Eldo enters the forest anyway, he warns him to be especially careful after dark. Eldo thanks the man for the warning and enters the city. Walking through the streets, he notices aging houses and residents whose faces are filled with exhaustion and anxiety. Eldo awkwardly remarks to himself that the entire city feels incredibly gloomy. Still, considering that dangerous monsters are gathering just across the river, the atmosphere is hardly surprising. He realizes that the sudden appearance of so many ogres is a threat ordinary adventurers have little chance of handling. If nothing is done, sooner or later the monsters could reach Arius itself and destroy the settlement. Eldo eventually arrives at the local adventurers guild branch. He enters, loudly greets the staff, and explains that he heard there were quests available here before turning his attention toward the request board. There are indeed quite a few assignments posted. Before Eldo can finish examining them, the female receptionist approaches and asks whether he is an adventurer looking to accept a quest. Eldo confirms that he is and says that he would prefer something relatively difficult. The receptionist asks whether he is confident in his abilities, and Eldo casually replies that he can handle himself reasonably well. The girl immediately produces a request and enthusiastically asks what he thinks about it. The assignment has no specific target. Eldo can eliminate any monsters he encounters and simply bring back parts of their bodies as proof. He takes the request sheet and examines it carefully. Eldo remarks that the guild must be truly desperate to issue such a broad assignment. After all, he has already heard that most of the nearby monsters were driven away by the ogres. The receptionist admits that their numbers have decreased considerably, but the remaining creatures are still causing serious problems. She explains that the guild cannot properly exterminate them because adventurers risk unexpectedly encountering hungry ogres while hunting. If Eldo truly considers himself strong, she practically begs him to eliminate even a single monster for them. Eldo agrees to accept the request. Since there are no restrictions on what kind of monster he can hunt, he considers it far more useful than an ordinary extermination quest. The receptionist immediately brightens and enthusiastically thanks him for helping them. Eldo heads toward the exit and tells the receptionist that he will begin hunting immediately. The girl calls after him, wishing him luck and warning him to take care of himself. Soon afterward, Eldo reaches the city gate. The guard recognizes him and looks surprised to see him leaving so soon. He asks whether Eldo actually accepted a quest. Eldo confirms that he did, explaining that he chose the assignment allowing him to eliminate any monsters he encounters. For now, he plans to scout the forest and assess the situation. The guard urgently warns Eldo to remain cautious. The moment he senses that something is wrong, he should immediately return to the city. Once he is dead, there will be no opportunity to regret his decision. Eldo calmly assures him that everything will be fine. If the situation becomes too dangerous, he promises to retreat. He then crosses the suspension bridge and enters the forest, determined to at least see what he can accomplish. Eldo travels deeper and deeper into the forest without encountering a single creature. Growing increasingly uneasy, he wonders whether the ogres really manage to devour nearly every monster in the surrounding area. Eldo eventually stops and decides that he should begin by activating magic invisibility and magic search. Before he can finish, however, a threatening growl suddenly comes from behind the nearby bushes. A massive ogre emerges while clutching a struggling fox in its arms. The creature is still desperately trying to escape when the ogre and Eldo suddenly make eye contact. Eldo gives an uneasy smile and remarks that this is certainly an unexpected unexpected encounter. The ogre devours the fox before violently spitting blood in Eldo's direction. His eyes widen in surprise, but he manages to dodge in time. The monster immediately charges toward him, clearly intending to eliminate the unexpected intruder. Eldo creates a magical circle and activates magic defense. However, the ogre smashes through the barrier with its very first strike and sends Eldo flying a considerable distance. Eldo stares at the creature in disbelief. The ogre draws its axe and moves in for another attack, but Eldo angrily tells it not to get carried away. He gets back to his feet and casts Sticky Bomb. The spell traps the ogre's arm against a nearby tree trunk. Eldo immediately points his staff toward the immobilized monster, causing its tip to glow intensely. He declares that now it is his turn to attack. Eldo casts Flame Column. A tremendous pillar of fire erupts around the ogre, completely engulfing its body. The flames become so intense that Eldo can barely see anything except the creature's silhouette inside them. The ogre screams in agony before collapsing onto the ground. Eldo assumes that his first enemy has been defeated, but the monster suddenly opens its eyes, jumps back up, and begins fleeing deeper into the forest on all fours. Eldo is shocked to see it retreating and immediately realizes that the creature may be trying to reach its companions. He extends one hand and launches an enormous fireball directly toward the escaping ogre. The spell, known as Fire Sphere, strikes the monster directly. The ogre lets out another terrible scream before collapsing onto the grass. This time, it closes its eyes and never gets back up. Eldo studies the corpse thoughtfully and admits that the ogre displayed surprisingly good judgment for a monster. If it had successfully reached its companions and brought them back, Eldo might have been finished. Looking up at the clear sky, Eldo remembers that Miria is no longer with him. Without a reliable partner covering for him, he has to wait much longer for his magical power to recover between battles. That means he needs to be far more conservative when using powerful abilities. At the same time, Eldo understands that this makes quickly eliminating enemies even more important. The longer a battle continues, the greater the chance that additional ogres will appear. He turns his attention back toward the defeated monster. Eldo thinks for a moment. Normally, Flame Column alone should have been enough to kill an ogre like this. He begins wondering whether the monsters in this world have higher stats than their BBO counterparts or whether some other unknown factor is making them stronger. Suddenly, another growl echoes through the forest. Eldo turns toward the bushes just as 3 wolves burst through them. However, instead of attacking him, the exhausted creatures race straight past. They are breathing heavily and can barely continue running, yet something behind them is clearly terrifying enough to keep them moving. Eldo watches the wolves rush past him in surprise. They don't even glance in his direction, making it obvious that they are desperately fleeing from something far more dangerous and terrifying. Before Eldo can finish that thought, an axe suddenly flies past his head and buries itself in a nearby tree. He cries out in alarm at how close the weapon came and immediately turns toward the direction it was thrown from. 5 enormous ogres are standing there, each carrying a different weapon. Eldo gives them a tired smile and remarks that they couldn't possibly have encountered each other under worse circumstances. Meanwhile, back in Iria after Eldo's departure, Teresa sits behind the reception desk and lets out a long yawn. With nothing interesting happening, the energetic receptionist complains that she is incredibly bored. At that moment, a tall woman wearing glasses enters the room and immediately demands to know what Teresa means. She sternly reminds her that the reception desk represents the entire guild and that, as the head of the Iria branch, she will not tolerate such a careless attitude. Adjusting her glasses, the branch chief tells Teresa that if she continues treating her responsibilities so casually, she will gladly accept her resignation letter at any time. The woman then asks whether Teresa's recent behavior has something to do with Eldo, the adventurer she spent so much time assisting when she should have been focusing on her duties. She points out that Teresa even gave him quests completely inappropriate for his registered rank. If behavior like that damages the guild's reputation, the entire branch could end up facing serious consequences. Teresa becomes visibly nervous and starts to explain herself, but quickly stops. After thinking about it for a moment, she decides that keeping quiet would probably be safer and carefully watches her boss instead. What nobody knows is that Teresa possesses an ability called Future Eye. It allows her to perceive an adventurer's potential for future growth. She hasn't completely mastered the ability yet and can only estimate someone's potential from the depth of the color she sees. Even so, Teresa has always used this information to give adventurers quests she believes they are capable of completing. Teresa knows that even if she revealed the truth, nobody would believe such an explanation. At that moment, the guild instructor enters the building and notices the branch chief scolding her. The instructor admits that he can understand why Teresa has become so relaxed. After meeting someone like Eldo, practically every other adventurer now looks like an inexperienced child by comparison. The branch chief angrily accuses the instructor of conspiring with Teresa. Before their argument can can continue, a young man confidently enters the guild, loudly greets everyone, and boasts that he is destined to become an important adventurer someday. Because of his supposedly extraordinary future, the newcomer proudly demands a quest above C rank. Teresa studies him carefully and immediately realizes that there is nothing particularly impressive about his potential. She concludes that his future prospects are mediocre at best. Compared with Eldo, there isn't even a meaningful comparison between them. The instructor also looks at the excessively confident newcomer with little enthusiasm. The instructor tells the young man that before anything else, he must fight him as part of the adventurer registration examination. The newcomer smiles confidently and asks whether the instructor is really sure about that, proudly pointing out that his profession is warrior. The instructor gives a faint smile and tells him that unfortunately, profession alone is not a measure of someone's actual strength. The newcomer confidently warns him not to complain about the result afterward. The two enter the training arena. 5 minutes later, the instructor walks back out without a single visible injury. The newcomer follows behind covered in bruises and scratches, with several large bumps on his head and one cheek badly swollen. The instructor calmly tells him that he is welcome to try again another time before they escort the defeated newcomer out of the guild. Smiling afterward, the instructor admits that Teresa was right. After meeting Eldo, things around here have become terribly boring. Teresa looks at him in surprise. The instructor admits that Eldo was easily the strongest newcomer he had ever encountered. In fact, he suspects that he may never again have the good fortune of meeting another beginner quite like him. Teresa looks at her boss and the instructor before confidently announcing that she has finally made up her mind. Once today's shift ends, she intends to submit her resignation. The branch chief cries out in disbelief, while the instructor immediately asks Teresa whether she is quitting so she can go after Eldo. Teresa smiles and confirms his suspicion, saying that life around Eldo always seems far more interesting. The instructor smiles and tells her that if she manages to find Eldo, she should let him know that they haven't been sitting around doing nothing either. Their boss stares at the two of them in complete disbelief and desperately tells them to wait. The branch chief demands to know whether Teresa is seriously planning to quit. But Teresa has already packed her belongings into a backpack and leaves the guild, setting off in search of Eldo. Elsewhere, memories return to Mina's previous conversation with Eldo. At the time, Eldo had been stunned to discover that the staff he wanted cost 25 million gil. Mina simply smiled and explained that he didn't necessarily have to pay for it with money. Instead, Mina told him that all she wanted was the membership number written on the back of his guild card. In exchange for that information alone, she was willing to value it at 30 million gil. Mina smiled and began to explain that if he wanted the staff that badly, but Eldo quickly interrupted her. He agreed without hesitation, happily accepting her offer and taking the staff. Mina then handed him a bag containing another 5 million gil, explaining that it was his change. Eldo awkwardly asked whether she was seriously giving him change on top of the staff, once again realizing just how extravagant the head of a major trading company could be. Afterward, Eldo left the building and continued with his business. Mina quietly watched him disappear from sight through the window with a faint smile. Her maid soon entered the room and cautiously asked whether Mina was truly certain about what she had just done. The maid points out that Mina had lied to Eldo about the value of his guild membership number. Mina smiles innocently and asks what she means. The maid nervously explains that even the membership information of an A-rank adventurer would normally be worth only around 15 million gil. In other words, Mina had deliberately offered Eldo twice the normal amount. When the maid asks whether she had done that intentionally, Mina calmly confirms that of course she had. Mina then reveals that she has also been considering giving Eldo an additional reward for completing her assignment. After thinking for a moment, she casually suggests starting with approximately 1 billion gil. Her assistant nearly shouts in disbelief and asks whether Mina seriously intends to give him 1 billion gil. She wonders whether that amount isn't excessive, but Mina calmly replies that if anything, it may still be too little. Eldo has already generated benefits worth roughly 10 times more than what she invested in him. Mina smiles broadly and says that this is a risk worth taking. Her assistant stares at her in surprise, remembering that whenever Lady Mina says she is willing to take a risk, her judgment has never been wrong before. The maid finally says that she understands and promises to arrange everything immediately. Mina thanks her before sitting down in a chair beside the window and turning her attention toward the bottle of elixir nearby. Mina looks at the completed pale green spiritual potion and thinks about everything Eldo has already accomplished, including defeating the dragon. She becomes increasingly convinced that he will eventually become the strongest adventurer in the entire world. After another moment of thought, Mina corrects herself. Perhaps Eldo doesn't need to become the strongest at all. Maybe he already is. Looking toward the sky, she smiles broadly, eagerly anticipating the next time she will meet him. Meanwhile, the ogres continue closing in on Eldo, grinning widely and exposing exposing their sharp teeth. Eldo watches them tensely and realizes that they are moving much faster than he expected. He knows that if he hesitates for even a moment, this situation could end badly. Searching desperately for an advantage, Eldo notices a narrow passage running between two towering mountains. Eldo immediately runs toward the passage, intending to lure the ogres into the narrow path where their numbers will become less useful. As they chase after him, he loudly warns them not to come any closer, while desperately hoping that someone might appear to help him. The ogres grin widely, already convinced that victory is theirs. With deafening roars, the monsters charge after Eldo and follow him straight into the narrow passage. The moment they enter, Eldo seals both ends of the path with walls of fire, trapping the entire group inside. Realizing that the ogres have nowhere left to escape, he decides to wipe them all out with a single overwhelming attack. Eldo unleashes a flame column amplified 5 times. The narrow passage erupts in flames as the trapped ogres scream and desperately attempt to break through the inferno. Eldo refuses to give them any chance to escape. He immediately follows up with a powerful fireball. The explosion sends the ogres crashing to the ground, and Eldo assumes the battle is finally over. But suddenly, one surviving ogre bursts through the smoke. Eldo stares in shock, unable to believe that the monster survived. The ogre attempts to attack, but Eldo quickly drives his sword into its body. The monster immediately stops moving. Eldo carefully surveys the battlefield afterward, making sure that none of the other ogres manage to survive. Eldo exhales heavily and remarks that it has been quite some time since he last fought with a sword. Even so, he notices something strange. The final ogre was clearly tougher than all the others. He remembers that monsters in BBO also had differences in physical durability, but never anything this extreme. Combined with everything he has discovered about the Garden of Despair, Eldo realizes once again that this world contains differences he cannot afford to ignore. Standing at the edge of the forest, Eldo decides to proceed more carefully. He first activates Magic Search and scans the surrounding area. After confirming that there are no enemies nearby, he prepares to use Magic Invisibility. Satisfied that the area is temporarily safe, Eldo decides it is finally time to move. Before leaving, he places the ogre corpses inside a magical circle and uses his storage magic to collect them so they can later be delivered to the guild. Eldo counts roughly 20 corpses and decides to return while he still has enough magical power remaining. Sometime later, he reaches the city and begins crossing the suspension bridge again. The guard watching the entrance notices Eldo and shouts in surprise that he actually returned alive. The man assumes that Eldo must have successfully avoided encountering the ogres. Eldo immediately corrects him, explaining that the forest is practically crawling with them. So far, he has managed to kill around 25. The guard stares at him in disbelief and asks what he means, since those ogres are supposed to be nearly impossible to defeat. Inside the guild, the receptionist reacts with excitement after hearing that Eldo actually killed the monsters. She says that what he accomplished is incredible, especially since nobody has managed anything similar recently. She then looks him over, searching for proof of the extermination. Her excitement quickly fades when she realizes that Eldo apparently hasn't brought back any physical evidence. Eldo awkwardly explains that this isn't exactly true because he collected the monsters using one of his abilities. Confused, the receptionist asks what he means by collecting them. Eldo confirms what he said and activates his magic. A portal suddenly opens, and one ogre corpse after another begins falling out. The girl screams in shock at the sudden appearance of the monsters. Eldo calmly explains that he used magic collection to store the bodies. The receptionist has never even heard of such magic and asks what exactly it is. Eldo ignores her confusion and simply informs her that there are 25 ogres in total. Completely overwhelmed by what she is seeing, the receptionist repeats in disbelief that Eldo really killed 25 ogres. She finally says that she can no longer handle the situation herself and rushes away to summon the branch chief. Eldo awkwardly wonders whether he has attracted too much attention again. Still, Eldo remembers what Miria told him. The guild already treats lower professions and newcomers poorly, so remaining completely unnoticed will only make advancing his rank more difficult. If he wants another promotion, he needs to distinguish himself enough through genuine achievements and contributions to the guild. A short while later, the receptionist comes running back and apologizes for making Eldo wait. She explains that there isn't enough room to properly inspect everything here and asks him to accompany her to the guild's warehouse. Eldo agrees and follows her. Soon they arrive before a massive open gate leading into an enormous warehouse built inside a cave. The receptionist smiles and tells Eldo that they have finally arrived. Eldo enters the warehouse and looks around with interest, immediately noticing how enormous the place is. The receptionist smiles and explains that such a large facility is necessary because monsters have always been extremely common throughout this region. A man notices them and enthusiastically welcomes the pair, saying saying that he is grateful they came. Introducing himself as Jikas, the head of the local guild branch, he admits that he never expected an adventurer capable of defeating the hungry ogres to actually appear. Eldo introduces himself as the adventurer responsible for the hunt. Jikas tells him that they can begin unloading the ogres immediately since he is currently free to inspect them. Eldo agrees without hesitation. The receptionist excitedly tells the branch chief that he is about to see something incredible. Jikas looks confused and asks what she means. Instead of explaining, Eldo opens a magical portal and the bodies of the defeated ogres begin dropping out of it. With a casual smile, Eldo explains that these are the hungry ogres he killed earlier that day. Jikas stares at the scene in complete shock, unable to understand what he has just witnessed, and immediately demands to know what kind of ability Eldo used. Eldo explains that it is called Magic Collection, an ability that allows him to store objects by transferring them into a separate dimensional space. Jikas immediately grabs one of his reference books and begins rapidly searching through its pages. The branch chief admits that he has never heard of such magic before and cannot find any mention of it in the guild's records. His confusion quickly turns into excitement as he declares that Eldo may have just revealed an extraordinary new ability. Jikas eagerly asks whether Eldo would allow him to report the discovery to the guild headquarters. Interested in the proposal, Eldo asks what exactly would happen if he agreed. Jikas explains that the ability would first undergo extensive investigation within the guild. If its effectiveness and safety were confirmed, the knowledge could eventually be made available to other adventurers. The evaluation might take several years, but Eldo would receive a substantial reward for contributing such a discovery. Eldo thinks about the offer. Thanks to Mina, money is no longer a serious concern for him. However, if magic collection became widespread, adventurers everywhere would have a much easier time transporting monsters and completing hunting assignments. Deciding that there is no real downside, Eldo gives Jikas permission to report the ability to headquarters. The branch chief is delighted and sincerely thanks him for allowing the guild to investigate such valuable knowledge. Eldo realizes that spreading information about magic collection would benefit him as well. If other adventurers eventually learned the ability, guild employees would no longer react with complete disbelief every time he used it. More importantly, stronger and better equipped adventurers would make it easier to oppose dangerous organizations such as the Garden of Despair. Jikas tells Eldo that the guild now owes him a considerable debt. He then changes the subject and says they should discuss purchasing the ogre materials, asking Eldo to show him his guild card. Eldo hands it over. Jikas smiles and says that between discovering an unknown ability and eliminating so many hungry ogres, Eldo has certainly exceeded expectations for a D-rank adventurer. Then he notices something on the card, freezes for several seconds, and suddenly shouts in disbelief upon realizing that Eldo is registered as a rookie. Jikas immediately asks whether there has been some kind of mistake. Eldo calmly explains that there hasn't. Although he can use magic, the profession system still treats him as a beginner because of how the profession orb classified him. His actual profession is sage. Jikas is confused and asks whether the profession orb simply failed to react to him. Eldo replies that it did react, although he admits to himself that he never seriously experimented with the orb in the first place. Eldo explains that he can freely use abilities normally associated with wizards and asks whether the guild could simply register him as one instead. Jikas looks down at Eldo's card with a troubled expression. The branch chief explains that the profession orb is currently the only officially accepted method for registering an adventurer's profession. There are no alternative procedures anymore, although such alternatives apparently existed in the past. Eldo immediately becomes interested and asks why they are no longer available. Jikas explains that the rules became significantly stricter after Cardinal Georges rose to power. Professions such as hero and saint, which are now treated as inferior or irregular occupations, were not previously grounds for discrimination within the guild system. Jikas admits that he wishes he could help, but his authority over profession registration is extremely limited. Eldo tells him not to worry about it, acknowledging that he was essentially asking the branch chief to do something beyond his power. Eldo pauses when he hears the name Cardinal Georges. He remembers hearing it before and realizes that if this man is truly responsible for turning formerly prestigious higher professions into supposedly inferior ones, then he would very much like to meet him personally someday and ask a few questions. Tightening his grip on his staff, Eldo thinks that everything will depend on how Cardinal Georges responds. If necessary, he may even have to use his knowledge from BBO for purposes far less peaceful than usual. Meanwhile, Jikas carefully examines Eldo's guild card and suddenly notices something important. Jikas looks up and explains that although he cannot help Eldo with the problems surrounding his profession, he may be able to promote him to C rank. Eldo immediately becomes interested and asks whether Jikas is willing to give him the necessary recommendation. Jikas confirms that he is. To advance further, Eldo needs recommendations from 3 different guild branches branch chiefs, and according to his records, he has already obtained 2 of them. The first recommendation came from the branch chief in Fiesta. The second recommendation came from the head of the capital's guild branch. Jikas remarks that this particular person rarely recommends adventurers, so he becomes curious about what Eldo could possibly have done to earn his approval. Eldo himself has to stop and think about it. After a moment, Eldo remembers that he completed a special assignment for the Masha Trading Company while staying in the capital. He immediately suspects that Mina may have quietly helped arrange the recommendation afterward. Jikas says that regardless of how Eldo obtained the previous recommendations, adding his own will fulfill the requirement and allow Eldo to advance. Eldo thanks him for the assistance but admits that he wants to climb the ranks as quickly as possible. Jikas responds with visible frustration that even Eldo's current accomplishments will only take him so far because of the restrictions placed on his profession. He bitterly remarks that he wishes this discriminatory promotion system based on professions would simply disappear. The receptionist immediately panics and warns Jikas not to say such things aloud. Realizing what he has just admitted, Jikas awkwardly asks Eldo to keep the comment to himself, since the higher authorities would probably remove him from his position if they heard about it. Eldo agrees to remain silent. Jikas then explains that despite the prejudice against certain professions, there is still another way to advance. If Eldo achieves something significant enough, he can submit a special promotion request directly to the guild's main headquarters. Eldo immediately becomes interested. After thinking for a moment, he asks what would happen if he completely exterminated every hungry ogre threatening the region. Both Jikas and the receptionist stare at him in astonishment. Jikas nearly shouts in disbelief, asking how Eldo could possibly accomplish something like that. However, he quickly admits that completely eliminating the ogre threat would certainly qualify as an achievement far beyond what would normally be required. Jikas smiles and thanks Eldo simply for being willing to consider helping them. The receptionist excitedly adds that if Eldo truly managed to defeat the ogres, the people living here might finally be able to remain in their homes. Jikas confirms that she is right. Eldo asks whether the ogres are really causing enough damage to threaten the city's very existence. Jikas says that they certainly are, but explains that the monsters themselves are only part of the problem. The real issue concerns the planned relocation of the population. Eldo asks what he means, and Jikas explains that authorities in the capital have already proposed abandoning Arius entirely and resettling its inhabitants somewhere else. According to Jikas, an official order has already been issued. If the ogres cannot be eliminated, the relocation plan will be carried out. Almost nobody in Arius supports the decision, especially the people who have spent their entire lives here. Eldo asks why relocation would be such a serious problem if the city is becoming dangerous. Jikas explains that many elderly people live in Arius and would struggle badly if forced from their homes. Furthermore, abandoning the settlement would simply allow the ogres to overrun and destroy everything left behind. Growing visibly irritated, Jikas remarks that perhaps such an outcome would actually be more convenient for certain people in power. Eldo immediately questions him, asking whether the capital isn't simply attempting to protect the population. Jikas replies that the locals no longer believe that. Every time they appealed to the capital for meaningful assistance, they received essentially the same response. Arius should somehow solve its own problems. Jikas finally reveals that the relocation plan appears to be connected to the interests of the capital's aristocracy. Eldo is surprised and asks why nobles would care about forcing people out of Arius. Jikas explains that the territory belongs to Count Megas. Jikas adds that a faction hostile to Count Megas appears to be trying to destroy Arius under the convenient excuse of repeated monster attacks. Eldo asks why anyone would hate Count Megas so much. Jikas explains that the Count is actually a remarkable man who cares even about remote border settlements like theirs. The locals respect him greatly, but many members of the ruling aristocracy strongly dislike him. After hesitating for a moment, Jikas reveals that Cardinal Georges in particular seems to despise Count Megas. Eldo immediately becomes alert upon hearing that familiar name again. He wonders why the Cardinal keeps appearing wherever these problems arise and asks what caused such hostility between the nobles. Jikas explains that much of the conflict comes from Count Megas openly opposing discrimination against the so-called lower professions. Unlike many powerful nobles, the Count actively supports people belonging to those professions. He goes even further by helping oppressed members of the lower professions from across the country, inviting them onto his lands and providing them with jobs and places to live. Eldo immediately understands the situation. Count Megas has made enemies because he refuses to accept the system imposed by the current authorities. Eldo thinks that this information may prove extremely useful. If everything Jikas told him is true, Count Megas could potentially become a valuable ally in the future. Having reached that conclusion, Eldo tells Jikas that he understands the situation. Eldo then confidently promises that the residents will not have to abandon their city. He intends intends to do everything within his power to eliminate the threat. Jikas responds emotionally that everyone here will owe him greatly and promises to arrange a place where Eldo can stay for the night. Eldo accepts the offer and thanks him. Later that night, he lies on the bed in his temporary room and releases a heavy sigh. What originally seemed like another monster hunting assignment has suddenly become a responsibility involving the fate of an entire settlement. Eldo decides that the smartest thing he can do now is get a proper night's sleep. He needs his magical power completely restored before tomorrow's operation. As he closes his eyes, he remembers his earlier battle against the ogres. He admits that he made several unnecessary mistakes during today's fighting. Tomorrow he intends to be far more careful. This world is no longer a game, and unlike in BBO, he only has one life. Outside, the moon shines brightly over the sleeping land. Elsewhere, a long-haired man watches a wagon enter his territory. One of his retainers approaches and addresses him respectfully as Count Megas, informing him that their people have finally returned. The retainer bows and apologizes for delivering his report so late. He explains that the material aid intended for the southeasternmost settlement has been successfully delivered. Count Megas calmly thanks him for his work. Before leaving, however, the retainer says there is something else worth mentioning. Apparently, an adventurer belonging to one of the lower professions recently accomplished an extraordinary feat by helping defeat a sea dragon. Megas is pleased to hear the news, but the report becomes even more remarkable. The retainer explains that this adventurer was registered as nothing more than an F-rank rookie. Although the story sounds unbelievable, the Masha trading company itself has confirmed the information. Count Megas responds with genuine interest, saying that this is wonderful news. He would very much like to meet this mysterious adventurer someday and perhaps even place some hope in him. Meanwhile, Eldo continues sleeping peacefully, completely unaware that Count Megas is discussing him. By the next morning, Eldo is already outside with his staff in hand. He confirms that his magical power has fully recovered. Jikas and the guild receptionist approach to see him off, greeting him enthusiastically. Jikas asks whether Eldo managed to rest properly. Eldo confirms that he did and thanks them for their hospitality. He announces that he will now search for the ogre's main gathering point. Immediately afterward, his body rises from the ground and he flies into the sky. Jikas and the receptionist stare upward in complete disbelief. Neither of them has ever seen a person simply fly before. Jikas dumbfoundedly points out that Eldo just took off into the air as though it were completely normal. The receptionist can only confirm that Eldo has indeed flown away. At the same time, far from Arius, Teresa continues traveling alone in search of him. During a break in her journey, she attempts to catch fish from a small lake. Meanwhile, Eldo flies high above the forest and decides that his first objective is locating the enemy's lair. He suspects that the large number of ogres may be connected to a powerful boss monster. This time, however, simply reducing their numbers will not be enough. He intends to eliminate the entire threat. While searching from above, Eldo suddenly notices 3 travelers below and looks at them with surprise. Realizing that they appear to be ordinary people rather than ogres, he briefly considers whether some additional manpower might be useful. For now, however, he continues flying deeper into the forest in search of the ogres. Eldo hopes to find something useful as quickly as possible. Flying continuously consumes magical power, and if he remains in the air for too long, he will exhaust himself before the real battle even begins. Suddenly, he looks down and realizes that he has finally found what he was searching for. Eldo descends to the ground and immediately activates magic invisibility. Concealing his presence, he approaches a ravine dominated by the enormous roots of an ancient tree. Before long, heavy footsteps echo through the area, and a group of ogres comes into view. Among them stands an enormous ogre, significantly larger than all the others gathered around him. Eldo immediately recognizes the creature as the Ogre King. Since so many ogres are concentrated around him, Eldo concludes that he has finally discovered their main lair. Having obtained the information he needed, Eldo quietly withdraws. Rather than attacking immediately, he decides that returning to Arius and preparing properly would be much safer. However, when he arrives back in the settlement, he immediately hears angry shouting coming from the center of town. Someone loudly demands that the residents stop treating them like fools. Eldo notices a large crowd gathered in the square and approaches the guild receptionist standing nearby, asking what exactly happened while he was gone. The receptionist points toward 3 unfamiliar men. The tallest of them loudly repeats that they have already explained everything. The inhabitants are required to abandon Arius. Eldo reacts with surprise, unable to understand what authority these strangers supposedly possess. Another man produces an official document and declares that everything is written there. According to him, the order comes directly from the main church in the capital, and the 3 of them have been assigned to enforce it. More disturbingly, the document apparently allows them to choose whatever methods they consider necessary. The man arrogantly declares that their authority is effectively equal to that of the capital itself, and therefore Arius must be evacuated. Jicus reacts with outrage, calling the entire situation absurd. The townspeople begin protesting as well. They refuse to believe that the capital would issue such a ruthless order, especially when leaving the settlement right now would expose them directly to the ogres roaming outside. One of the newcomers dismissively asks what ogres they are even talking about. His companion laughs and tells the residents to stop inventing excuses. Their group encountered no ogres whatsoever while traveling to Arius. Eldo immediately understands why. They traveled through an area where he had already eliminated the nearby monsters. The men order everyone to stop wasting time and begin preparing to leave. Nearby, Jicus continues insisting that the entire demand is ridiculous. Eldo quietly remarks that the situation has become extremely troublesome. One of the men suddenly notices Eldo and looks at him suspiciously. Jicus explains that if these people truly carry an official order from the capital, the residents have almost no legal ability to resist them. Eldo realizes that complying could also worsen Count Megas's political position. Jicus tiredly asks what they are supposed to do. Before Eldo can answer, one of the officials draws his sword and aggressively demands to know why everyone is still standing around. Ordering the residents to start moving, the man swings his sword and destroys several barrels and crates containing the settlement's food supplies. A nearby woman cries out in horror, explaining that those were provisions intended for the townspeople. The man merely smiles and asks what the problem is, claiming that the supplies would become useless once everyone left anyway. The woman collapses to her knees in tears, explaining that the food had been generously provided by Count Megas. Eldo finally loses patience and casts a hanging spell. A magical circle appears beneath the man's feet, and a rope suddenly materializes around him before violently pulling him upward. The man is thrown into the air and strikes his head against the nearby rocks. The magical rope then releases him, sending him falling toward the ground. Before he can be seriously injured, Eldo casts soft landing, allowing the unconscious man to reach the ground without taking additional damage. His companions stare in shock and demand to know what just happened. With their ally lying unconscious nearby, Eldo calmly steps forward and admits that he was responsible. He simply couldn't continue watching their behavior. Jicus anxiously tells Eldo that he shouldn't have interfered. Eldo responds that the residents cannot realistically comply with the order anyway, so there is no point pretending otherwise. He tells Jicus not to worry and says that he will handle these men himself. One of the remaining officials angrily demands to know who Eldo thinks he is. Eldo casually introduces himself as nothing more than a D-rank rookie adventurer. The man bursts into laughter, declaring that ordinary rookies certainly don't behave like this. Eldo calmly admits that the man has a point. In fact, some of the abilities Eldo uses cannot even be activated by people with significantly higher levels. Technically, that makes his current status even stranger than that of an ordinary rookie. The man angrily tells Eldo not to get arrogant simply because he managed to surprise them. Eldo smiles and replies that he isn't boasting at all. He is merely stating the truth. Furious at his attitude, the man suddenly screams that Eldo should die. He lunges forward and thrusts his spear toward Eldo, but the young adventurer immediately counters with the power strike spell, effortlessly stopping the attack. Eldo looks at his opponents with disappointment and remarks that there is something seriously wrong with people who call themselves protectors while behaving like common thugs. Eldo angrily adds that he seriously doubts these men could protect the villagers from hungry ogres anyway. He then asks directly whether they ever intended to protect the residents in the first place. The man's shocked reaction immediately gives him away as he demands to know how Eldo figured that out. Eldo responds by smashing him across the face with his staff. The man collapses beside his unconscious companion. Eldo looks down at them and bluntly declares that, regardless of who sent them, they are far too weak to intimidate anyone here. He orders them to leave and tell whoever hired them that Arius no longer needs to be evacuated. Eldo confidently explains why a C-rank rookie adventurer is going to eliminate every ogre threatening the region. The remaining man hurriedly gathers his defeated companions and retreats, shouting that they will remember what Eldo has done. Eldo watches the supposed officials flee from the settlement and remarks that this is the first time he has actually heard someone use such a stereotypical threat in real life. A moment later, Jicus rushes over to him. Eldo turns toward the branch chief and apologizes for acting without permission. If the incident causes problems later, he tells Jicus to simply blame everything on a wandering adventurer who interfered on his own initiative. Internally, Eldo reflects that he never expected to attract attention in quite this manner. Still, if those people's anger is redirected toward him instead of the residents of Arius, that might actually benefit the settlement. Jicus looks frustrated and says that he should be the one apologizing. If only he possessed enough authority and strength to resist them himself, Eldo would never have needed to intervene. Eldo tells tells him there was nothing else he could realistically have done, and that he understands why Jikas was reluctant to openly defy an apparent order from above. Eldo then becomes more serious and admits that something about the entire situation feels wrong. He suspects that what is happening around Arius may have been deliberately arranged. Jikas immediately becomes alarmed and asks what exactly Eldo means. Eldo asks whether Jikas has ever heard of an artificially created substance known as Devil's Poison. Jikas hesitantly replies that the name means nothing to him. Eldo explains that Devil's Poison can affect every monster within the area where it has been planted. Creatures exposed to its influence become considerably more aggressive, and their physical abilities also increase beyond their normal limits. He admits that this possibility has bothered him since his first battle with the ogres. Their usual hunting grounds have apparently been exhausted, yet there are so many unusually aggressive ogres that they have begun hunting dangerously close to human settlements. Under normal circumstances, such an unstable population should eventually collapse on its own. Eldo points out that at exactly the same time, someone is aggressively pushing a plan to evacuate Arius. When both events are considered together, it becomes difficult to dismiss the possibility that the entire crisis was intentionally created. Jikas reacts in shock and asks whether Eldo believes the capital itself organized the situation. Eldo says that isn't necessarily the case. The men claim to possess authority from the capital, but their supposed mandate may have been exaggerated or even fabricated to make them appear more powerful. Eldo suggests that the operation could instead belong to people hostile to Count Megas and anyone associated with him. Jikas stammers that something on such a scale should be impossible. Eldo hesitates before continuing. Judging by the resources and influence required to arrange everything, whoever stands behind the plan must possess considerable political power. That leads him to one particularly troubling possibility. Cardinal Georges may somehow be involved. Jikas immediately asks whether Eldo has lost his mind. Even if Cardinal Georges despises Count Megas, he cannot imagine anyone going this far simply because of political hostility. Eldo calmly reminds him that this is only a theory for now. Eldo adds that this is precisely why he wants their conversation to remain private. Jikas reluctantly agrees that keeping quiet is probably the safest choice. Eldo, meanwhile, continues thinking about the situation and concludes that the real question is not whether someone would dare attempt such a plan, but whether they possess the opportunity and power to carry it out. Eldo continues thinking about the situation and decides that from now on he should act while keeping the worst possible scenario in mind. His greatest concern is the existence of Devil's Poison, something he remembers extremely well from BBO. In the game, Devil's Poison was a special substance that could only be produced by the Garden of Despair. If that organization was somehow connected to Cardinal Georges, then the situation in this world was far more dangerous than Eldo initially imagined. Left unchecked, events could eventually lead the entire world toward catastrophe. Eldo turns to Jikas and says that once he finishes dealing with the ogres, there is something he would like to ask of him. Jikas confidently replies that after everything Eldo has done for Arius, he can ask for practically anything. Eldo thanks him but explains that his request is actually quite simple. He wants Jikas to arrange a meeting between him and Count Megas. The branch chief smiles and immediately agrees. Jikas says that Count Megas would probably be delighted to meet someone like Eldo. However, he asks whether the young adventurer has truly thought this through. Count Megas is openly opposed to Cardinal Georges, so establishing friendly relations with the Count would inevitably mean. Eldo interrupts him and says that he already understands the consequences. In fact, that is exactly why he intends to side with Count Megas. After everything he has discovered, Eldo has no intention of standing aside while Cardinal Georges continues doing whatever he wants. Jikas smiles with obvious relief and says he would personally be grateful if Eldo became Count Megas's ally. He explains that many guild employees across different branches also dislike Cardinal Georges, especially because of how badly the profession system has deteriorated under his influence. Jikas promises to contact several trusted acquaintances so that Eldo will receive a warm welcome when the time comes. Until then, if Eldo needs anything while staying in Arius, he should come directly to him. Eldo agrees. Eldo immediately decides to take advantage of the offer and asks Jikas to prepare a large quantity of oil. The branch chief is surprised by the unusual request but says that if they gather supplies from across the settlement, they should be able to obtain enough. Curious, Jikas asks what Eldo intends to do with such an enormous amount of oil. Eldo looks him directly in the eyes and calmly answers that he plans to burn the forest together with the monsters hiding inside it. Jikas nearly shouts in disbelief and asks whether Eldo seriously intends to burn down the entire forest. He desperately suggests reconsidering the plan. Eldo immediately reassures him that there is no reason to panic. He has no intention of destroying the whole forest. Eldo explains that he only intends to burn the ogre's lair. Hearing this, Jikas finally relaxes. He quickly heads off, enough, telling Eldo to wait while he gathers as much oil as possible. Eldo thanks him for helping with the preparations. Some time later, Jikas returns pushing a heavily loaded cart filled with containers of oil. The guild secretary accompanies him and helps transport the supplies. Jikas apologizes for how heavy everything is and explains that this is the most combustible oil he could obtain. According to him, even a small amount burns extremely intensely. Eldo says that it is exactly what he needs and sincerely thanks him. Eldo then explains that he wants to transfer all the oil into his magical storage. Jikas agrees, and Eldo opens a portal to another space. They begin pouring the oil directly inside. The secretary watches in amazement as enormous quantities of oil disappear into the magical storage. She curiously asks whether there is any danger of the space becoming completely full. Eldo calmly replies that there should still be more than enough room. Eldo adds that storing the oil without the barrels is actually much more efficient. This way, when the moment comes, he can release all of it immediately instead of wasting time handling individual containers. Jikas stares at him in amazement and remarks on how incredibly convenient such magic is. Eventually, Eldo empties the final barrel. Once the preparations are complete, Eldo turns toward Jikas and the secretary and thanks them both for their help. He announces that everything is ready and that he will leave immediately. The secretary suddenly calls out to him and tells him to wait. She points out that the sun is already setting and warns that entering the forest now would be extremely dangerous. Eldo replies that darkness will not be a problem. He possesses a skill specifically suited for nighttime operations, and in his case, fighting after sunset might actually be more convenient. Jikas asks whether Eldo is truly certain about going now. The young adventurer confidently confirms that he is. Since ogres normally hunt during the day, Jikas suddenly realizes what Eldo is planning and exclaims that he intends to attack their lair by surprise while they are least prepared. Eldo replies that he intends to give the plan a try, although he admits that even he is feeling a little nervous about what is about to happen. Jikas scratches his head and says that he understands, then warns the young adventurer to be extremely careful. Eldo assures him that everything will be fine and says that it is time to leave. He rises into the air and flies toward the ogre's territory. Jikas watches him disappear into the distance and says that everyone is counting on him, while the secretary quietly prays for Eldo's safe return. Before long, Eldo reaches the ogre's settlement and observes it from above. He notices several sentries positioned around the area and decides that his first priority should be determining exactly where every enemy is located. He activates magical search and begins scouting the entire settlement. The spell reveals the positions of all the monsters nearby. Eldo counts dozens of ordinary ogres and confirms that there is only one boss among them, the Ogre King. If everything proceeds according to his plan, he should be able to eliminate the entire group quickly. Deciding that the time has come, Eldo opens his magical storage and releases the oil he brought from Arius. Flying around the enormous tree that serves as the ogre's lair, he carefully spreads the oil across the area as evenly as possible. Once the preparation is complete, he quickly puts some distance between himself and the tree. Eldo says that only one thing remains, setting everything on fire. Spotting an ogre carrying a torch, he flies straight toward the monster and kicks it hard in the face. The ogre falls backward, causing its torch to land against the oil-soaked tree. Eldo immediately flies away before the flames can reach him. Within moments, the enormous tree is engulfed in fire. Eldo is impressed by how quickly the oil catches and realizes that the ogres should soon begin escaping through the only passage he intentionally left open. Just as planned, monsters start rushing out of the burning lair one after another. Eldo smiles at the success of his strategy. By burning their home, he can force the ogres into one location while spending almost no mana. As soon as they gather near the exit, he casts Sticky Bomb, covering the ground with a powerful adhesive substance. The fleeing ogres step directly into it and become trapped. Eldo raises his staff and begins stacking enhancement spells. He activates Attack Field, Ice Field, and Ice Enchantment before gathering an enormous mass of stone above the immobilized monsters. Once everything is ready, he casts Giant Meteor. The enormous boulder crashes down onto the gathered ogres, crushing them beneath its weight. Eldo celebrates the successful attack, but his relief lasts only a moment. The massive Ogre King emerges from the burning tree and violently pushes the huge rock aside. Eldo immediately realizes that the real boss battle has finally begun. The Ogre King glares at Eldo floating above him. With tremendous strength, the monster tears away half of a tree trunk and swings it at the young adventurer. Eldo narrowly avoids the attack and stares at the destruction left behind by a single strike. Eldo remembers how the Ogre King fought in BBO. The monster normally relied almost entirely on overwhelming physical strength, attacking directly while turning everything in its surroundings into a weapon. Confirming his memories, the Ogre King smashes a nearby rock and sends enormous fragments flying toward Eldo. Eldo. Eldo immediately creates a magical barrier in front of himself. The stones slam into the shield, and he manages to deflect them, but the pressure puts him in a difficult position. Without giving him time to recover, the Ogre King strikes another rock and launches another barrage of debris. Eldo retaliates with a fireball aimed directly at the monster's face. The explosion connects perfectly, but when the smoke clears, there is barely a scratch on the Ogre King's cheek. To the enormous monster, the attack seems little more irritating than an insect bite. Eldo realizes that the situation is worse than expected. The Ogre King already possesses extraordinary natural durability, and Devil's Poison has apparently strengthened its body even further. Still, Eldo knows that brute force is not his only option. As the monster prepares another attack, he quickly changes his strategy. The Ogre King smashes another rock, sending fragments toward him once again. This time, Eldo activates Wind Run. Using the sudden burst of speed, he slips past the incoming debris, closes the distance almost instantly, and drives a powerful kick directly into the monster's face. The impact forces the Ogre King's mouth open. Eldo immediately takes advantage of the opportunity and casts Explosion directly inside it. The monster's head erupts from within, and its enormous body collapses backward onto the burning tree. Eldo concludes that no matter how much Devil's Poison strengthened the creature, even that durability could not protect it from an explosion inside its own body. Eldo knows that the strategy only succeeded because the Ogre King was enormous and relatively slow. Wind Run is excellent for evasion and surprise attacks, but it is fundamentally a high-speed dash. Once activated, its direction is predictable, making it dangerous against faster or more experienced opponents. Just as Eldo begins to relax, a magical circle suddenly appears above him. He looks up in disbelief and realizes that something is terribly wrong. He has already defeated the boss, yet another powerful presence has appeared immediately afterward. Eldo stares at the new monster and instantly recognizes it as an Ogre Emperor. The creature leaps onto an enormous boulder, leaving deep footprints in the stone from the sheer force of its landing. Then, with nothing but its bare hands, the Ogre Emperor shatters the entire boulder into pieces. Eldo immediately realizes that no matter how he looks at the situation, this new enemy is extremely dangerous. He quickly grabs onto a nearby tree and settles on one of its high branches while observing the monster below. Irritated, he thinks that dealing with an Ogre King was already troublesome enough, and now an Ogre Emperor has appeared as well. Eldo understands that events are unfolding differently from what he remembers from BBO. He begins to wonder whether someone deliberately caused this situation. If an outside force has somehow gained the ability to summon boss-class monsters, then this is far too serious for him to simply ignore. After considering his options, Eldo concludes that he first needs to eliminate the Ogre Emperor in front of him. Before he can properly prepare, however, the monster activates some kind of spell and immediately discovers Eldo's position high in the tree. Eldo is shocked to realize that the Ogre Emperor can use search magic. The monster charges straight toward him and smashes through the tree with its head. Eldo narrowly escapes and retreats toward the enormous tree that served as the ogre's main settlement. The Ogre Emperor begins violently striking the tree in an attempt to force Eldo out. The young man responds by firing a fire arrow at the monster. He knows that once the spell connects, flames should spread across the target's body. Eldo decides to use the attack as a test to determine how much damage his magic can actually inflict. To his surprise, the Ogre Emperor simply catches the incoming fire arrow between its palms. Eldo stares in disbelief, realizing that even one of his basic attacks can be stopped so casually. Eldo remembers that similar attacks were effective against the Ogre King, meaning the enormous difference in durability must come from Devil's Poison. Its strengthening effect is far greater than he expected. Still, he forces himself to remain calm. He possesses all the knowledge accumulated during his time in BBO. More importantly, Eldo now has real combat experience gained since arriving in this world. Combining that experience with his knowledge from the game, he believes there must still be a way to win. He launches several more fire arrows toward the Ogre Emperor. The monster easily knocks every projectile away. Eldo expected this response, however, and smiles as a magical circle suddenly appears beside the Ogre Emperor. He immediately activates Flame Pillar, engulfing the monster's entire head in roaring flames. The Ogre Emperor screams loudly. Eldo is pleased that his trick worked. He doubts the flames caused any serious damage, but that was never their main purpose. The attack has bought him several valuable moments to think. The Ogre Emperor simply slaps at the flames, covering its face before turning its attention back toward Eldo. Eldo desperately searches through his knowledge for something capable of bypassing such overwhelming magical resistance. Suddenly, he remembers one particular spell and realizes that there may actually be a way to defeat the monster. Eldo becomes confident that he can survive this battle after all. There is one technique capable of dealing with an enemy like this, but activating it requires sacrificing material obtained from a boss monster. He watches the Ogre Emperor standing there with flames still covering its head and prepares himself. Eldo decides that there is no reason to hold anything back against this monster. He is going to use a spell considered forbidden even in BBO. Taking a stable stance, he begins casting magical erosion. A strange cloud resembling fine dust spreads from Eldo toward the Ogre Emperor. The monster tries to grab the particles with its hands, but there is nothing solid for it to catch. Within moments, the magical dust completely envelopes its enormous body. Eldo watches the monster begin to suffer and remembers exactly how magical erosion works. Rather than simply damaging the target externally, the spell penetrates inside the enemy, distorts its magical power, and then begins destroying the body from within. There are several reasons why magical erosion is classified as forbidden. The first is its indiscriminate area of effect. Everyone within its range except the caster becomes a target, meaning Eldo must always use magical search beforehand to ensure that no allies or innocent people are nearby. The second problem is the cost. Magical erosion requires material obtained from a boss monster, and that material is completely consumed when the spell is activated. In BBO, using this technique during raids was effectively forbidden because of its enormous drawbacks and risks. Under the current circumstances, however, Eldo cannot think of a better option. More importantly, magical erosion is an ideal countermeasure against Devil's Poison. As the spell continues working, one of the Ogre Emperor's arms suddenly hardens completely before breaking away from its body. The monster stares at its severed limb in disbelief. Eldo realizes that Devil's Poison strengthens monsters by increasing the magical power circulating through their bodies. That means there is even more magical energy for magical erosion to corrupt and consume. The very power that made the Ogre Emperor so dangerous is now accelerating its destruction. The Ogre Emperor finally collapses onto its knees and lets out a deafening scream. Eldo casts the forbidden spell once again to finish the battle, but then notices something else. The enormous tree behind the monster is still burning fiercely, and the flames are beginning to spread dangerously close to the surrounding forest. Eldo realizes that he needs to extinguish the spreading flames as quickly as possible. Before he can deal with the fire, however, the Ogre Emperor forces itself back onto its feet and glares at him with pure rage. Eldo raises his staff and declares that it is finally time to end the battle. He prepares to cast magical erosion once again. The Ogre Emperor gathers its remaining strength and swings its massive fist directly at Eldo. But before the blow can connect, its other arm suddenly hardens and breaks away from its body. Unable to endure the internal destruction any longer, the monster collapses to the ground. Eldo has finally defeated the Ogre Emperor. Breathing heavily, Eldo stares at the fallen monster in disbelief and feels an enormous sense of relief. He is simply grateful that he managed to survive. Remembering the spreading fire, he quickly transfers the Ogre Emperor's corpse into his magical storage. Eldo says that with the ogres finally eliminated, he can concentrate on extinguishing the flames. He is slightly disappointed that magical erosion may have ruined most of the useful materials from the Ogre Emperor, but the bodies of the ordinary ogres and the Ogre King should still provide more than enough valuable resources. Suddenly, Eldo notices a crystal lying on the ground. His expression immediately brightens when he recognizes it as a stone of wisdom. He remembers that monsters defeated by magical erosion have a high chance of producing damaged or degraded materials, so obtaining such a rare item intact means he was extremely lucky. Pleased with the unexpected reward, Eldo decides that only the cleanup remains. He begins moving through the forest while repeatedly using magical search to locate the source responsible for the abnormal behavior of the monsters. His search eventually reveals a suspicious vessel hidden nearby. Eldo immediately realizes that this must be where Devil's Poison was placed. Without hesitation, he creates a powerful pillar of ice and drives it into the ground, destroying the source of the curse. Eldo is relieved that everything worked. With Devil's Poison destroyed, the monsters throughout the surrounding area should gradually return to their normal behavior instead of remaining unnaturally aggressive. Looking across the forest, he confirms that there are no ogres left in the region. Still, one question continues bothering him. Could he somehow have predicted the appearance of the Ogre Emperor after defeating the Ogre King? More importantly, he wonders how reliably his knowledge from BBO can actually be applied to monsters in this world when unexpected differences like this continue appearing. Eldo eventually decides that there is no point exhausting himself by thinking about it right now. The battle is over, so the best thing he can do is return to Arius. Meanwhile, back at the guild, the secretary desperately shakes Jikis by the shoulders, trying to wake him. She loudly tells him to get up, complaining that it is unfair for Eldo to be fighting such a dangerous battle completely alone while they remain safely in the settlement. Jikis sleepily replies that he understands her feelings, but his exhausted body simply refuses to cooperate. Suddenly, Eldo appears beside them and jokingly points out that the sun is already high in the sky. sky. Jikas mutters that he will get up in a moment before both he and the secretary suddenly realize whose voice they just heard. They turn around in shock and shout that Eldo has returned. Jikas immediately jumps out of his chair and notices how battered and exhausted Eldo looks. Alarmed, he asks whether the young adventurer has been seriously injured. Eldo calmly replies that the battlefield was simply a particularly unpleasant place to fight. Eldo then smiles and tells them not to worry because he successfully eliminated every enemy. Hearing this, Jikas and the secretary are overwhelmed with relief and rush toward him, embracing him enthusiastically. Eldo weakly asks them to forgive him, saying that this time he really has reached his limit. Before either of them can react, his strength finally gives out and he collapses unconscious onto the floor. The secretary cries out in panic and asks what happened to him. By the time Eldo finally opens his eyes again, the sun is already setting. Confused, he asks what happened and where he is. Sitting up and examining the room, he recognizes it as a room in an Arius tavern. Eldo quickly realizes that he must have completely exhausted himself after the battle. The secretary suddenly rushes into the room and happily exclaims that Eldo has finally awakened. She tells him that he has been unconscious for 2 entire days and that everyone was beginning to worry. Excited by the news, she says that she will immediately inform Jikas. Before leaving, she adds that food has already been prepared downstairs if Eldo is hungry. Almost immediately after hearing this, his stomach growls loudly. Taking that as his answer, Eldo gets dressed and heads downstairs. The secretary happily greets him when he arrives. She immediately calls toward the second floor and tells Jikas that Eldo is awake and has come downstairs. Jikas responds that the young adventurer finally seems to be feeling better. Jikas once again tells Eldo how grateful everyone is for what he did by eliminating the ogres and saving Arius. He says that there are still many things he personally wants to thank him for, but before that, there is a certain gentleman who has been waiting specifically to meet Eldo. Eldo looks at the unfamiliar man in surprise. Suddenly, the stranger steps forward and asks whether he is Eldo, the rookie adventurer everyone has been talking about. Still cautious, Eldo asks who exactly he is. The man walks down the stairs and approaches Eldo with a friendly smile. He introduces himself as Megas, describing himself modestly as nothing more than a count governing the borderlands. Eldo immediately realizes that the man standing before him is far more important than he expected. Somewhat awkwardly, Eldo remarks that the count has traveled a considerable distance just to come here. Megas explains that he received a letter from the local guild informing him about the situation in Arius, so he immediately decided to come and offer his assistance. Megas smiles and adds that he has actually been waiting for someone like Eldo for quite some time. Jikas has already told him everything about the extraordinary rookie who appeared in the region. Without wasting any more time, the count directly asks Eldo to join his side. Megas extends his hand and says that he desperately needs Eldo's strength during these difficult times. If they work together, they may finally be able to bring Cardinal Georges' era to an end and create a country where ordinary people can live under better conditions. Eldo smiles and firmly shakes the count's hand. He agrees to cooperate, adding that he has already had more than enough of Georges himself. Megas sincerely thanks him for agreeing to help in the struggle against the Cardinal. The count says that they have many important matters to discuss, but there is no reason to do so on an empty stomach. Turning toward Jikas and the secretary, Megas mentions that they have prepared an entire feast for Eldo. He adds that it would be a terrible waste to let all that food grow cold. Eldo happily thanks everyone and says that after everything he has been through, he will gladly eat. Sitting down at the table, he stares in amazement at the enormous variety of dishes prepared for him. Eldo cannot hide his excitement at the sight of so much food. The secretary smiles broadly and tells him that they deliberately prepared plenty, so he should forget about manners for the moment and eat as much as he wants. Jikas then suggests that it would probably be better for Eldo and Count Megas to discuss the more sensitive details privately. He and the secretary prepare to leave the room. Megas thanks them for their consideration, and soon the Count and Eldo are sitting opposite each other at the table. Megas begins by saying that before discussing anything else, he wants to personally thank Eldo. The ogres had become an extremely serious threat to the region, and the Count was already assembling a force to eliminate them. Before his soldiers could even arrive, however, Eldo appeared and solved the entire problem himself. Megas places a small chest in front of the young adventurer. He explains that Eldo's actions saved Arius from destruction, and although the young man never demanded additional compensation, the Count wants him to accept the contents of the chest as a personal reward. Eldo opens the chest and immediately freezes in surprise. Inside is another stone of wisdom. He asks whether Megas is truly willing to give away something so valuable. The Count casually replies that he possesses an entire collection of these stones and, more importantly, has never understood what they are actually used for. Megas adds that he heard Eldo was particularly interested in stones of wisdom, which is is why he chose one as a reward. He also considers it compensation for dealing with Georges' men in Arius. With the formalities finished, the Count says that they can finally discuss the real reason for their meeting. Megas explains that Eldo probably already knows how much Cardinal Georges hates him. However, their conflict goes far beyond the Count sheltering people from lower professions. Before Megas can continue, Eldo interrupts and asks whether Georges is secretly cooperating with the Garden of Despair. Eldo clarifies that this is still only his suspicion and that he does not yet possess definitive proof. Megas stares at him in genuine surprise, impressed that the young adventurer has already uncovered so much on his own. Eldo replies that several incidents led him toward this conclusion, although until now he could not be certain. Megas tells him that his suspicions are almost certainly correct. Some of the Count's men personally witnessed a secret meeting between Georges' subordinates and members of the Garden of Despair. Unfortunately, Georges later eliminated those witnesses before they could obtain enough evidence to expose the connection publicly. According to Megas, both sides are still operating from the shadows and helping each other increase their influence and power. If nothing is done, their cooperation will eventually become impossible to contain. The Count believes they need to act before the situation reaches that point. Eldo unexpectedly disagrees and says that rushing into action right now would be a mistake. Megas looks at him in surprise and asks what he means. Eldo explains that the incident in Arius revealed something extremely important. Their enemies deliberately used a special poison to manipulate the monsters and gather them in one region. Eldo explains that Devil's Poison was the true reason the monsters around Arius became so unnaturally aggressive. If their enemies successfully destroyed this settlement and nobody discovered the cause, they could simply repeat the same strategy somewhere else. One town would fall, then another, and the destruction could continue across the country. Count Megas stares at Eldo in shock and asks whether everything he has just said is really true. Their enemies have already caused enormous damage with their schemes, and the thought that they could deliberately repeat the same disaster elsewhere horrifies him. Eldo calmly replies that even this is not the worst part. Eldo's expression becomes serious as he explains that the Garden of Despair is capable of sacrificing human lives and converting their souls into magical energy. Worse still, he knows of a spell capable of using that power to trigger a catastrophe on an unimaginable scale. Megas looks at him in disbelief. Eldo continues, explaining that the number of people supporting Georges is constantly increasing. If the Garden of Despair gains access to enough followers, resources, and sacrifices through him, they could eventually accumulate enough power to cause a magical catastrophe capable of bringing the entire world to ruin. The Count raises his voice and says that something like that cannot possibly be real. He asks Eldo directly whether magic powerful enough to cause such destruction truly exists. Eldo firmly confirms that it does and asks what reason he would have to invent something so serious. Megas struggles to understand how such a thing could even be possible and asks where Eldo obtained this information. Eldo answers that he learned about it at a place where he once studied. That place no longer exists, so there is no longer any way for Megas to verify his story directly. Eldo adds that everything he learned there has so far matched the actions of the Garden of Despair remarkably well. Because of that, he believes they should prepare for the worst possible scenario. Megas accepts his reasoning but says that no matter how powerful their enemies are, surrender is not an option. Eldo asks whether they realistically have any chance of winning. The Garden of Despair is already dangerous enough on its own, and with Cardinal Georges supporting it from within the country's power structure, confronting them directly would be extremely difficult. Megas agrees. That is exactly why their first objective should not be destroying Georges outright. Before attempting anything decisive, they need to weaken his political position and gradually strip away his influence. The Count adds that he is prepared to sacrifice even his own life if necessary. Eldo looks at him in surprise. Megas explains that Georges' policy of discriminating against people with so-called lower professions has recently begun attracting serious criticism. According to the Count, this growing dissatisfaction is one of the reasons why Miria, the adventurer known as Flamepike, is now being considered for promotion to a rank. Eldo immediately reacts with surprise upon hearing Miria's name. Megas explains that for the first time, Georges' entire system has been publicly embarrassed by someone from a profession it considers inferior. Miria's supposed victory over an S-rank monster has become a major topic among adventurers throughout the country. Eldo smiles and says that this is excellent news. Privately, he is pleased that defeating the Lightning Dragon and giving Miria the credit has produced such an important consequence. Megas warns, however, that one achievement alone will not force Georges to abandon his policies. Miria's case can simply be dismissed as an extraordinary exception. That is why Eldo's achievements are equally important. If both an established adventurer like Flamepike and an unknown rookie from a disregarded profession continue producing incredible results, more people will inevitably begin questioning whether the entire profession system is fundamentally wrong. Megas says that he intends to actively spread information about Eldo's achievements and use them to undermine public confidence in Georges' system. Eldo immediately asks whether the Count understands what that means. Doing so would essentially amount to openly declaring political war on Cardinal Georges. Eldo warns that Georges would no longer be able to hide behind indirect schemes involving monsters, guild regulations, or relocation orders. Once Megas openly challenges his authority, their conflict will become impossible to conceal, and Georges may simply decide to eliminate the Count. Megas calmly replies that he has already accepted that possibility. Such an attack would only expose Georges' hostility and cruelty even more clearly. If his own death became the event that finally united enough people against the Cardinal, Megas says he would willingly accept that fate. The Count explains that they have never had an opportunity like this before. For the first time, public opinion is beginning to shift, powerful examples are appearing that contradict Georges' policies, and dissatisfaction is spreading through the guilds. Megas believes that now is the moment to change everything. Eldo finally understands the Count's strategy, but immediately notices its greatest weakness. Eldo says that the overall idea is reasonable, but it relies far too heavily on luck. Judging from the information available to them, he estimates the probability of the plan succeeding at only around 30%. Eldo asks whether such poor odds are really acceptable when the fate of the entire world may eventually depend on their victory. Megas admits that the chances are terrible, but says they currently have no better option. Their enemies possess far more influence, resources, and power than they do. Eldo disagrees. Instead of confronting Georges through a strategy that depends on public reaction and sacrifice, he suggests attacking the Cardinal's position much more directly. If they can identify and exploit Georges' weaknesses, they may be able to remove him with far less effort and considerably less risk. Megas asks Eldo whether he really thinks they have overlooked such an obvious solution. If they had known how to exploit Georges' weaknesses, they would have done so long ago. The Count asks whether Eldo already knows what those weaknesses are. Eldo awkwardly admits that he does not. Megas says that this is exactly what he expected. Eldo quickly clarifies that he simply does not know enough about Georges yet. Since Megas is also an aristocrat and understands the country's political structure far better than he does, Eldo wants to ask him several questions first. The Count agrees and tells Eldo to ask whatever he wants. Eldo begins with the most obvious question. Why does Georges possess so much political power? This is still a kingdom, meaning the king should theoretically hold the greatest authority. Yet Georges' words seem to carry extraordinary weight throughout the country. Eldo adds that the title of cardinal should not even represent the highest position within the church itself, which makes Georges' influence even stranger. Megas replies that he personally is only a relatively low-ranking noble, but he knows how Georges rose to his current position. Megas explains that Georges gained most of his influence approximately 5 years ago because of a major incident. At that time, the king and several important nobles were struck by a mysterious illness. Georges appeared with a panacea capable of curing them and personally saved their lives. Eldo immediately asks what kind of medicine this panacea was. Megas explains that it was supposedly capable of curing virtually any disease. Eldo instantly understands. A similar potion existed in BBO. He then asks whether producing such a panacea is extremely expensive. Megas confirms that it is. Even obtaining the necessary ingredients is extraordinarily difficult. Because Georges provided such valuable medicine and saved the king himself, he received enormous recognition from both the royal family and the aristocracy. Eventually, he rose to become one of the country's most influential nobles. Megas now suspects that the entire incident may have been connected to the Garden of Despair, but without evidence, anyone making such an accusation would simply be mocked. People would accuse Megas of being jealous of Georges' success rather than believe such an extraordinary conspiracy. Meanwhile, Georges continued consolidating his position. Eventually, he established something close to a monopoly over important medicines, and now even members of the royal family cannot easily obtain certain treatments without going through his network. Hearing this, Eldo suddenly realizes something. He says that he finally understands the source of Georges' influence and asks Megas whether he has noticed the obvious implication. If Georges' power depends so heavily on controlling medicine, then that dependence itself can become his greatest weakness. Megas asks what exactly Eldo means. The young adventurer calmly explains that he knows methods for mass-producing healing potions and various other medicines. Instead of trying to defeat Georges where he is strongest, they can destroy the very advantage that makes him indispensable. Megas is stunned. He asks whether Eldo is seriously claiming that he can obtain ingredients as rare as Bradrana herbs and then manufacture valuable medicines in enormous quantities. Eldo replies that he most likely can. Megas admits that under normal circumstances he would never believe such a claim. However, after witnessing and hearing about everything Eldo has accomplished, the Count has already learned that ordinary standards simply cannot be applied to him. If Eldo says it is possible, Megas is willing to trust him. Having heard enough, Megas decides to temporarily abandon his previous plan and refrain from making any reckless moves against George. Before they proceed, however, he asks one final and extremely important question. Can Eldo actually create a panacea? Eldo confidently answers that he can. Meanwhile, inside the royal castle, the king sits upon his throne when a servant approaches and kneels before him. The servant announces that Cardinal George is requesting an audience. The king gives permission for him to enter, and moments later a tall man walks into the throne room. George remarks that it has been quite some time since they last met and respectfully kneels before the king. The king tells him to rise and asks what business has brought him to the palace. George asks whether the king can place royal soldiers and military equipment at his disposal. The king immediately asks whether George intends to use them in an upcoming battle. George replies that there is currently no such plan. He merely wants them available as a precaution against certain undesirable events. The king refuses at first, explaining that he cannot simply hand the kingdom's soldiers and equipment over to the personal control of a nobleman. George immediately reminds him of an uncomfortable fact. The king is still alive largely because of the medicine George once provided. The king falls silent and thinks for a moment. Eventually, he changes his decision and agrees to place a group of knights under George's command. George assures him that there is nothing to worry about. Everything he is doing, he claims, is for the peace and stability of the kingdom. Elsewhere, Eldo enters a herbal shop and asks the merchant whether he has any cemented tayumame available. The shopkeeper looks at him in surprise and asks whether he really intends to purchase tayumame. The merchant explains that he does have some, but the herb is considered practically worthless and is normally used only as livestock feed. Confused, he asks why Eldo would possibly need it. Eldo simply replies that he needs it for the sake of the kingdom's bright future. Eldo and Megas prepare to part ways. Before leaving, the count once again thanks the young man. If they truly manage to mass-produce medicine, countless lives throughout the kingdom could be saved. Megas explains that George currently holds an effective monopoly over the production and distribution of important medicines. Because there is almost no competition, he can sell them at outrageously high prices. Eldo replies that there is no reason to thank him yet because they have not actually accomplished anything. The count admits that Eldo is right and says that he became excited too quickly. Their first major problem is obtaining a stable supply of bradana grass. To produce medicine on a large scale, they would need an entire plantation, and so far they have no reliable way to create one. Eldo replies that he does not think this will be much of a problem. Megas becomes interested and asks what exactly he intends to do. He wonders whether Eldo plans to somehow take control of an existing plantation. Eldo immediately rejects that idea because it would be far too dangerous. Instead, he asks whether Megas can obtain bradana seeds. The count replies that acquiring fully grown plants would be difficult, but getting seeds should be possible. Megas promises that if Eldo needs those seeds, he will find a way to obtain them. Hearing this, Eldo confidently says that there should be no problem. If they cannot acquire an existing plantation, then he will simply create one himself and grow everything they need. Sometime later, Eldo flies toward a waterfall using his flight spell. He places his magical storage directly beneath the falling water and begins collecting a huge amount of it. Looking at the result, he says that everything he needs is now prepared. The next step is finding suitable land. Eldo rises high above the surrounding area and carefully examines the terrain from the air, searching for the best possible location for his experiment. He reasons that the plantation needs to be somewhere with sufficient magical energy. At the same time, it would be much more convenient to establish it closer to Arius rather than near the territory previously occupied by the ogres. Eventually, Eldo notices a promising path outside the city. He realizes that stable production will eventually require workers to reach the plantation regularly. Because of that, access to the location is also important. A proper road will eventually have to be constructed, but for now he decides to test the fastest and simplest method. Eldo flies down toward the selected area and decides that this place should work. Now he only needs to determine whether his cultivation method actually functions in this world. If the experiment succeeds, it will also prove to Count Megas that his plan for mass-producing medicine is realistic. Eldo begins scattering tayumame seeds across the ground. Once the seeds are distributed, he decides to water them. He opens his magical storage containing the water collected from the waterfall and activates the water cannon spell. A powerful stream pours across the ground. Eldo examines the field and notes that the seeds are scattered rather loosely. The soil has not been properly cultivated, and the amount of water is controlled well enough that the seeds should not rot. Despite the primitive conditions, Eldo believes tayumame should still grow without much difficulty. He stretches out his hands and prepares for the most important part of the experiment, providing the seeds with what they need to germinate. He activates the magical taunt spell. Soon, several wolves appear in front of him. Eldo realizes that his spell successfully attracted nearby monsters. The wolves immediately rush toward him, but before they can reach him, Eldo activates Ice Block. The monsters are instantly defeated. Eldo looks at their bodies and says that everything is proceeding perfectly. He briefly apologizes to the dead creatures because he intends to use them as fertilizer. Taiyumame possesses the unusual ability to absorb monsters and use them as nutrients. Eldo concludes that the process will require some time, so there is nothing more for him to do here for now. He returns to the city. 2 days later, he comes back and is surprised to discover that numerous plants have already sprouted. Amazed by their growth rate, Eldo notes that Taiyumame develops incredibly quickly under the right conditions. He cuts down one of the mature plants and confirms that his method worked exactly as expected. The monsters buried nearby served as fertilizer through Taiyumame's monster absorption property. Eldo remembers that when Taiyumame absorbs monsters, it does not merely consume their bodies. The plant also absorbs the magical power contained within them. He carefully processes the harvested grass and collects its valuable grains inside a cloth. Satisfied with the successful harvest, Eldo says that everything worked perfectly. He then uses Fire Ring to burn away the remaining grass that is no longer needed. Watching the unwanted plants disappear in the flames, Eldo finally allows himself to relax after completing the experiment. Eldo reflects that everything he has done so far was merely preparation for growing Bardana grass. Taiyumame roots absorb enormous amounts of magical energy, but in doing so they also kill nearby plants. Since Bardana seeds are especially fragile, they would quickly be consumed by the Taiyumame roots if planted immediately. That is why Eldo first needs to destroy the remaining Taiyumame roots with fire magic. He drives his sword into the ground while thinking about the unusual conditions required for Bardana grass. Unlike ordinary plants, it cannot properly grow in a normal environment. Bardana naturally grows in places saturated with magical energy, especially where it can absorb power left behind by dead monsters. When a monster dies, the magical energy contained within its body gradually disperses into the surrounding environment. The problem is that most plants cannot directly absorb this energy in its original state. Because of that, simply leaving monster corpses beside Bardana seeds would accomplish almost nothing. This is exactly why Eldo needed Taiyumame. He crushes the harvested Taiyumame seeds and scatters them across the soil. The plant has already absorbed the monster's magical energy and converted it into a form that can be used as fertilizer. Once this magically enriched material enters the soil, Bardana should finally be able to grow. Eldo continues spreading the prepared fertilizer across the field. Now all that remains is to plant the Bardana seeds and wait. If everything works as planned, he will finally have a renewable source of the main ingredient needed for producing medicine. Sometime later, Eldo looks proudly over a large amount of fully grown Bardana grass. The experiment has succeeded. He harvests the plants, returns to the city, and places the entire batch in front of Count Megas. The Count stares at the enormous quantity and immediately asks where Eldo managed to obtain so much. Megas can hardly believe what he is seeing. Eldo calmly explains that he actually grew all of it himself using the seeds the Count had provided. Megas is stunned and admits that the incredible rumors surrounding Eldo apparently were not exaggerated. The Count picks up some of the herb and carefully examines it. He estimates that this amount alone should be enough to produce at least 20 batches of medicine. If they can establish stable cultivation on this scale, it could completely transform the kingdom's medical industry. Eldo points out that mass production will require considerably more land and workers. Megas immediately agrees. If Eldo explains the cultivation process, the Count promises to provide everything necessary to expand production. At that moment, Jikum enters the room. Eldo asks him about an old road outside the city that leads toward Arius. Jikum explains that there used to be farmland in that area, which is why people once regularly traveled along that road. However, nobody uses the route anymore. Eldo asks whether it could be restored and used again. Jikum says that it should theoretically be possible, but the entire area has become heavily overgrown, so turning it back into farmland would require considerable work. Jikum adds that there is another major obstacle. An enormous boulder now blocks part of the area, and removing something that large would be extremely difficult. Eldo listens thoughtfully before taking out a small box containing the stone Count Megas recently gave him. He says that he will find a way to deal with the problem. Megas asks what is inside the box. Eldo explains that it contains a wisdom stone, a rare item capable of strengthening abilities. The Count is surprised because he had always assumed that it was nothing more than an unusual gemstone. Jikum smiles and jokes that Eldo is already ridiculously powerful, so it is difficult to imagine what will happen after he becomes even stronger. Megas decides that Eldo can handle clearing the land while he personally begins searching for trustworthy people who can help establish production. The Count explains explains that once everything is prepared, they can begin producing medicine and introduce it to the market. Eldo agrees. If their medicine can successfully compete with Georges' products, they will finally have a direct way to weaken his monopoly and reduce his influence. However, Eldo reminds Megas that this plan carries enormous risks. If they fail, all of their efforts could be wasted, and they might even lose their lives. He asks the Count one final time whether he truly intends to continue. Megas answers without hesitation. He had originally been prepared to sacrifice his own life if that was what it took to change the kingdom. Eldo's appearance has instead given him something he did not have before, a genuine possibility of succeeding without throwing his life away. Eldo silently studies the Count and realizes that his question was probably unnecessary. A man willing to risk everything for his people deserves a chance to survive. Eldo decides that he will not allow someone like Megas to die because of Georges. Later, Eldo and the guild secretary descend into the city's underground warehouse. Eldo activates light magic to illuminate the dark passage ahead. After examining the tunnel, he realizes that it provides access to the rear side of the area. He asks the girl to confirm this, and she smiles before telling him that he is correct. The secretary explains that this passage is used to bring humanitarian supplies into the city, including the aid regularly sent by Count Megas. Eldo is surprised to learn this. The girl adds that it is practically the only reliable route into the area, making it extremely useful for discreet transportation and covert operations. She unlocks the door and asks Eldo what he thinks about the location. As Jikum already explained, everything outside has become heavily overgrown, so transforming the land back into usable farmland will not be easy. They step outside and immediately see an enormous boulder blocking much of the sunlight. Eldo stares at it and remarks that calling it a boulder is an understatement because it looks more like an entire mountain. The secretary awkwardly agrees. Apparently, during a past disaster, an enormous piece of the nearby mountain broke away and fell directly onto this land. She tells Eldo that there is no shame in abandoning his original plan. They could simply clear the land around the massive rock and establish the plantation there instead. Eldo casually replies that there is no need because he will simply destroy the obstacle. The secretary stares at him in disbelief and asks what he means. Eldo raises his staff and activates Steam Explosion. A powerful blast strikes directly into the center of the massive stone, instantly covering the entire area in a thick cloud of dust. When the dust finally settles, the secretary looks ahead in shock. Despite the force of the attack, the enormous rock is still standing, with only a relatively small hole blasted into its center. Eldo examines the damage and realizes that repeatedly using the same spell will not be enough to destroy it. The secretary suddenly starts shouting at him, saying that he cannot simply unleash magic that powerful without warning anyone nearby. Eldo awkwardly admits that she has a point and apologizes for startling her. He explains that he genuinely did not expect the rock to withstand the attack. Since ordinary steam explosion is insufficient, he decides to try something significantly stronger. Eldo tells the girl to move farther away because his next attack will be much more powerful. The secretary quickly retreats and sits down on the grass at a safe distance. She watches Eldo carefully and asks whether he really has an attack stronger than the one she just witnessed. Eldo confirms that he does and takes out a bottle filled with a strange liquid. Curious, the girl asks what it is. Eldo explains that he created a wisdom potion using the wisdom stone and bardana grass he obtained from Count Megas. Drinking it allows him to enhance one of his existing skills. The secretary watches in amazement as Eldo drinks the potion. She awkwardly remarks that she had no idea stones could be consumed like that. Eldo grimaces and replies that whatever the method, the potion tastes absolutely terrible. Eldo selects Steam Explosion as the skill he wants to strengthen. The ordinary spell evolves into Enhanced Steam Explosion, and his hands begin glowing with brilliant white light. Once the enhancement is complete, Eldo warns the secretary that she should find cover immediately. The girl quickly agrees and hides behind another nearby rock. Eldo points his staff toward the enormous obstacle and examines his upgraded ability. Enhanced Steam Explosion is technically only one level above the ordinary version of the spell. However, Eldo remembers that in BBO, even a single skill level could create an enormous difference in performance. Knowing that, he becomes genuinely curious to see how much stronger the upgraded version will be in this world. Eldo thrusts his staff forward and activates Enhanced Steam Explosion. A tremendous blast erupts across the area. The shockwave tears nearby trees out by their roots, and the secretary screams as the ground violently shakes beneath her. Back in the city, Jikum and Count Megas are sitting at a table when the entire building suddenly begins to tremble. Jikum jumps in surprise and shouts that there must be an earthquake. Meanwhile, Eldo stares at the enormous crater left by his attack and admits that the upgraded spell became far more powerful than he expected. The terrified secretary asks what kind of attack could possibly create destruction on this scale. Eldo calmly calmly explains that the explosion she witnessed earlier was merely the first-level version of the spell. The girl can hardly believe him and asks whether something like this can even be called magic anymore because it looked more like a natural disaster. Eldo replies that, regardless of how destructive it was, the giant rock has finally been removed. Their work here is finished, so they can return to the guild. When they arrive, Jikum immediately confronts Eldo and says that he knew the recent earthquake had something to do with him. Eldo admits responsibility and says that he did not mean to frighten everyone. Still, the important thing is that he successfully cleared the land they needed. Jikum remarks that somehow he should have expected Eldo to casually eliminate an obstacle that everyone else considered impossible to remove. Eldo then turns toward Count Megas and tells him that the land is ready. From this point forward, he will rely on the Count to organize the plantation and begin preparing for full-scale production. Megas confidently tells Eldo to leave everything to him. He intends to expand the operation on the largest scale their resources will allow. Before they begin, however, Eldo warns him that there is one important danger they need to consider. Megas looks at him curiously, and Eldo explains that cultivating Berdana will inevitably attract monsters to the plantation. The reason lies in Tayumame's unusual properties. While absorbing magical energy, the plant also acts like a beacon that draws nearby monsters toward it. The Count immediately realizes what this means and asks whether they will need to station armed fighters around the plantation. Eldo confirms this, but explains that ordinary monsters are not the only concern. There is also a small possibility that the concentrated magical energy could attract or even cause the appearance of boss-class monsters. Eldo asks Megas to contact him immediately if anything unusual happens. The Count thanks him for the warning and agrees that they will need capable fighters guarding the plantation. Fortunately, he already has several potential candidates in mind. Megas says that he intends to gather people from the so-called lower professions who possess strength comparable to the flame spear. There are very few individuals like that in the kingdom, but they do exist. Eldo immediately thinks of Miria. After learning how to properly use her hero abilities, she became exceptionally powerful. If Megas could recruit more lower-class adventurers with similar potential, they would become an enormous asset. Still, Eldo remembers that Miria herself is aiming to become an aristocrat. Openly opposing Georges would be extremely dangerous for someone in her position, especially considering how much influence the Cardinal possesses within the guild and throughout the kingdom. Eldo decides not to rely too heavily on that possibility for now. Megas concludes that they have clearly divided their responsibilities and know what each of them must do. Eldo agrees and tells him that there is no reason to delay. They should move forward at full speed. Sometime later, their plan begins taking shape. A large Berdana plantation is established, while a separate water supply is prepared for the Tayumame fields. Cultivation proceeds smoothly, allowing them to steadily increase the amount of medicinal plants available. They also establish dedicated hunting grounds where fighters eliminate monsters attracted by the magical plants. Nearby, another facility is constructed specifically for processing the harvested herbs and turning them into finished medicines. What began as Eldo's small experiment is quickly developing into a complete production system. While inspecting the facilities, Eldo speaks with a man named Sabine. Looking around in admiration, Eldo remarks that the equipment and infrastructure are impressive. He never expected Count Megas to organize such a large operation in such a short period of time. Eldo adds that if they can maintain production on this scale, they may genuinely be able to put economic pressure on Georges. Sabine smiles and confidently agrees. Sabine explains that everyone gathered here responded to Count Megas' request without hesitation. These people are willing to work tirelessly for him because they have personal reasons to repay the Count. Eldo learns that Sabine himself once belonged to one of the professions now considered inferior. In the past, Sabine worked as an adventurer and fought primarily in close combat. During one expedition, however, his party encountered an overwhelmingly powerful monster. His companions abandoned him in the middle of the battle and left him to die. Sabine somehow survived, but the experience destroyed his confidence and ended his adventuring career. Without his former profession, he also lost his source of income and eventually found himself on the verge of starvation. Count Megas discovered him during that period, gave him land and an opportunity to rebuild his life. Sabine abandoned adventuring and started over as a farmer. Eldo realizes that nearly everyone working here has a similar sense of gratitude toward Megas. The Count once helped them when nobody else would, and now he has placed his trust in them again. Eldo then explains that he actually came to the plantation because he needs to speak with the Count. He asks Sabine where Megas is currently located. Sabine tells him that the Count should be at the processing facility, where he is holding a meeting concerning the future distribution of their medicines. Eldo thanks him and heads there immediately. Inside the building, Eldo quickly finds Megas and asks whether this is where the medicinal plants are processed. The Count confirms it, and Eldo Eldo begins carefully examining the entire production line. He notices workers manually grinding bradana using pots and other simple equipment. Everyone is clearly working hard, but Eldo immediately sees a major problem. With methods this slow, they will never achieve the production volume they need. Worse, inefficient processing could waste large quantities of valuable bradana. Eldo reasons that their plantations should eventually produce as much bradana as they require. If raw materials are no longer the primary limitation, then efficiency becomes more important than conserving every individual plant. They may need to redesign the process around speed and large-scale production. Eldo turns towards several boxes filled with bottles of finished medicine. A man approaches him and explains that these bottles represent today's completed production. He then politely bows and introduces himself as Ver. The man explains that he has been appointed to manage and supervise medicine production at the facility. He politely introduces himself and says that he is pleased to finally meet Eldo. Ver adds that he has already heard plenty about Eldo's remarkable activities from Count Megas. He then asks Eldo and the Count to follow him into a separate room. When they enter, Eldo notices another man waiting there together with Jikum. The stranger greets Eldo, and the young man immediately asks whether he is connected to the Adventurers Guild. The man confirms it and says that he owes Eldo for what happened in Fiesta. More importantly, he also strongly opposes the occupational discrimination introduced by Lord George. He explains that he has decided to support their cause and will secretly assist Count Mega's faction from within the guild. Eldo asks what exactly their plan involves. Ver responds that the best place to begin is with the medicines they have produced. Ver explains that under their current production plan, the medicine will eventually be distributed to shops throughout the country. More importantly, large reserves will be stored in warehouses belonging to the Masha Trading Company. By stockpiling the medicine beforehand, they will be able to release large quantities onto the market whenever necessary. Eldo quickly understands what this means. Once sufficient reserves are accumulated, they can begin supplying ordinary people with affordable medicine on a massive scale. Eldo agrees that the strategy makes sense, but asks whether they risk eventually becoming no different from Georges by controlling such a large supply. Ver replies that their situation is fundamentally different. Considering who they are fighting against, Georges will almost certainly attempt to force artificial price increases and maintain his monopoly. Megas then reveals something that happened only yesterday. One of his aristocratic sympathizers had received a proposal connected to Georges but refused to cooperate. Almost immediately afterward, the man's wife mysteriously became seriously ill. Soon afterward, Georges' representatives approached him again. This time their demands were even harsher. If the nobleman agreed to become Lord Georges' subordinate, they would allow him to purchase the medicine necessary to save his wife. Megas explains that their own medicine was fortunately already available, so he personally gave the nobleman a bottle. Eldo immediately recognizes the pattern. Georges is not simply selling medicine at inflated prices. He is using access to treatment as a tool of coercion. Megas confirms his conclusion. The Count adds that Georges' faction probably still does not understand how far their opponents have progressed. Because of that, there may be an opportunity to strike first and undermine their position before they can react. Eldo begins considering the situation from Georges' perspective and realizes that such extreme measures would normally be unnecessary unless he already felt threatened. Eldo pieces everything together. Georges' system brands professions that should actually belong among the strongest as inferior. But once people from these professions properly develop their skills and gain enough experience, they become extraordinarily powerful. Count Megas has already attracted many such people to his side. On top of that, Eldo and Miria have recently become widely discussed examples of supposedly low-ranking adventurers displaying overwhelming strength. Georges therefore has every reason to fear the growing military potential surrounding Megas. Eldo reaches an unpleasant conclusion. Sooner or later, Georges' faction will stop relying on political and economic pressure and simply attempt to eliminate Count Megas. He asks whether they have already received any direct ultimatum or demands. Megas says no, explaining that he believes their enemies are still trying to remain within certain boundaries. Eldo replies that political calculations may be restraining them for now, but strategy and politics are Megas' responsibility. Eldo sees his own role differently. His duty is to protect the Count and everyone supporting their cause. Because of that, there is something important he needs to tell them about the danger they are facing. Eldo states plainly that Count Megas will most likely become the target of an assassination attempt in the near future. The people working alongside Georges are connected to the Garden of Despair. The moment Eldo says the organization's name, everyone in the room stares at him in shock.